Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei becomes Demigod of Olympus. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The warmonger comes, Ku Academy, 3 days skip, everyone could feel it in the air. Both supernatural and normal students, as the charming second-year student, Kiba, hadn't been anywhere to be found in the last 2 days. This part only went for the normal students, but the supernatural ones knew better. Thanks to Issei and Irina's house guest, they had nightly reports of his well-being. And today was another Kibaless day for the orc, with Issei giving another report of what Zenobia had seen from last night's investigation into Ku for the whereabouts of the missing Excalibur pieces. And that's it, Zenobia saw him over by the old church, probably looking for that freed guy. Issei finished, seeing the clear worry in Rias's eyes, even as she tried to hide it for the sake of the others. She seemed to look at Issei, trying to prop his face for any information other than just that, sighing heavily as she gleamed he knew no more than she. Her sight was locked out of the window, almost as if she did, then Kiba would suddenly appear in her line of sight. Thank the nun for her report. She spoke with gratitude, yet it was only to mask her worry. Issei nodded once, not that Rias noticed or even seemed to care, so he went and sat down with Irina on the couch furthest from the windows. The couple, along with Asia who sat next to Irina, could all clearly see how much this concerned Rias, that she barely seemed interested in anything but news of Kiba. But it left them all wondering. Why is Kiba willing to go this far, as to worry Rias, just because of some sword pieces? The Excalibur is dangerous, mainly to the devils, but it was in pieces and hardly any real threat with Issei around. So why was Kiba so single-minded and stubborn about hunting it and those who had it? Peace and quiet seemed to fill the group, as none spoke or did much besides worry about Rias. But mostly Kiba. The peace was broken only, as Issei seemed to hear someone limping towards the room, dragging something or someone along with them. It didn't take long before he and the others also heard the familiar voice of Zenobia, shouting at them outside the door. Help! Kiba's hurt. Without a second of hesitation, both Issei and Rias jumped out of their seats and towards the door. The pair nearly ripped the door open, before running towards the bloody and bruised body of Kiba, as Zenobia carried his unconscious body. Kiba! What happened? Rias yelled as she stood frozen in the door, worried even more out of her mind. Issei went up to his left side, and put his left arm over his shoulder, his right arm under his side and took over for Zenobia, who he now notices was also hurt badly. He was attacked and used as bait for you guys. They didn't know that it was me. That the church sent, so I got lucky and escaped. Barely. She limped her way over to the wall, supporting herself on it as she began to catch her breath. Kiba was put on the opposite couch and Asia put to work, and began healing him. Zenobia was still limping her way into the room, smirking as Issei tried to help her inside. I'm not that weak, Greek. She refused his help, with him rolling his eyes at her. I see you're well enough to joke. But are you well enough to tell who did this? Her face turned grim as he asked. It was a leader, just as I was informed. It's Cocabriel the warmonger. The name was spat out harshly, as it sent shivers down the two of them. None of the others had heard them, thankfully. Issei's face seemed to blacken as his BLD boiled from the name alone, before it returned to normal and he instead gained a similar grim look in his eyes. Cocabriel. Well, SHT. This got really bad, didn't it? He asked, a small amount of humor mixed into his voice, as he tried to ignore how dangerous the situation now was. Zenobia simply nodded in response, too tired and overwhelmed by the discovery as well. You think the old are still strong as back in the Great War? Issei, a highly and fully trained warrior of the mind, began to think and speak as Athena and all those she blessed would. The language of strategy and war began to spew from him. Yes, no doubt about it. I highly doubt that even if that wasn't true, you still couldn't beat him. Zenobia responded. SHT. We might need to ask for some help then. Help with what? Rias, having noticed the two talking by themselves, out of earshot of the others, had intercepted their conversation. The pair made a worried glance at each other, before looking back at the crimson beauty. Help with defeating the one behind this. Issei responds, warily watching behind Rias, hoping the other two wouldn't listen in as well. Who is? Rias asked. Her tone of voice seemed fearful enough that Zenobia had been beaten and now Issei needed help to defeat who was behind this. Cocabriel, a former leader of the Grigori. Zenobia revealed, making Rias gasp as she took multiple steps as if he was already here before her. Her eyes widened with panic, worry, fear, and then a shimmer of hope seemed to glow inside them. She almost shocked Issei with how fast she was, as she nearly made him fall over, as she grabbed him by his shirt's neck. You said you were going to ask for help. From who? Her question felt almost demanding. Issei scratched the upper part of his neck, not having an answer he felt too confident about. I was thinking of asking Lord Lucifer or Lady Leviathan. They might be able to come here in an hour or two. We could mobilize both peerages and lead one of Dash. Rias let go of his shirt, walking a bit away from the pair, as she watched the trio inside the other room silently. We can't. I can't always rely on my older brother like this, every time something goes wrong. Her voice seemed to fight back from showing how scared she was, as she blatantly ignored the gravity of the situation as some spoiled princess. Are you stupid, devil girl? Zenobia asked insultingly, as she limped her way over to Rias. Rias didn't seem too surprised by her insult, yet her ego or stupidity seemed to have taken root, making her choose one bad decision after another. No, I'm Rias Gremory and I have not lost a single fight in my life, and I don't plan to now. We will fight Cocabriel without my brother's help. She rebuked, as Zenobia seemed physically offended by her childish arrogance. So much so, that she without a second thought slapped Rias right on the chin, making fall to the ground and alarming Irina and Asia to the situation outside in the hallway. Rias. Zenobia, what are you doing? Irina asked, shocked by what she saw. Zenobia didn't look at the two other girls, as she kept her stern glare on Rias's shocked face. I'm slapping your MSTR for her stupidity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few calls to make. She left without any resistance from Issei, even as Rias called on him to uphold his side of their contract. I am, even as you try to get yourself and everyone else here killed. Issei spoke harshly, before going into the room with Kiba and calling up Sona, asking her to be smarter than Rias. She will be there if I ask, I promise you that. I'll be at school soon, with my peerage and Rias's remaining servants. Sona said, brief and orderly, before ending the call. Issei watched as the sky slowly turned to night, with Kiba slowly waking from his wounds, as the moon's light seemed to stir him into consciousness. Good night, Kiba. I hope you're ready for the biggest fight of your life. Issei said sternly, making the knight seem even more confused than he already did. Who are we fighting? 1 week ago, Underworld. Cocabriel dear, I hope you have thought about my offer since I last visited you in this little shack you call a base. A tall, majestic woman spoke, as she took form from the cold, grayish water that surrendered the infamous warmonger. The tall, raven-haired man, with eyes red and just as sharp as his ears and skin paler than new-fallen snow, seemed visibly annoyed by this woman's presence. And I'm still thinking about it, so leave me. The elfish angel said, daring to insult this woman of near equal infamy as his own, though she had much more freedom unlike many others of their ilk. Though his insult did not surprise her, she merely stepped across the misty marshes of this small outcropping in the underworld's everlasting aches of Little Greenie. You say that, but I can see you hunger for what I can do and what I can protect you from. So I assume that what I wish for is the real problem, even though it is such a small price for my patragon. The woman guessed, earning herself an agreeing chuckle from the man, neither was that petty as to keep the other constantly guessing what the other wanted. Cocabriel took out a small picture, with it having the face of a young, strong-looking man, with a name attached of said face on its back. I am not bringing you, your little crush to you, not unless you can promise me you won't cancel our contract. Cocabriel demanded, as the woman looked pleasantly at the picture, before looking back at Cocabriel. Done, now bring me Issei. Or else a massive wall of water began to surround the two, as the woman's form seemed more liquid than flesh, as she became one with the water as it entrapped Cocabriel. But just before he was gulped up into it fully, it fell apart and slipped into the ground, leaving him alone on the much wetter mashes, as he could hear the woman's evil laughter off in the distance. "Goddess. I swear they're the worst," he said before going back to his base. Present, Ku, old museum. Off in the more forested and mountainous parts of Ku sat an old museum of abstract art and former home to a rather powerful stray that Issei killed a few weeks back. Inside this place, two men stood bounded by watery chains, as their leader was caught in the grasp of the woman behind their capture. The same woman, who their leader, Cocabriel, had made a deal with, had ensured their safety from outside forces, allegedly. She was much taller than back in the underworld, as the water in the human world was greater in quantity of deaths laid dormant in it. "My dear, stupid little coal-colored angel," Cocabriel she flung him into the floor, chaining him up as well, as she took the seat of his floating throne. "I told you to get me Issei, not bring Lucifer out of his city to bring war." Her voice was sweet, like honey, yet the glare in her deep dark blue eyes showed her true feelings. He was brought up to his knees, strangled by an arm of water, yet he was not deterred from showing his anger by scowling at her. "This little war you wanted is coming much faster than we agreed, and I still don't what is rightfully mine, so tell me." Her left hand took control of the water arm, as it mimicked her slowly tightening her grip on his neck. "Why should I not just cut my losses right now, and leave you here to be killed?" She eased up on her grip, as Cocabriel seemed to try and find anything he could offer for her help. One idea came to mind. I can put him in a situation where he would have to ask for your help," he suggested, begging a bit on the inside for her to accept. He felt his neck being choked again, as the goddess began to think over his suggestion. The two humans, freed, and a man called Valper, a former priest of the church. "You, human priest, tell me." She lifted Valper into the air with the water chains, bringing him near the throne where she sat. "Is your MSDR's suggestion a good idea?" He seemed to struggle with his words, as the man had never quite believed he saw a god in his life, yet here one was, and she was about to kill him and end his purpose in this world, if he couldn't persuade her. I think so, Your Holiness." His words did not sound confident, yet it seemed unimportant to her. "I see, well then Cocabriel, do try and not F up or else." She broke the neck of Valper, killing the man and ending his life mission. "You end up like this worthless Christian. Now go and get me Issei, and I'll keep Lucifer off your back for a bit." The water arm and chains all vanished, as did she, much like she had appeared, all of it seeping into the old marble floors, her laughter echoing through the building. "What the F, boss? How we gonna kill them devil shits now?" Valper was sip it freed. "Don't you think I know my own plan? We'll just have to do it without him. Come now, we don't have much time." Cocabriel spoke, jumping back up on his throne, steering it away with Freed following after him, holding the 3 Excalibur pieces in his arms. Fights on. School. At the sports area of the school stood the combined groups of Sona and Rias's peerage, with Issei and Zenobia standing along them. Everyone was geared up, as in the devils had their weapons and sacred gears ready, and Issei and Zenobia stood fully dressed in armor. "You got some spare armor for us?" Saji asked sheepishly, as the fool of the group was not big enough of a fool to not understand that he was going into a fight where death was likely. "Sorry, I only have this set, and besides." Issei put one of his arm braces on Saji's hand and let go of it. "You would be crushed instantly." He caught him before he fell on the ground. "I see." Saji spoke, a bit hurt to hear that. But it was a constant with Issei that everything he owned or knew of would kill, crush, or maim them if they even tried to use it. "Hey, if we make it out of this alive, I'll find you a piece that you can use. Deal." Issei reached his right hand out, open and waiting for Saji's to join his own. The two, even before their song contest, had been pretty good pals. If Issei had to be honest, he cared truly only for a handful of the people gathered here, and Saji was one of them. Deal? Saji eagerly shook his hand, ready to fight Cocabriel, if it meant he could get a sweet piece of Greek armor. Issei just smirked proudly, before looking at the two heiresses. Stern and cold his eyes became as he watched them. The slight tremble, the few nervous scans of the skies and the worried muttering the two shared, as they tried to hide it from their servants. Well, it seems your big brother or sister dearest won't be coming right away and save you, so I hope you're ready. You too, this is your big moment. Issei mocked as he made his way over to them. Issei Wadash, shut it, Rias, and listen to me if you don't want this to be your only big moment. His walk became fierce, as his armor darkened his already skin and hid his face. The sky-blue tail on his helmet turned a bloody red, and as did his eyes, shining through the shadows. I have fought many times in my life, and I plan to fight more in the future. He towered over the two heiresses, bending over slightly to have them all see him as the leader, to dominate them all by his sheer size and aura of experience. So do not fidget, worry, and fear every shadow that appears. Give me command and I will lead us all to victory with Athena as my witness. He spoke in his more Montrose voice, yet his words were not nearly as threatening as he appeared. They instead sound more like promise, as if he was able to see the future and knew what was to come. What says you, sisters of kings? Everyone's eyes were on him, then on the two girls, as they all wondered who was the real devil of the three of them. The two girls or the Greek warrior? The pair looked at each, seeming both to have their nerves relaxed, as they looked back at Issei, looking more like themselves again. No unneeded fear, no nervous looks. Determination and the will to survive, as it should have been from the beginning. No, we will lead us through to victory, with your guidance, with the original Lucifer as our witness. The pair said, earning them a small chuckle from Issei. Good to hear, girls. Since our guests are here now. Issei looked up at the shadowy flying object, coming slowly closer towards them. They looked up and saw the cocky smirk plastered on the man. They all could only guess to be this Cocabriel they had heard about. His 10-crow black, unholy angel's wings spread out, as his red eyes watched them all gleefully. Issei tightened his grip on the spear form of Lenidos, praying to Athena and Ares for victory. Zenobia undressed the Excalibur destruction and prayed for her and everyone's safety. Rias used her family's magic, forming 2 spheres of destruction magic, one for each hand. Fried jumped off and immediately dashed at them, being met by Kita and Zenobia both. Hey there again, little Prince Charming. F off, Fried. The 3 got on with their fight as the others got ready for theirs. Sona, take your peerage and prepare a barrier around the school. Sona looked at him confused at first, but decided not to fight him about it now and instead ran off with her servants. Don't die. Saji yelled as he left the sports ground with his group. You too, Saji. Issei and what remained of Rias's group began to march towards the former fallen angel leader, as his throne seemed to descend slowly down, yet stopped a few meters off the ground. Sister of the renowned Lucifer, Rias Gremory, and her newest lapdog, Human, turned to demigod by those retarded old gods, Issei Height. Cocabriel spoke, his voice was relaxed, yet felt ancient and threatening. How I have waited for this day to come. He stood as he spoke, grasping out at the half-hidden moon in the night sky. Its lights made his shadows seem to ensnare them all, adding to his scary appearance. The day I can end this endless boredom of mine. His words alone, and him being able to say them aloud, made him look almost joyous, as if a huge burden could soon be lifted off him. Issei stepped in front of the group, as a question he had been dying to know the answer to, could perhaps finally be answered. What is it you seek with these thefts and attacks? Is it another war that will cost hundreds of thousands for both your own and other peoples? Issei asked, feeling this would be the most likely wish of the old warrior. He would probably feel the same if his hunger for battle was bigger than it was currently. Cocabriel laughed, true and pure joy shone in it, as he seemed to smile as he looked down at Issei. Yes, my dear pawn. I wish for war once more. But those fools all took it away from me, him and them all, but mostly that lazy old Azazel. He began to rant, rave, and vent as Issei had just opened a whole can of worms. We were so close to winning. So close. But then, all of a sudden, we need to be peaceful and spare everyone from wars. Well, I say screw that, so here I am, ready to reignite the war with the perfect sacrificial lambs. His eyes looked at Issei and Rias, and if Sona was here he would have looked at her as well, at least Issei was sure that he would. I see, so with our deaths, our families will start a war with you. Is that your plan? Seems quite narrow-minded for someone like you. Rias insulted the man, but he seemed not to care as he just smirked with an evil, knowing stare in his eyes. So, he asked so calmly. His plan was just so simple, nothing more was needed. He wanted a new war and he was going to get it. I want a war and this will give me it. He snapped his fingers, making 4 pillars of fire appear on either side of the group. Out of the flames came 4 sets of 3 rabid and growling dog heads that both Issei and Rias knew well. Cerberus. Cerberus. Cocabriel just laughed, as he snapped again and the mythical beasts jumped at them from all sides. Let the war begin. With Kiba and Zenobia, the two had just launched at Fried as he attacked, not having a plan better than to protect the group. They were somehow able to read each other's moves, not that they were too difficult to guess, as Kiba used 2 nimble dueling swords, while Zenobia swung around her giant greatsword, Excalibur Destruction. So when she struck at Fried with one of her heavy stabs or slashes, he would follow it up with 2 slices. And when Fried would attack Kiba, Zenobia would block his 2 swords with her own. Fried could hardly get a single good hit in, as either Zenobia would block it or Kiba would strike back before he could. The mad priest sprang back, putting a bit of distance between him and the pair, before jumping up and down in anger. You cheaters! When I strike at you, you are supposed to die. Not block it. His childish request of them letting him kill them was met with stern looks as the two just took this chance to breathe. Not gonna happen, Fried. We'll keep fighting you until we defeat you and your emissar. Kiba responded daringly. Fried didn't like that. His ego was too shallow and immature to take even the smallest amount of slander or insults. He seemed to growl like some mindless beast, before leaping back into the fight, with a careless double overhead strike with his Excalibur pieces. Zenobia blocked the attack, pushing him off, with Kiba using the opening to put a deep cut on his left shoulder. Fried whined in pain, as he grabbed onto it with his sword still in hand. He launched back at them again, attacking even more recklessly than before, yet it left as few to no openings for a counterattack as it did for him. He began to slowly overpower them with each new strike, stab and swing, yet the two didn't leave themselves open enough for his new sword style to exploit. Their fight was at such high speeds that even the slightest misstep, lack of foresight or misreading could spell the doom of one of them. The fighting only became faster, more precious, more deadly with each swing, stab, kick, and slam. Then a massive and powerful force on their right stopped them, as each watched 4 sky-reaching pillars of fire sprung out of the ground, before ending with the sound of many evil-sounding dog barks. Then they continued, only stopped momentarily. With Issei and ORC, I was given these warhounds as a gift in exchange for. Well, that part can wait. Cocabriel briefly explained the origins of the 4 dogs, as the group below were fighting them, desperate to not be hit or bitten by the many heads. Issei took 2 on 2 of them, Rias and Aquino took on 1 together, and Asia, Irina and Kaneko took on the 4th one. It wasn't going too well for the 5 girls, and it wasn't much better on Issei's end, as he had to constantly hold his shield up to block the waves of fire the heads kept spewing at him, while stabbing indiscriminately at the heads trying to bite him. Would just give you one of Lord Hades' treasured pet's descendants? Issei asked, not fully expecting an honest answer, as he stabbed one of the head's snot, with his spear seeming to almost bounce off. As expected, the fallen cadre only smirked at his question, as he seemed to egg him to figure out that answer by himself, if he even could. He sidestepped 2 of the head's combined spew of fire, before putting his spear through the left head, killing that head and angering his brothers. They both launched at him, snarling and reading their giant, sword-like teeth-filled mouth, but were both skewered from the side by Issei. He had predicted it, but not the other dog's sudden and bone-breaking ram attack, sending him flying head-first into the side of the school, making a new and unintended door to classroom 1. Tutsi. I'm comin' dash. Irina had seen what had happened, but as she tried to run to help, she was stopped by the dog who had flung Issei. She felt so small under its towering stance, as it snarled loudly, showing its sharp and meat-slicing teeth at her. Good dog. It leaped at her, uninterested in her vain attempt to praise it. She rolled to the side, before jumping from the sudden shot of fire coming from its right head. It ran at her, ready to bite, claw and burn her all at once, yet it had left its belly wide and open, so she decided to run right back at it. She got the claws of her gauntlet out, stretched as much as she could. She was almost bitten by the middle head, but slid under it just before it made contact. Only the smell of cheap dog biscuits and dog spit managed to hit. It was bad, really bad. But she managed to claw the underside of the dog despite its deadly breath. Another dog down, then another and then the last one, but still no Issei. Irina watched hopefully at the rubble pile where she felt Issei was, with Rias noticing. She pushed her towards it. Go and help him, we can distract Cocabriel with just the four of us, don't worry. Irina looked up at the fallen angel, worried if what Rias said was really possible, yet she ran, thanking her as went. Cocabriel seemed intrigued by Irina running away, letting it go, as whatever she was doing could only help him from no longer being bored, he thought. I hope for your sake you did not just make your strongest pawn leave you behind, Gremory. He laughed before supporting his head on right arm. War is great, especially the start of one. He looked up at the moonlight as he spoke almost like war wasn't a thing, but like a feeling that he deeply enjoyed feeling. Why is war such a great thing in your mind? Don't you feel hurt when someone close to you dies? Rias asked, feeling a longing to know how cruel and emotionless this being really was. He just looked for a few haunting seconds, before roaring off a laughter so loud it made the whole school shake from the force of it alone. Do I care? Of course I don't. I simply want to win, and this time, I will. Let there be hundreds, no thousands, no millions of deaths. If it's so small a price, then I'll gladly take it. He stood fully, his wings basking in the light of the moon. Many small spears of light began to appear around him, all aimed right at the Rias and her friends. He watched them with a killing grin, as he raised his right hand in the air slowly, open and shaking with slight excitement. Rias and Aquino prepared a barrier, as Asia and Kaneko ran behind them, all fearing for their life or how little of it they had left. He roared madly, laughing as he swung his arm down, sending hundreds of light spears at the hardly ready barrier the girls had made. Rias looked behind her, at her friends smiling warmly, as a single tear ran down her cheeks. I love you guys. I am sorry. They didn't answer, as everything around them was covered in dust, explosions, and all sounds were masked by a roar. Monsters Family Tree Part 1 Note. I just remembered, after uploading this chapter, that it contains possible sensitive/offenses content and lines, so read with care for yourself. If you are sensitive to subjects, like RPE and pedo stuff, yes, it is that bad, then don't read the part marked by NSFY. Not safe for you. I won't defend the scene, since it is historical correct to an extent and often used subject in most of Greek mythology. But no, I won't go far with it like SEC scenes and stuff like that. I'll only describe it in a metaphorical sense. I'll use that mark and warn you readers beforehand when I write these subjects in my chapters. Hope you all understand. Now let's get on with the story. Schoolyard. Irina ran as fast as she could, barreling, hearing the conversion behind her, before she jumped inside the school through the hole Issei had made. She landed almost perfectly on the other side of the rubble pile, seeing a few others like it, smaller in size, leading through more classrooms, with Issei lying at the end of the trail of destruction. She kept on going, jumping and scuttling through the holes, not noticing the small, black slithering body of Lanidos creeping by underneath her. Her eyes and sense were numbed by the drumming adrenaline going through her, and the worry she felt as she saw Issei, lying on his back, bent at a slight, unnatural ankle. She nearly cried, not thinking it totally possible for him to be hurt. He opened his left eye slowly, groaning at the pain in his back. His skin had turned back to normal, a few trails of steam flew peaceful from the corners of his mouth. He tried to smile, but the pain stung a lot, making it strong for him. Irina. You okay? Are the the others okay? He asked, sounded less hurt than he looked. She nodded as she went down on her knees to help him to get up, or at least sit more comfortably. He groaned as she and him lifted him up a bit, showing how bent his back had become. Irina couldn't help but touch it, amazed at how he wasn't dead or paralyzed from such a powerful slam and reposition of his back. Does it hurt? She felt a bit stupid for asking, but received a small pat on her head, as Issei just chuckled with a pained voice. Nah. It's fine, could have been worse, but I won't be able to go and fight. I need to fuel my back with heat, so it can mend itself. He had explained a bit about his vastly different body to her before, even less to the others. He had been given a small jar of Zeus BLD, making him a demigod by BLD transfusion, which was rarely done and was quite dangerous too. It had given him great strength, stamina, endurance and resistance equal to that of a minor god, but his strength had grown too fast, making him more like Hercules. His body would break down slowly as he used it, so he was given to Hephaestus, who coated his bones with Olympian bronze, making them nearly unbreakable and durable beyond belief. That had led him to another problem, that when he used enough of his strength, his bones would begin to melt, as his BLD began to boil dangerously close to the metal's melting point. That led to his BLD being filled with burnt BLD, metal and smoke, covering his whole body slowly, only vanishing when his body began to relax. I see. Can I help with that or dash? She drifted off a bit. She knew he was fine, he would manage to heal. But she couldn't stop herself from worrying. Be he a demigod, human or something else, he could still be hurt, even if it took a lot to do so. Hey, it's okay, Irina. I'm not too hurt. And if we are lucky, help will come He stopped himself, not because of the rain of light outside, the roaring of Lanidos as its anger boiled over from the attack, making it charge at the former cadre, but instead from the cold and drowning sensation the two felt filling the room. Irina instinctively moved closer to Issei's, holding the boosted gear protectively over him, as she felt this malicious presence as well. The floor seemed wetter, the room felt cold and misty. The presence seemed to watch them from some invisible spot in the room, as they couldn't know who or what it was. Only by its aura could they even sense them. Irina could feel its eyes honed on her, glaring, an invisible pair of eyes on her, grinning with teeth so inhuman on a face even further from anything humanoid. Yet this creeping feeling of what was this being was set aside as she felt Issei shaking slightly through the sudden, cold and scared hand Issei put on her arm. She looked to her side, watching the color leave his face, becoming paler than even Rias, but in a much less healthy and charming way. He was pale with fear. Issei, what's wrong? Her words were met with clatter of teeth, darting looks, and shaky misty rapid breaths from Issei, as fear of whatever this being was, had taken hold of him. Issei, talk to me. She nearly yelled as she grasped his shoulders, carelessly putting her back to whatever was in the room with them, as her worry for Issei's well-being took priority over her own. Irina, leave him be for now. You must not let your feelings cloud your judgment. We have to be aware of our surroundings so we can defend ourselves. Drake spoke warningly, as he too felt this presence. Felt its misty, yet bone-chilling gaze. Irina felt divided on the suggestion, but chose to follow Drake's words, giving Issei one last worried glance, before standing guard over him as he would have for her. The room felt like its own little world, with a faraway source of light coming from the misty moon outside. With water slowly filling more of the room, and with it came mist, so dense it began to form a figure inside of it. With eyes of star-like hue, yet felt more cold to watch than any star should. Those were the eyes she had felt watch her inside the mist this whole time. With the ORC, Ria stood amazed under the shadow of Issei's pet, semi-secret, sacred gear, Lanidos the giant black flying lindworm. She was even more amazed by how not a single one of those spears had pierced its body. It only seemed to feel the pain, as it roared with a deep and monstrous roar at Cocabriel. He only chuckled, finding even this entertaining. As the two black beings began their own standoff, Rias came back to reality, as she turned on her heel and watched with tears streaming both hers and their cheeks, her friends still standing, alive and just a bit hurt. But it was an amount of hurt that she could live with seeing them in. They flung themselves at her, crying tears of joy and of fear at having almost died. Again for Asia, I'm so grateful you're all still alive. I can't begin to. She saw their faces, hurt, fatigue and low morale, seeped out of their eyes, yet still. A glimmer of strength remained. A strike of devilish red willpower seemed to still linger. They each seemed to speak without a single word, as the situation before became just a bit clearer. Issei wasn't able to fight, so he sent Leonidas in his place and Irina was with him, but why, they didn't know. They only hoped it was for a good reason. Kiba and Zenobia were still fighting off in the distance. They could tell from the sound of metal, still being flung and slammed at each other. And they had to fight, alongside Leonidas, to distract Cocabriel long enough for their reinforcements to come. Rias were ready to fight to the end. The three of them said, smiling with their remaining fighting spirit shining through, with Rias meeting their valor with her own trademark smile of pride and determination, then join me in another battle against a stray crow. She yelled as she and the others charged all of their remaining magic and power, ready to fight the cadre. Yes, President. With Kiba and Zenobia, the pair had barely noticed the massive attack, Leonidas's roar or the big last attack by their allies starting, as the two had been in fierce combat with Freed, only now they felt he was going to lose as he began to slow down. He was getting hit more, sliced more and was getting angrier too, but his anger was like a double-edged sword, as it made him stronger, but easier to hit as well. It wasn't fully one-sided like the two had hoped for, as they were also getting tired from having to read each other's moves, and Freed's at the same time. They got hit too, they got sliced too, and they were getting more reckless too. All of this in hopes of them winning, so they regrouped with the others and beat Cocabriel. And then it happened, the moment the two had waited for, a rookie move made by Freed, a lunge at Kiba's bleeding cut on his left leg, in hopes to take Kiba's greatest strength from him, to speed. Yet his sword was deflected by Zenobia, and his shoulders cut open even further by Kiba's own horizontal dual slice in return. He fell on the ground, letting go of the sword pieces, as he finally left his bloodied mouth, forming his mouth with what little strength he had left into a creepy smirk. The two swordsmen watched their work, not proudly, just expectantly, as if the guy would just jump up from the ground and restart their fight. But he didn't. He was out cold, hopefully for good. Kiba dismissed his swords as he walked slowly over, still catching his breath from the intense battle, and raised his left foot. I hope you rot in hell, you sick piece of dash. Zenobia grabbed him by his right arm, stopping his last and unneeded attack at Freed. Kiba glared at her with his gray eyes. They had been charming to most who saw them before, now they seemed cold and evil, yet still Zenobia, a woman of the cloth and open hater of devils, still saw a chance for him to return his eyes to how they used to be. Don't waste your time on the dead. They don't care what happens to their lifeless bodies, she said, hoping her words could sway him, yet instead it led to tears and to a sight she hadn't seen for many, many years. So deep and old that it could never be thought escapable, as its chilling, yet hurtfully living hands gripped onto you for as long as they could pain you, with their presence alone. Yet it seemed to be fading from him, as small tears filled with memories, painful and happy ones, rolled down his cheeks. Really then say that to my old friends? His voice was weak, yet his knees were even weaker. He fell on his butt, yet he didn't seem to mind, as a sight only meant for his eyes, sucked in all of his focus. Zenobia tried to see this sight as well, wanting to see it, wanting to see her. She stood, wordlessly watching as kids younger than her and Kiba stood huddled together behind them. Smiling little faces, bruised, beat and bleeding, yet happy all the same. Guys. How are you? Kiba reached out for them, his hand shock uncontrollable, not from pain, but from lack of strength. A pair of kids stepped forward, the oldest boy and the youngest girl. They watched Kiba in a sad, yet satisfied way. They all did. That man. He is no longer in the world of the living. You don't have to avenge us anymore, Kiba. The boy said. His words seemed to hurt Kiba, as if those words, however kind and well-meaning they were, only served to hurt him. You no longer have to suffer, Kiba, we're free. You're free, the girl said as she appeared in front of him, holding a small blue crystal. A crystal that Zenobia had seen before, a long time ago. But why do you have one of those? She asked, but received no response, only a sad look in the eyes of many of the kids, as this item she had seen as being holy had been part of their painful existence, even in the afterlife. I'll accept it, Jessica. I'll use your strength, all of you guys' strength, so that I can protect my new family. Kiba spoke, standing little by little as the girl, Jessica, chuckled in response, before disappearing fully. They all disappeared, one by one. Free of their pain. Free of their curse. Free of their friend's endless self-loathing, knowing he could now move past their shared tragic past. He put the crystal on the edge of his tongue, swallowing it in one gulp. He felt his friends. He felt their last wishes. He heard the sounds of the priest. The smell of the gas in his lungs. Then he felt the power of his friends, willingly granting him the strength to wield the holiest of holy weapons, an Excalibur piece. He felt his hands, his entire body trembling, as something, a sword of holy, yet demonic power, wanted to be released from him. He looks at Zenobia, sending her a small smile, before he says the words he felt his old friend, Jacob, spirit whisper to him. Balancer breaker. 6 years ago, Underworld, NSFY. In the Underworld, the real and ancient, Underworld living beings don't often exist or even ever exist for long, before they are pulled into one of the different old hells or get eaten by its citizens. Here a young boy, draped in traveling clothes, with pieces of Greek armor underneath it, ran along the only and most important river in the Underworld. His body, while covered from head to toe in ragged, dented armor and clearly in need of a bath, was also covered in scratches, wounds, badly treated scars, bite and embrace marks. A boy so young, covered in battle scars, worn armor and still wounded wasn't new for this part of the Underworld. But embrace marks. On such a young boy. Now that was new. A new so new that it had been rumored by the many river nymphs, underworld deities and beings who had seen or heard it from a distance away from the river, home to the person behind these marks. A being feared by all who claimed rulership over any parts of the afterlife, as she in the end still stood between them and their dead subjects. She, once a mere river goddess blessed with being nearly as big as her father, the Titan Lord of the Sea, Oceanus. Now of similar standing to what humans would call a mafia boss, yet only female and 100 times more dangerous. No dead can enter any realm of the dead without her consent. River Styx, home to the great goddess Styx, she who allows the dead to be transported to their new dead lives and she who brings gods of all factions to their knees, with a single phrase, "You swore to me on the river Styx, hey, you can't leave me. I own you." A monstrous voice roared out from the river, as the boy, as Issei almost fully grasped by fear once again, managed to stay sane, as he ran as fast he could away from the river banks. He tried to close his ears, his heart and his mind from her monstrous voice, as he remembered the message his brother had so bravely given him. Get to Lord Hades' palace, she can't enter, unless he allows her to. You'll be safe, you just have to get inside the black gates. He repeated it through his head, as if it was a protective charm, a way to protect himself from her. Get back here, Issei. You're mine till the end of the universe. Don't you get it? This is just how I love you, my sweet. Come back to me. Come back to bed with me. The monster roared behind him, as her giant enormous water-clawed hands ripped through the stony ground, as she chased him with anger, lust and an ungodly amount of detergent love in her humongous, starlight eyes. He saw the visage of 2 black, smoothed marble towers rise out of the ground, with green flames dancing above them. Walls made of the same black marble began to form as well. It was topped with the same green fire on top of it, but that was not important. What was important was the opened 20-meter-tall, dark oak doors, where 2 people Issei knew well, stood waiting for him. Uncle Hades. Auntie Persephone. Save me. He screamed as he tried to run even faster than he already was, but he knew, even at this age, that if he even fell over once, it would all be over for him. They shouted at him, encouraged him to run as fast as he could. It wouldn't be long now, then he would be safe. You won't dare take my lover from me, Hades. I'll run your entire kingdom the moment you do. Styx roared as she got closer, slowly catching up to Issei. She opened her massive mouth, ready to swallow Issei if she had to, so she could keep him for herself. I swore on the river Styx that I would save him. Dimmen be your threats. Hades shouted back as he caught Issei, as he leaped with what little strength he had left into his uncle's warm and safe arms. The three beings didn't stick around at the gates for long, as the watery demoness of a goddess still came at top speed towards them, ready to topple over Hades' entire home, if she needed to. If only she could. She was stopped, blocked away from what was hers. She banged, slammed and clawed at the gates, but it did little to damage them. You'll regret this day, Hades. I'll make sure of it. I swear on my name, until the day I have Issei return to me, not a single soul will be allowed passage to your kingdom. She roared before she, like a tidal wave, crashed at the gates one last time, then swam back into her river. And fly over, there she was met by a mysterious figure. They stood on the edge of her waters, mismatched feet of claws, toes and hoofs touching the cold water. They were wearing a long, ripped, worn and black cape of sorts that did little to hide the Cimmerian body underneath it. Only their face, yet remained human, but was edged by animal, demonic and angelic parts. Styx watched them, feeling her anger had gone to a far-off place, as a deep and unshakable fear took root. The river she stood by began to act as she and it felt and looked as they were one and the same. Waves began to rise from it, shaky, unsure if they could crash over this person, or if it would stop her from ever flowing freely again. Daughter of Oceanus, my one eternal neighbor in this land of dead and heroes full of vain hope. I see you have lost something important. Hers, their voice rang out in her ears, inside of her own mouth, inside the river. Everywhere all at once. And yet nowhere, but from his own mouth or mouths. It was smooth, rough, growling, moaning, kind, sad, angry and dead. He spoke with only one voice, yet it was full of many voices. He was the only being in existence in their family to align so well with their creator, as both were genderless, yet had infinite genders. Both faceless, yet had endless faces. Both unable, yet enabled. Both were chaos. Styx felt like swimming away in herself, to escape away from this being. If she would never have to see it again, then she would give anything she owned or didn't. But why are you here? Her panic words barely left her mouth, seeming only to anger, entertain, hurt and offend the being. Why fear me, Styx? Aren't you angry with my sister's little offspring? Was the boy not yours to love first? Was he not yours to love with and be loved by? It spoke, again an endless voice. Emotions and places were used as it neared her, reaching out its tentacle-fingered hands, showing bits of wolf-like arm. She looked closely at it, questioning if touching its hand was even safe in practice, or if she should still try to make a run for it. I felt his body touch my soul, as he cried for the gods to save him. I wish to know, fully detailed and honestly retold by your mouth, what you did to my grandchild, Styx. The being said, as it grasped its monstrous hand tightly around her neck. You dare hurt a child of my son, the only child he loves with his loveless heart, and you hurt him, making him cry to me in his sleepless dreams, begging for my help. The being said, as one singular emotion seemed to form, one of anger. Of pure hate for the goddess before it. The second oldest of the primordials was not one to make an enemy of, as few had the sanity to see it in the eyes for long. Monsters Family Tree Part 2, present, with Issei, there in the mist, a figure he had feared for so long, began to form, only more appealing than he would like to admit. She wasn't really there, she could never leave her home fully, unless permitted by her father, so she would always appear like this, where death was most likely to appear. So she could bring them with her, granting them passage along her curvy, near endlessly long body. Color began to form as a pair of starlights in the shape of eyes, fully formed, with a face of godly beauty and a body able to make any man's knees weak. Her dress matched always so well, seeming like a river following from her head, crowned with her raven dark hair, that slid like a calm branch of streams down her back and shoulders. He felt her eyes devour him, like she had time and time again far back in his past. She began to crawl along the floor, only having enough space to form her upper body at her true height. Her arms, slender and smooth, with fingers so thin with nails like claws, softly were laid beside him and Irina on each side, as she pulled as much of her body out of the underworld. Her head was as big as Irina's entire body. The pair could have been fooled by her pleasant face, and her charming smile as she rested her head on her arms. She had stopped her slow and strugglesome advance, now filling most of the room and barely half of her body was inside the room. The pair felt her misty breath hit them, softly lifting their hair to the sides. Yet it was warm and comfortable despite how it seemed to hang in the air seconds after. "Hello, Issei, my dear hero." Her soft and charming voice seemed so small and polite, despite her massive size and the pride that shines in the back of her eyes. Issei wanted to speak, but he couldn't. He felt buried under a mountain, chained and shackled with a mouthpiece and everything. He could only shake in fear, as his body betrayed his wish to run away or at the very least warn Irina to run. The goddess merely snickered, as she neared them just a bit further. "Speechless, aren't you? Well, if not for how nervous I feel right now, we would already be back home by now, Issei," she spoke so calmly. She chuckled, letting them hear she really was nervous, but the two couldn't understand why, but mainly, Irina could not understand why she would say such things, like Issei was hers. "What? What do you mean by that?" she asked, still fearful of her, yet curious to know what she was to Issei or what she and Issei had once been. Issei weakly gripped her back with his hand, begging that she would back down, that she didn't by chance angered the goddess. "Oh, I nearly forgot you were here as well, dear little empress. I look forward to seeing what you'll get up to now that you are a devil's pawn. With great interest, might I add." Dodging her question, she instead played her off, as she switched back to Issei mere seconds after. "You have quite an interesting taste in friends nowadays, my dear. Now, do let me hear your voice, it's been so long." Her face changed, almost like her patience for a split second ran thin, making her look more demon-like. Her appealing features all vanished as she took on the appearance of a sea monster of some kind, only for that to vanish as well. She looked like she did before again, yet the sight of her like that could still be seen in some minor ways. Issei seemed to have been the most affected, as he began to try and fail at using his mouth, barely getting a single sound out of it. Then he managed to let out one single word, but not to the woman in front of the pair, but to Irina and her alone. Sleeped, his voice was like a whisper, but his words confused her. She watched him out of the corner of her left eye, seeing him look solely at her, ignoring the being in front. A small smile present on his face, before it all seemed to vanish. She fell over suddenly, caught by Issei's arms, as he laid her on her back next to him. He still sat on the ground, his back slowly repairing itself, close to being finished. "Why haven't you stolen me away yet? Too nervous to recapture me or what?" He didn't look at her as he spoke, his focus on Irina, smiling gently at her. His own fear seemed to widen as he focused on Irina instead, wholeheartedly. Styx looked on at the pair, amusement in her eyes, as the boy spoke his mind so openly after having barely said a single word. "She gives you courage, doesn't she? Enough of it to speak back to me. I might just make a whole new river right here. Who knew words so uncaring could make a goddess's love grow even deeper?" Her vain flirting did little to affect Issei. He kept his eyes focused on Irina, coldly so. She could see the resemblance now. Eyes cold, yet warm. It made an idea appear in her mind, an idea she began to grin wickedly from. She shrank her form to human size, letting her lift the rest of body out of the underworld. She stood behind Issei, watching the girl with him, before she knelt down by his ear. Her hair slid over his right shoulder, damping his armor and the clothes underneath. "Eat her, destroyer of Athens." A crackle of lighting seemed to escape from Issei's enraged eyes as he finally looked at her again. No fear, just hate. Her face filled with pure joy, watching his features seem to change by her words alone. He was indeed a monster behind his human face, a true monster. Do it. Eat her. She roared as the two locked into battle, with fists of burned flesh and watery claws. Sticks. With the ORC, Lanidos, once more charged ahead at Cocabriel, being followed by Kaneko holding on to his head, allowing his speed to strengthen her punch. But again, the two were swatted away by Cocabriel so effortlessly. He buried himself seconds after in his wings, taking Rias and Aquino joint magic attack head-on. I can't believe it. All that magic and he just took like it was nothing. Rias was out of breath. That last attack had taken a lot out of her. The same held true for Aquino. Asia tried her best to support them with her powers, but she couldn't heal them of their fatigue. Kaneko still stood strong, but she couldn't even hit him. Lanidos might be able to damage him, but he was beginning to become slow and dizzy from all the heavy attacks he had been dealt. Cocabriel just sighed, no longer as entertainment. I suppose I expected too much of you, princess. Of course all siblings are not made equal. Nor does the apple always stay close to its tree, right? Half-buildy he honed in on Aquino as he made his last remark. In an enraged state, she managed to pull off a strong strike of lightning. Don't compare me to that man, she yelled, unknowingly having added just a tint of holy magic into her lighting. Cocabriel just swatted it away, yawning as he smirked gleefully at her. So you are really the old man's beloved child? Maybe I should do him the favor of leave my friend alone. Rias shouted, firing another ball of destruction at him. It managed to make contact, scratching his pale white face. He felt his light wound with his right hand, a bit impressed by the sudden growth made by Rias, yet it would hardly stop him. President. The group's attention was brought to the sports field, as the appearance of wounded Kiba and tired Zenobia ran to them. Yet the sight of their wounds was only in focus for a few seconds, as the sight of what Kiba held in his hands made them all shiver with the holy power radiating off it. Even worse was a similar holy sword that Zenobia had pulled out along her Excalibur destruction. She was now dual-wielding swords, and Kiba had gone two-handed. Kiba. Zenobia. You're both okay, thank Lucifer. Zenobia didn't seem too happy with who Rias thanked, but ignored it for now. We beat your sick mutt crow. Stand down, you can't hope to defeat us all at once. Zenobia yelled. Her ears were filled with the echoing metallic clings of her last fight and her BLD pumping through her entire body like a drum. Oh, did you? Then he failed like Valper did. Humans are such useless beings. Cocabriel seemed more annoyed that his ally had been beaten than sad, but by this time it had become pretty clear for them all. This man did not have a single shred of emotion for others. Valper Galilei Kiba, now knowing fully what his former friends had meant. The man who had tortured him and his friends, and had ordered their extermination when he no longer had any use for them, was well and truly gone from this world. But however good it was to know that, it hurt him to learn he had been so close to the man, so close that he could have killed him. Cocabriel seemed to notice the emotional conflict on his face. His entire body kept shaking, as his face tried to express what he was feeling. Relief, anger, joy, sadness, and all of those emotions that lie in between. You knew the old priest, didn't you? Were you a part of his great experiment to please my unthankful father? He mocked him, his friends, and all of their shared suffering. Yet a glint of surprise arose in his BLD red eyes, as he saw the sword Kiba held tightly in his left hand. The blasphemous power it radiated brought a creeping smile on his elfish face. So the system has finally begun to break apart in my father's absence? His words shook them all, as each wondered what he meant by that. In God's absence, they each thought. Zenobia, the one who must be shocked by his words, took a scared step forward, her swords lowered and fear in her eyes. What? What do you mean? She was caught off by his sudden laughter. It was like a hyena, but much sharper, laughing at his own mistake, at his failure to keep the biggest secret in the supernatural, since they made humans forget it even existed. God's dead. He was killed alongside the 4 great Satans weren't the only ones who died in our joint fight against the twin heavenly dragons. God died as well, using what remaining strength he had to finish his last 2 gifts for humanity. His reveal of this event, that all the leaders of the 3 great factions had promised to keep hidden, had almost broken Rias and her peerage. But broke Zenobia the moment she had heard that all her prayers had been for nothing. But the others couldn't hear or see her defeated face, as Cocabriel had opened the lid on his 2,000 years old frustration, and he was going to vent until the war could begin anew. We were so close to winning. So close. Then the angels and devils wanted to make peace, and Azazel joined without asking for my opinion. He yelled, jumping out of his throne, landing on the ground. Pure joyous madness was clear on his face. He was going to fight now. He was going to kill them all. He was going to start his war. The last great war. 3 years ago, Olympus, Athena's study. Most studies, supernatural or not, are mostly made up of bookshelves covering both the left and right side of the room, with maybe a small one next to the main desk. Then a fine, pre-industrial age wooden desk, with fine carvings on it, would sit at the back, with an even nicer altar chair. Not Athena's study. There were shelves, yes, but no books, only scrolls and stones with images on them. There wasn't a pre-industrial age desk. There was a pre-every age desk with an ancient-looking studio director chair behind it. And on it sat a fairly tall and slim woman, covered in a simple shoulder-to-knee-length dress, with barely any design or color to it. Just gray, simple as that. To her left, near one of the 3 open windows, on a small wooden perch, sat an owl, sleeping. It hooted instead of snoring. On her right, sitting in a miniature chair, with a miniature desk on a table bigger than most bedrooms, sat Issei, wearing a simple gray toga. He was writing on some yellowy paper with a wooden stick, dipped in ink. He had been doing this for a long time now. This was his 5th scroll that he had copied one of ancient Greece's many poems on, so that the goddess next to him would not scold him for skipping her class for the 6th time this year. Athena is many things, but merciful and forgiven was rarely one of them. At least that was half of her former student's opinion. He put his pen down, seeing the ink dry as the last few words had now finally been written. The owl seemed to come alive. It jumped from its branch and flew over, took the scroll and put it in the scroll holder on Athena's desk. Then flew back and went back to sleep. Finally done good? Short and precise as always, that's how Athena is. She tapped her desk 3 times with her index finger. Then the room shook briefly, before hers and Issei's desk both vanished, replaced with handicraft workbenches. The bookshelves sank into the walls, before a twin set came out. Now instead of scrolls, it had different kinds of wool, cloth, dyes and other tinkering materials. The owl's sleeping branch wasn't done anything too, it just had a small banner with Athena's symbol hanging from underneath the bird's talons. Her study wasn't just a study, it was also her own personal workshop. Most people forget that besides her rule over wisdom and warfare, she was also the goddess of crafts. One of 2 in the family. And also the instructor of most artists in the last 3,000 years. Now, weave for me the 4 primordials in perfect order. She instructed as a loom twice the size of Issei appeared to his right, already fitted with the base thread of nebula blue. A thread made from Nyx's hair. It's pretty expensive and rare. Yes, ma'am. Issei simply responded, as he took the shuttle and began weaving. Slowly, silently and orderly, he began to weave together the portrait of the primordials, as Athena watched him with stern and cold gray eyes, judging each action silently. A small slip to the side. Wrong. Adding the next thread too hastily. Wrong. Sitting Gaia, and not Nyx at the bottom of the order. Wrong. Each mistake, big enough to earn a response, was judged wrong. It took hours for a single praise, but it was only made when he was done, as it weaved in causes. Wavy chaotic hair. Finally done, it looks better than the last one. Short and precious, like always. Yes. Just like my training, right ma'am? Issei asked, his hands slowly removing themselves from his work. Athena seemed to glare at him, irritated by his question. Yes, so now you must be taught something beyond war. You must be dash, I must be taught art. Yes, I heard you the first 50 times, Athena. Issei yelled, angry, but not enough to look her in the eyes. He could hear her rising out of her chair, looming over him by a good 15 or so feet. He could hear her armor had materialized from the sound of its metal plates touching each other from her breathing. What did you say, little hero? She sneered at him, offended by his lack of respect and angry at his lacking maturity. He felt every part of his body failing him at the mention of that nickname, only briefly, as he instead felt burned with rage. I have already learned art. I have studied craftsmanship of all kinds. I know our entire faction's history. Yet you keep me from learning what I need. He roared at her, his whole body glowing with his boiling BLD, soon after turning as dark as coal. Athena simply watched him, unamused by his outburst. Her stern held fast as she watched him intently. Slowly, gracefully she bent her knees and placed her right hand index and middle finger on each side of his head. Gently she lifted him off the ground, meeting him at eye level. She seemed to smirk. What is it you need to learn, little hero? How to fight? How to beat an opponent? She asked in a harsh, sarcastic tone, yet her smirk remained. It seemed to test him, to wonder why it was on her face. How to kill a goddess, perhaps. Is that what you yearn for, little hero? She asked, seeing the shock in his eyes, as she had the nail right on the head. He nodded his head, his anger had resided. His skin was no longer burning and black as coal. She just scoffed as she let go of him, making him land on the front of her dress. Such small ambition. It is not worthy of such great teachings, little hero. But I now know why you struggle so much with everything that isn't fighting. Athena laughed, making Issei shake between her legs. He wanted to protest, to get angry again, but he could feel only shame for his behavior. Stop using your domain on me. He groaned. Athena just shook her head. She reached for the rug he had just made. She really did like it. It was strong for most demigods, half-bloods and heroes to impress her with anything other than war tactics. Do you know what the 4 primordial ones represent? Issei nodded, having had the tale banged into his head for the last 2 years. Good to know you listened to me. That was Odysseus' one big mistake. But anyway, they are life, beginning to end and where it can and can't be. Athena retold, adding a bit of old beef. But did you also know they had a creed, one they each shared with their offspring, who respected and tried to add to it? Chaos in order and order in chaos. It sounds quite wise, doesn't it? Athena mused, almost like a kid who just found something they think is cool, and wanted to share with others who didn't quite understand how cool it was. Another way to explain this was that Issei didn't understand the wise part, just what it meant. He answered unprompted, earning a small nod from Athena. Yes, it means life. So chaotic, so orderly. That is how life is, a chaotic, messy order of events, from start to finish. Just look at your rug here. She prompted him to watch what she saw in it, like she did. He looked at it, seeing his decent weaving work, his smooth design detailing of the 4 primordials in a pyramid-like position. It's wrong, isn't it? He asked, earning a light chuckle from Athena at her surprise of him not seeing the mistake clearly enough. It's appealing, but yes, it is wrong, see here. She pointed her index finger at the Chimerian face of Tartarus, or it should have been Chimerian, instead it seemed almost human. You made Lord Tartarus look human, he's supposed to look more like this. She snapped her fingers, a blink of magic sparked off her hand. His face became monstrous, angelic and animal-like and with only a tint of human left in the center of its face. Though oddly, despite the mismatch of features of different races and species, it all looked rather pleasing in some way. The sibling pair both titled their heads, both a bit surprised at this. Is he supposed to look that handsome? Issei asked. No, not really. If anything, we should both have had at least 2 nightmares by now, and honestly. She pulled the rug a bit closer, finding it oddly familiar, like someone she knew, just a lot older. He looks a bit familiar, oh right, Typhon. She snapped her finger again, but instead of changing the design on the rug, the owl woke up again and flew over to a shelf filled with rolled-up rugs. It pulled out a rather big one, dropped it off on the floor next to the pair so perfectly it rolled itself out. A massive storm was sewed together at the top, with lighting and fire shooting out of it. Glowing animals, the gods in animal form, flew beneath the clouds and seemed to fight the shadowy figure hidden beneath the black clouds. Its body was much like its father's. A chimera made up of hundreds of arms and legs, with a face so hideous it could never be shown, without fear of what one would witness from seeing it. But down below all the chaos above was not destroyed ground and a sea of flames like one would expect. Instead it was green plains as far as the eye could see, with marble columns littered about. In the middle of it all, sitting in a toga a bit too small for his muscular body, sat a young man. He had long black hair, a small beard and eyes as orange as the orange he was holding in his right hand. That's Typhon. Issei was surprised by how normal the world-ending monster looked. Athena just answered, he was once human, you know. A simple farmer far off to the north of Greece. She explained. Her voice seemed sad, as if she had known the man before he became that giant monster behind him. Issei was about to ask, but was beaten to it. Yes, I knew him once. He was kind, gentle, and much smarter than any farmer I had ever met before. Too smart for me to notice his lineage. She explained, her voice filled with a kind of sad longing for what had once been. Present with Issei, Issei roared as he threw his burnt fist right at her, with her sending her own monster-like arm to slash his face open. She screamed in pure delight. The two were locked in fierce combat, as both showed off their less divine parts of themselves, each becoming more like a monster with each fist they swung. The white one appears, present with Issei. Each slam of metal, each slice of watery claw, and each knee kick of bone-shattering power brought the two Greeks closer to a more monstrous fighting style. Yet despite their similar strength, Issei wasn't limited by being in the human world, unlike his opponent, who could keep fighting him at this level of power for a predetermined PRD of time. Said time was a measly 7 minutes. They both knew the time limit. They both knew once it reached 0, Issei would slam her into the floor and drop-kick her into the underworld. So Styx fought like only a desperate goddess could, so she could take Issei with her down to the underworld again. Every attack she made was meant to limit his body's combat effectiveness. Slashes at his biceps, to weaken the power of his own attacks and make it harder for him to keep SW and G them. Kicks to his legs, to make it harder to keep his balance. And clawing at his face, only at his eyes, to make him focus his defense and keep him distracted from seeing her attacks and counter them. If not for his intense training, metal bones and willpower, her attacks would have been too effective for him to deal with. Yet he could still dash out a world of hurt against her. Wide swings at her torso and shoulders, bone-shattering fists being swung in her head and the constant smoke he released as breath in and out. It helped keep her busy, but with her body being made of water and only becoming solid when she attacked, made his own attacks ineffective. Yet, if he could keep their fight in this stalemate for long enough, then he would win. Patience, the greatest virtue of any true warrior. He thought to himself, as Styx clawed out more chunks of his left arm's muscles, letting his BLD all over the floor. He flung his right arm out after her, feeling it go through ice-cold water, before re-emerging from her head. She responded back with another attack, where she straightened out her clawed fingers and launched her arm forward as fast she could. It was like seeing a spear being shot at him, with how sharp her hand looked and how stiff her hold became. He titled his head to the left, narrowingly avoiding losing his right eye or his ear. He hunched a bit down on his right leg, then swung his left leg at her legs, feeling the softness of her plumb right leg being kicked off the ground. He would have gotten her left leg too, if she hadn't decided to use the momentum of his kick to do an upward spinning kick with her left leg. He felt her foot slammed into his chin, shaking his entire head to nauseating degree. She landed gracefully on right leg, then took this brief chance to breathe. She watched as Issei kept shaking his legs, as his eyes kept looking totally still, too dazed from the shock of her attack. Feeling her victory was close at hand, she leaped back into the fight, finding his current self much less changeling to fight. He was sloppy, slow, and unable to land a single hit. He kept staggering, leaving himself open for her to claw the right side of his stomach, then sliding her claws up all the way to his armpit, cutting into his ribs as she went up. He felt his brain rolling around in his head, making any attempt of his to turn towards Styx and defend himself, into him nearly falling over from nausea from his entire body spinning around. He tried to get over to anything he could support himself on, a table, a wall, hell even Styx would work as long as he could regain his sense of balance. But the fates would not have it. As he attempted to reach a nearby table, he felt a terrible pain in his right shoulder. He looked at it as he barely grabbed onto the table. Out of his left shoulder, cleanly pushed through both armor, flesh and metal bone, sat the tip of a spear made from the coldest ice Issei had ever felt in his life. It was like an icicle from some mountain, in the deepest, coldest and oldest cave in it, as the tip was at least 13 centimeters long. He looked a bit further over his shoulder and saw Styx, so manically and dashingly standing in a field of many other ice spears. Each had grown from the bottom ends of her dress. The one he had in him was held tightly in her hands, with such a happy and loving smile on Styx's face that no one would believe she had just stabbed the person she claimed to love with all her being through his shoulder. "Give up, Issei dear, or else your little girlfriend here gets the next 10 spears through her pretty little head." Issei hadn't noticed that he wasn't next to Irina anymore. Again, through her threatening words, had his eyes fully opened, as right at the feet of Styx lied the unconscious body of Irina, no the wiser to the danger she was in. The danger Issei had put her in his poorly thought-out attempt to protect her. "No. No, please don't. Don't bring her into this." "Styx," he pleaded, his voice was weak, any will or rage to fight, gone now that Irina had been taken from him. Again. She smiled gleefully, seeing the fire in his eyes to keep fighting had vanished. She lightly tapped her feet to Irina, impressed that the girl was the key to Issei's defeat. His one greatest weakness. My Issei. She really means a lot to you, doesn't she? It would be a shame. She formed a sword of ice in her left hand, and let it slide lightly across her cheek. If something were to happen to her, wouldn't it? She's so again. A small push was all it took, and a drop of blood rolled down her face, as Styx sat the sword's tip at her neck. "Appealing, isn't she?" The goddess mockingly spoke, as the feeling of being in control had returned to her, as Issei was just like that little boy she had tricked all those years ago into serving her for life. Afraid to anger her, or even show the smallest amount of disrespect towards her. Again. "I'll go." Issei spoke, unsure of what to say, what to do or be to please her. To make her spare Irina. Again. Fin. "Yes, again I can't beat her. I never could." Issei answered the voice, as he felt hopeless as he watched the small trail of blood Styx had made on Irina's cheek. "Do you allow all who have her in their grasp to choose your fate?" The voice asked. I don't have a choice. She could dash, then kill her first. "Raise your hands to the sky." The voice commanded, making Issei question what or who the voice even was, since he honestly doubted it was his conscience. "How will that help me?" he asked, wary of the strange voice's advice. "Raise your hands to the sky and you will see," it ordered as it seemed to delve back into his subconscious. "So, you ready to return home with me now, Issei?" Styx asked, as Issei began to lift his bloodied arms and scratched fingers up, reaching towards the ceiling and what lies beyond it. She gave him a puzzled look, unsure if he had gone mad from fear or was just slowly putting his hands in the air. Either way, she found it fun to watch him look so defeated. Slowly, painfully, yet determinedly his fingers, like claws, grasped at the unseen sky. A breeze flew through the many holes leading outside to the battle between the ORC and Cocabriel. It rustled the long hair of Styx as it chilled even her. It began to pick up speed, bringing with it howling winds. "Oh, if he really is his kid," Styx said, as the wind began to pick up speed and pull on the many spears she had grown. The mist was gone, all the ice was now being flung around a sphere that had formed in between the space of Issei's hands, as he stood in the middle of it all. Unharmed. untouched, unbothered. He was in the eye of the storm he had conjured up in an uncertain and desperate attempt to save Irina. Give her hell, child, no fire in his veins to burn and boil his blood and flesh, just power. Power unlike any he had ever felt in his entire life. Divine power. So raw and powerful, it made his eyes shine so brightly that he could barely see through them. If he could, he would have seen the horror in Styx's eyes. As she saw the reenactment of one of the most feared beings in the universe, and the god-killing storms it brought with it, standing right before her. 3 minutes ago, with the ORC, the group had been struggling to keep fighting. Kiba, with the power of his balancer breaker, had been able to fight the hardest and the longest, without giving in to the immeasurable distance of skill between him and Cocabriel. Zenobia and Kaneko tried their best to fight alongside him, but with their wounds and Zenovia's shaken faith, it had not been easy. Lenitos had tried to keep helping, but his wounds had caught up to him, and made him unable to do much more than defend the other half of the group from stray light spears that Cocabriel would fire off. Asia tried her best to heal the mighty dragon, but she was almost out of magic and could only do so much with what she had left. Rias and Aquino, the arguable least hurt and with the most remaining magic, kept trying to help their friends, by firing lighting down on him or throwing ball of destruction at him whenever they found an opening. Their efforts had brought them far, but the power difference between them and him was undeniably big. He had taken little to no damage from any of their attacks. He used his wings for defense and deflecting, and he even used his mouth once to catch a horizontal swipe from Zenobia, further surprising them with how great his skill was. Or just how insane his fighting style was. All he used for attacking was just 2 light swords and that was it. He was barely even trying anymore. Kiba could feel it, his lack of effort in each swing and block. He hadn't taken them seriously, he never had. He was bored and was just waiting for something interesting to happen, so he could get this little warm-up done. Sending out those 4 Cerberus to fight them, giving Freed 3 Excalibur pieces and now fighting them himself with barely any effort from his side. It had all just been a big game to him, and he was getting bored of it. Kiba could see it in his red eyes, lacking any interest in the swords being swung at him or the bone-shattering fist Kaneko kept punching him with, as he kept looking for the next big thing to entertain him. He kept looking over at where Irina and Issei had gone, then at Rias and Aquino and towards where Sona and her peerage had gone, to put up and keep the barrier intact. And none of it interested him. Boring, he said, deflecting another overhead swing from Kiba with one of his left wings. So utterly boring for the start of my war. He slammed the butt of his sword into Kaneko's stomach, throwing her into the rubble, before wing slapping Zenobia across a quarter way of the running track. Even you, with your holy demonic sword, it's all so boring. He looked Kiba dead in his eyes, before head-butting him into the ground and dispelling his swords. He pushed off the dirt from his suit, readjusted it and then just stood still, waiting for something to happen. I could kill you all, you know. But I would like to wait. Rias shot off a small swarm of destruction magic spheres, hoping to catch him off guard. It did. Some hit, others just helped further destroy the school grounds, but he still stood there. Unharmed, just a bit annoyed that his suit was made dirty again. DMN it? Rias spat, feeling her magic having almost hit rock bottom. He just readjusted his suit, then continued like nothing had happened. As I was saying, I would like to wait for your brother's arrival, so I can let him see his dear sister die by my hand. That should be fun. He mused. You're sick in the head. Aquino spat at him, her shrine/battle clothes outfit ripped and soaked with blood in small patches. He let out a small chuckle, before looking in her direction. And you're a half-breed, a worthless daughter of some worthless human who mated with some worthless old man who couldn't even protect his little pet? He just smiled as he said that. Aquino seethed with rage, not for her father, but only for her mother. But Rias stopped her from doing anything stupid. Don't, Tino. He wants you to get mad. She pleaded. Aquino could feel the hope in her voice fading. The whole fight had been unwinnable the moment Issei was thrown away, and with Irina gone, it had all but been decided the outcome of this fight. A small chain of lighting crackled between her fingers, wishing to be thrown at him, but she decided to listen to Rias's warning. I won't give him the satisfaction. Lanidos crept up their right, circling his tail half around the pair, before letting Asia slide down his neck and land on the ground. Rias, let me dash. Rias put her hand up, smiling thankfully at her. It's okay, don't use any more magic for now. Cocabriel raised his hand toward the sky, as he began forming the largest light spear any of them had ever seen. The wind began to drift faster. It began to pull towards the hole in the side of the school, ripping off leaves from nearby trees and then on them as well. What the hell is this wind? Cocabriel asked angrily, as he started struggling to keep his hand focused on forming the spear. It began howling as it became even faster, but it was not the only last big surprise for the night, as from high above in the sky, a blinding white light came shooting down. It broke through the barrier like it was paper, then slapped its armored hand on the tip of the spear, and a deep voice roared out, "Divide." And the spear became half-size. Cocabriel looked at the armor figure, shocked by their sudden appearance. The group as well was shocked, but mostly was Rias, as she had read plenty about this person. If you had a dragon emperor as a friend or servant, then one should always be prepared to see the other dragon emperor as well. As she had the red one, of course the white one would appear. You beach. What are you dashed? He got kicked right on his chin, and slammed into the ground so strong it broke, leaving a mark in the shape of him. The white emperor watched him coldly underneath their helmet's blue-golden eyes, before seeming to relax as they grabbed one of his wings. Oh. No, please don't. Cocabriel, already aware of this person's way to punish others, fearfully pleaded to spare him. Yet it mattered little to them, as without much struggle, they ripped his middle right wing off, leaving a small bleeding stump. He cried out in pain, before his face was squashed into the ground by White Emperor's foot. Shut it. Be thankful, Azazel asked me to bring you back alive. The person underneath said. Their voice was calm and strong, like the person knew they were strong. Which they were, or rather, she was. The voice underneath the helmet was feminine. A little deep, but smooth, like a young woman or a college third-year student. She glanced over the three unconscious people, Kiba, Zenobia and Kaneko, then over at Rias, Aquino, Asia and Lanidos. She took a bit more time looking at Lanidos, at least it felt like that, since when they felt her eyes on them, it felt like they were fighting Issei at full power again. That their opponent had more fighting experience, skill and talent than all of them combined, and was not afraid of getting hurt in the process. Then she looked over towards where all the winds had been going earlier, looking intently at the pair of glowing orange eyes that were slowly coming out of the shadows of the building. The others ran straight towards them, knowing it was Issei from all the times they had seen his eyes glow like that. They stopped themselves as he came out carrying Irina in his arm, struggling to stand fully. He had a spear of ice sticking out of his left shoulder, and one in each of his legs, yet it looked like he wasn't affected by them. Issei, are you okay? Rias asked as she and the others came a bit closer, not too sure if he was safe being near right now. But then again, they wouldn't want to be close to the White Dragon Emperor either. Issei looked over at Rias, just smiling a bit weakly, as he sat Irina down up against the school building. Then broke each of the ice spears, and ripped out each of them, then just took a massive breath and opened his eyes. All of you okay? He asked it so calmly that it was strong for them to answer him, since he was bleeding all over and had just pulled out a bunch of spears like it was nothing. But Aquino managed to nod in response. He smiled, thankful, and then fell over. Lanidos managed to catch him with his tail. Asia ran over and began to heal him. The other came over as well and checked on Irina, seeing she had just fallen asleep, somehow. I guess I should leave you devils to deal with the cleanup now, the White Emperor said, having just watched them for the last half a minute, and was getting pretty bored. Are you just going to ignore me, Albion? The boosted gear suddenly appeared, with Drake's voice booming out of it. The armor's wings seemed to shine, as it responded with a voice just deep. So you have awoken as well, Drake. I could barely feel your power from this new host of yours. The voice of Albion spoke, as he mocked Irina's lack of power, even laughing softly at how big the difference of power was in this generation. She's my rival. Seems pretty weak to be my rival, doesn't she? Albion's host asked, chuckling as well. You may believe that, But she has already beaten an opponent at your level. Just wait, she will bring ruin to you. Drake announced pridefully, with Irina seeming to wake up. Either Drake speaking or whatever Issei had done to her had worn off, but whatever it was, she was awake and watched in awe a mirror version of herself standing over the bleeding body of Cocabriel, still whimpering from losing his wing. "Are you okay, Irina?" Rias asked, making her look to her side and see Rias's worried and bruised face. "Yeah. I am fine, me and Issei just—" "Wait, where am I? And who's that person?" "They look Lee Dash. They're your fated rival, the White Dragon Empress of this generation, Irina." Drake cut in, briefly explaining who the armored figure was. "The White Dragon Empress. Irina couldn't think straight, her mind was still foggy from having just been asleep. "Yes, I am your rival, girl. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a job to do." She flapped her wings once, and was sent rocketing through the air, with Cocabriel being dragged along by his right leg. What was that? They all turned to the side, and saw Sona and her peerage, all standing there and looking confused. 13 hours later, Issei's home. Surzex and Serafal came a few minutes after the White Emperor left, and began fixing up the school, not without Surzex nearly going on a warpath towards the HQ of the Fallen Angels. Luckily, Rias managed to stop him and explain Cocabriel had gone rogue, plus he and Serafal even got a message from Graphia, sent from Azazel, that he was very sorry. Zenobia left to deal with more church business, but helped Irina and Aquino bring Issei back home. Lanitos managed to get home as well, but fell asleep the moment it found its spot on the couch. Asia had wanted to go with them, but Irina had assured her she could take care of Issei on her own. He was bruised all over, bleeding from his 3 newly added and unwanted holes in his body, from his cut and clawed limbs. Thankfully, his body was able to heal itself to some extent, so the amount Irina had to do was very little, and now it was just a matter of time before he would be and about again. So here she was, making a kettle of hot water and prepping herbs given to her by some of Issei's aunts to make some tea, so that she could serve herself and Aquino. Aquino had sat herself down next to Lanitos, petting it softly, not wishing to dispute one of tonight's biggest key players and the one who saved her life. The mood in the room was awkward. No one said anything, and the way Irina looked and felt about her having basically slept through half of the fight had left a sour taste of shame in her mouth. She was fine, unharmed, and just looked like she hadn't even fought a general from the Great War. Meanwhile, everyone else in the house were bruised and beat up pretty badly. She picked up the kettle as finished, put in the herbs, which seemed to dye the boiling water a light brown. She brought over the kettle and a pair of matching cups, another gift from Issei's family. She filled both cups slowly, picked up the Athena-themed one, and just let the herbal scent of linden fill her nose. Aquino picked up the other cup, an Aries-themed one, and smelled the tea as well. Her eyes seemed to widen at the smell, before she took a small sip of it, and regretted shortly after. "Oh, sorry, should I have let it cool off?" "Should dash. It's fine, you don't have to apologize." Aquino cut her off, her eyes fell onto the ground, looking at the carpet so intently. She didn't sound mad, just conflicted, like she had something she wanted to say, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Irina stood up and sat down next to Aquino. She could feel her tense up at the sudden closeness, but still she kept watching the floor. "Look, you and Issei having done. So, is okay, not really, but I can't. I can live with it, as long as I know you didn't do it to hurt me," Irina said. She was stumbling a bit through her words. But surprisingly, Aquino looked up to meet her gaze, shocked by her words. "Really? Aren't you two a couple now?" Aquino asked, slightly curious to know, since the two had never officially said if they were a thing or not yet. Irina titled her head. "Yeah, we're a couple, I thought that obvious." Her voice was calm, yet a bit curious to how none of them had figured that out yet. "Oh, I guess since we just never saw you do any couple stuff, we just thought you lived together and that was that." Aquino explained, not knowing she was about to receive the single biggest info drop that she hadn't asked for or even knew if she would have wanted. We just don't couple stuff at school. You have seen how Issei right? He can't just do a little embrace." Irina explained, before taking another sip of tea. Akino's eyes widened beyond belief. We tried to embrace at school once, but I guess we're just too horny to just embrace. Again, so calmly she explained that Akino was in fact not the most perverted person in the territory, that honor belonged to Irina and Issei. Wait, you had a CC at school? Akino asked, shocked by the boldness of the couple. Last week. Irina replied. Finally done with this chapter, and finally I am done with the first half of S2 of DXD, let's go. Oh and yeah, I am making valid to a girl in fan FIC, I thought up some pretty good ways to use this in the story. And BTW, can any of you guys guess by now who Issei's dad is? His real dad. I'll put your name in the chapter 22 if you can guess it before it's uploaded, so you might have a week or 2, or maybe 3 days, all depends on how I feel. Good luck and bye-bye for now. Cookies and Chains, happy Christmas, and a bit a late release, at least by my own standards of when you hold Christmas. I hold it on the night of the 24th, what about you guys? Do write a comment on this. Anyways, enjoy. Issei's dream. Issei found himself waking up in a lush field of grass. It spanned out in each direction beyond the horizon. The only other thing here was marble columns and ruins from the distant past, with one structure having a small tree growing in it. A orange tree. Issei felt an urge to walk over to it, to grab the single fruit hanging from its branches and eat it. As he took the first step, he found himself standing suddenly in front of the tree. He didn't question the fact he woke up in this place, nor that he broke the laws of time and physics. He just wanted the fruit. He felt like his entire body was becoming thinner and thinner from sheer starvation. If he didn't eat the fruit, he would die. He reached out his right hand, ignoring its less than human appearance, as he grasped the orange softly. He felt its soft, yet strong skin touch his hand. He picked it off its branch and peeled it in record time. He picked up one of the slices of it, and as he was about to eat, he felt a hand touch his shoulder. I don't think you should eat that. A man warned him. He turned to see who it was, but he didn't see anyone. Then he heard him again from the other side. Besides, I doubt you would like to eat her, after getting yourself hurt trying to save her. Issei turned to the other side, again finding no one standing there, but his words had made him interested in knowing what was so wrong with this fruit. It looked plenty fine to eat earlier. He looked back down at his open hand, and saw the fruit had rotted away, and looked like a gray mush, with flies swarming around it, finding its new state quite pleasing. He dropped the fruit, felt its slimy shell let go of his hand. It fell on the ground, smushed out on the green grass. The grass all turned gray and withered, with the center being the fruit's decaying pool of sickly orange juice. It spread out across the fields, running the natural beauty of the place within seconds. He looked around at the death of this entire place, as he felt himself becoming sick just from being here. Again a hand touched him. Now this time it grasped his head between its massive hand. Its voice rang deep, echoing through Issei's entire body with each word it spoke. You shall soon awaken to my power, child. Be sure to keep the girl alive until then. The voice ordered before letting go of his head. Issei tried to look behind him, but found once again not the man behind the voice. Instead he found Irina standing on top of one of the marble columns. She was wearing a simple white dress, with a small crown of flowers in her chestnut brown hair, smiling and waving at him. She didn't seem to notice the dying field of grass. Instead she was inviting Issei over. He again felt the urge to come over, yet this time he didn't just appear there suddenly. Instead, for every other step he took towards her, a column would have another girl in similar clothes to Irina appear on it. Some he knew, others he had never seen before, yet they all felt distant. Like he had yet to meet them, the real them. But 3 of them stood out to him. Each stood on a slab of marble near Irina. Zenobia stood to the left of her, watching him knowingly, like she knew all of his many years of fighting. Akino stood to the right of her, eyes filled with longing and lust for him and his power. But behind Irina stood someone he had never seen before. She looked a few years older than him, with long silky gray hair and a body unrivaled by most of the other girls and women he had seen appear on the other columns and slabs. He felt the power she had growing inside of her, felt it surpass his own, sensed it would come looking for him one day to bring him to his knees. She smiled so pleasantly at him, her gray eyes hiding his future from his soul, as she hid her real self from the world. A devil pretending to be something she wasn't. A fool pretending to be an empress. She saw him as he was, and he saw her as she was. Each too strong to be around those they knew, to not feel out of place. Chaos in order, and order in chaos. Issei. Issei's home, early morning. Issei's eyes opened with a low groan, as he felt sore all over, a little bit hurt too. Being a demigod had its perks. One was the regenerative ability of most low-ranked ultimate class monsters. It did leave him with an intensely sore body for a week or so. He saw he was in his room, in his bed, and with something slightly heavy sleeping on his right arm, clinging to it dearly. He looked to the side of him, and saw Irina sleeping face, soundlessly breathing against his shoulder. He was surprised how well he could see her in the dark. His eyes were good at adapting to the dark, but even this was a bit too fast and detailed for him. He looked up at the ceiling lamp, finding it turned off and just adding to his current confusion. His memories of last night were clear and easy for him to revisit, even the much more unwanted parts. They came and told him of a possible reason why his eyesight had just hit new heights. His recent dream helped to support this claim. That power he felt, that pure and divine power that rushed through him. He felt the wind turning around him. That windy howling and the monstrous strength he felt. And that presence he felt in the back of his mind, guiding him to victory. It wasn't a god he knew, or divine being for that matter. A voice like his was so surreal and powerful to hear, it would be impossible to not remember the owner of it. It felt like they had entered his dream, just to add more of a twist to who he was, since no god he knew of, besides the trio of sleep gods, even had that kind of ability. Well, except Cronus that one time in America, but never mind that. Issei reminisced, but returned to the matter at hand. That being had definitely opened some kind of power inside of him, or blessed him with power of some kind. First I need to limit the list of who they are, especially if I want to know what he did to me. Issei got in his Athena-like mode, as he thought up all the possible candidates for who this person was. First, they needed to be male, so half of the list got cut off. Then, they needed to have access to others' dreams. So that cut off the rest of the list. Issei's not as good at being like his sister, as he thinks he is, and this is one of the times he shows that. So he was right back at square one, and his dream was already becoming foggy, and he could only remember the guy had been there somehow, and that gray-haired woman, smiling at him so devilishly pleasant. So not very helpful. He exhaled defeated and instead just tried to focus on the feeling of Irina's hot breath hitting his shoulder, hoping it might help him fall back asleep. Out it went, pushing lightly against him. It was moist, at least Issei felt like it was. It suddenly flew past his face, and swung around his raised left hand. Raise my hand. He barely noticed his hand having lifted itself off the bed. The wind turned and twisted peacefully around the tips of his fingers, still hot from having just left Irina's mouth. His eyes widened at the sight of this tiny breeze being twisted and turned around his fingers. It felt cold, yet refreshing on his sore body. He felt briefly amazing, then soreness returned and he felt himself lose control of the breeze, as it drifted off slowly and died out. He felt a bit irritated about losing his focus, but he couldn't help but be happy. I can do magic. I can actually do magic. He yelled out in his head with joy. He wanted to jump up and down, dance around, or even fight. Sticks again, he just felt such joy. A small drop of joy rolled down his left cheek. A lifelong dream of his had been to be able to do real magic, not just messages, teleportation, or other basic stuff, but real magic. He felt his raised hand be grasped from behind, as another hand, smaller and smoother than his, intertwined her fingers with his with a low yawn. You should sleep. You got hurt pretty bad. Irina groaned in a half-dazed state, as she weakly yanked his hand down and put it on his knee, as she continued to hold it in her hand. Sure thing, Irina. Love you. He pulled her hand up to his face, planted a small embrace on its back, before putting it back down. He only received a small half-sleeping murmur from her, as she went back to sleep. It was strong to sleep, but not because of the pain at least. Now it was from strong he was smiling from this new level he had reached. Issei's home, midday. So you don't remember how you beat that woman? Irina asked as she put down the last batch of cookies, bashing Issei's hand away as he tried to eat one of them. He nodded, feeling a bit bad about lying, since he remembered most of the fight, just not the part where he beat Styx, but he just knew he had beaten her. Else he wouldn't feel this good about himself, right? Yeah, it's a bit foggy. I just remembered being blessed with some strange powers, then fighting her like a totally different person. Then poof, I was carrying you outside and fell unconscious. He explained, even throwing a few arm motions into the mix, just to add to the explanation he was trying to create. And that strange power. You still have it or what? She inquired as she tasted one of the new cookies. A small, warm smile grew instantly as the taste filled her mouth. Yep, last night when I woke up, I just kind of used it without meaning to. It's some kind of wind magic, I think. He raised his now less sore left arm into the air, grasped at the air and tried to focus whatever breeze or wind he could feel in the room. 2 seconds went by. Then 4 more and then 20 seconds. He felt stupid and looked even worse. Irina was trying her hardest not to laugh at her boyfriend's current pose, while Drake was having a field day inside of her head, making it even harder for her to keep her cool. He felt such shame that maybe if he could give all his shame away, he could make Apollo stop citing all of his horny poetry. If only. Just laugh already, I know yo dash. Before he could even finish his sentence, Irina was hanging on the kitchen island, laughing her butt off, with Drake joining her out loud in the room from the back of her left hand. Even Lenitos, showing what little emotion he could, lied on the couch and hissed in a laughing way, annoying Aquino who was using him as a pillow. Irina had let her stay the night on the couch, as thanks for helping her bring Issei back, plus their little girl talk. It would also be too cruel to ask her to walk halfway across Ku in the middle of the night. Issei and Irina, unlike most of the supernatural residents in town, lived in the eastern half, while Rias, Sona and their peerage members lived around the school, which sat at the edge of the northwestern part. After a few minutes of laughing, Irina finally stopped, while the 2 dragons kept going. Sorry honey. You just looked so cute with that clueless look on your face, I couldn't help myself. She handed him one of the cookies from the first batch, before she began to divide them in 8 different containers, again Greek gods themed. The 8th one was not god themed, it had a giant 3-headed dog on it instead. He ate the cookie disheartened, while he looked at his left hand, wondering why it didn't work like it did last night. He let it be for now, so he turned his eyes over at Irina, watching her carefully fill each container with her baked goodies. So, why are you making cookies? I don't think I ever got to know the reason. He went over and began to help her fill the containers. She went from the right to left, while he went in reverse. I just wanted to bake some cookies, and now I just have a good excuse to make some. Plus Rias left a message that we should all meet up in the clubroom tonight, so why not bring some snacks, you know? She explained as she put a lid on the last container, one with Zeus on it, holding a stake of lighting in his hands. She turned to her left, seeing Issei trying and struggling to close the last lid. She chuckled a bit. She leaned in, both with her hands and her face, surprising him with a small smooch on his cheek. Then closing the lid with her hands, as he was surprised by her sudden romantic advances. He turned towards her, a small blush on his face, while she just smirked as she began to pack the 8 boxes. So he launched a counter-offensive, hugging her from behind, as he planted a small trail of kisses from the bottom of her neck and up to her right cheek, before laying his head down on her left shoulder. He nested neatly on what little space he had, while Irina kept packing away, chuckling at Issei's antics. Cool old school building, night time. The whole group was gathered there. They were only missing Sona and her peerage, but they had decided to hold their own celebration by themselves. Kaneko and Asia sat on the couch furthest from the windows, sharing a box of Kaneko's candy, with Kiba standing behind it, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. He had also been granted a single, half-eaten piece of candy, by the grace of Kaneko. Aquino and Rias were busy finding whatever other snacks they had left, as well as bubbly drinks. And unsuspectingly for the couple of the group who sat on the other couch, with 4 containers of cookies, yet to be opened in fear of Kaneko eating them all within seconds. Next to them sat Zenobia, flexing her new devil wings as she tried to figure out how they worked. Issei felt a brief sense of déjà vu, seeing another one of his old friends being turned into a devil. Thankfully, he was too tired to go on a warpath about it, plus Zenobia managed to save Rias by explaining the reason she was a devil now. So the church leadership already knows of God's death and excommunicates anyone who learns of it. Zenobia retracted her wings inside of her lower back, finding their placement quite interesting. I see, even someone as high up in the leadership as you isn't given a free pass. What about all your workers, what'll happen to them? Issei asked, making Zenobia smile a bit awkwardly, as it seemed to be a question she had hoped no one would ask. They've been told I fell for the sweet lies of a devil, and so a new high priest or nun will come and take over for me. He could remember all the times Zenobia had talked about wanting to lead a ton of churches, and how she wanted all her friends to work in them under her, so she could protect them. So to be told that each of them would be lied to about her fate was probably soul-crushing for her. Her life's work, all her achievements, everything just gone and tarnished with a horrible but needed lie. The church couldn't just tell of their followers, subjects, and the world that God was dead. It would cause chaos both on earth and in heaven, bringing everything out of balance. Sorry, Issei said, looking away feeling shameful for not being able to put two and two together. He had met the top brass of the church before, he knew what they were like. It's fine, Issei, besides, my position hid a lot of other things from me. She looked at Asia, a similarly shameful glint in her eyes, before returning her eyes back on the two others. So for now, I'll try to figure out what it is I want to do with my life now. She smiled, genuinely. No stoicism or anything. Just joy at having a new goal, a new path, and a life still worth living ahead of her. Glad to hear it, Zenobia. Rias appeared to the side of her, smiling as well, happy to see a more hope-filled face than the lost and hopeless face she had met by last night after the big battle. Just remember to tell me if there's anything I can do for you, since I don't want you to feel left out or unwanted, Rias said, receiving more thanks from the blue-haired girl, before going back behind the couch back and by Issei. She stopped, leaned down by his ear. I'll keep her safe, she whispered. Make sure you do. Issei responded back, before trying to beg for a piece of candy from Kaneko, the mafia queen of candy, with Asia her second hand throwing him a strong deal. Give them more combat training like they did before their fight with Riser, or else he wouldn't get a single piece. Underworld, ancient wasteland, a hall of the blackest marble, with chandeliers of glowing black flames dancing above their wax candle. Pillars of marble with golden signs and silver patterns going up and across them. The light in the entire hall seemed so unreal, yet it still remained useful for the sense of sight. The sound of chains rang and bang against metal bars, as sandy and dry voices rang out from the darkness of the unlight parts of this house. This prison, an eternal dark. Only three things in this space were not black or marble. At the northernmost wall stood a massive door, of dead oak and Olympian bronze as handles. In the south, a colossal throne of melted copper sat, with chains protruding from the arm handles, the base and the back. And upon it sat a titan of a man, clad in a blue and whittled dress, with grayish robes underneath. His skin was dark and cold, with a bluish hue to it, showing just how cold he was and how long he had been in this icy room. He was chained, nailed and whatnot to his chair. Only his head was left free to roam unchained, and his right arm had a much loose chain than his left, which had been nailed into the arm handle, making it impossible for him to move it. He had sat here for an ungodly long time, as his second life-long punishment from the gods. Prometheus, the son of the titan Iapetus. The god who gave fire to humans to further progress their growth and give them the respect he felt they deserved. Zeus and the other Olympians at the time weren't quite so interested in having them learn stuff, and least of all by a son of their sworn enemies, the Titans. So the first time, he had been chained to a cliff out in the sea, to be eaten slowly over time by a hawk. Then he was released on the agreement he wouldn't do any more human helping stuff and would just be a god of fire. He went and helped humans again, giving them farming, construction and clothing, and was sent to this place to be watched over by Hades, but mainly the being who owned this entire structure he was imprisoned inside of. Said being was quite fond of him, or rather how he saw himself in the system of power. That he was beneath him and his own father, yet was above the Olympians, since they had defied the natural order of the Greek deities. He was sat here to guard over the gates to his uncle's chamber, which sat between his feet, since he was placed literally above him. He felt his uncle's shouting, shaking and roaring on the inside of his throne, vibrating through the whole hall, as he again had gone mad with his current state of life. Being chopped into tiny pieces did things to a guy. Prometheus just ignored it, knowing he couldn't do anything to lessen his uncle's madness. What is a blind fire god good for? Not much, as he had learned through his many years sitting here, listening to his uncle and the many other inmates' screams of madness. But for one being and only one, he was a source of great comfort and guidance. In through the gates, slid said being, the goddess of the river Styx. In she came, a neutral expression as she came towards him. Styx, is that you, dear cousin? The Titanes god asked, leaning his right ear slowly towards where he heard the watery sounds coming from. A displeased smile came upon the goddess' face, finding the sight of the old god repulsive. So many holes, chains and lashing across his body, some of which she had, unknown to him, inflicted upon him as she played the part of Hades. She despised the old god, but knew not to be open of her dislike as he was still strong, and had a role yet to be played in this world. After all, no god can be killed, unless the world no longer has a need for them. Just like Pan, the world no longer needed him to keep nature safe, as the world needed to take over. Yes, my dear cousin, and I bring horrid news from the human world. She spoke as her heart had been broken, which it had been to a certain amount, but her face showed no emotion. The old god looked worried as his smiling face wrinkled, as did his gray full beard, with small bits of dust falling off it. What is it then? Please tell me what pains you, Styx. He has been bewitched by a devil where? She has made him turn against me, and blind him from our deep and true love. She sniffed a bit, since it was half true that a devil girl had made him able to fight back, but she wasn't going to be completely honest, and if she did get caught in her lie, she could just say she was being emotional. How horrible of her. And you are sure Issei is fully under her spell? He might still be saved, Styx. Prometheus asked, true worry for his cousin shone in his voice, as he reached his less restricted hand out, feeling around to hold her hand. He was being careful as to not crush her under his palm. She touched his hand with own too, sighing soundlessly, finding this boring already, but held on for now. I believe I can still save him, but I need you to tell me about your uncle's last born. She asked, receiving a confused expression on Prometheus' face, as he leaned back and away from her, yet kept his massive hand on her two much smaller ones. Uncle Python. But why his last born? Why not have me ask Hecate or maybe even Lord Dash? And I mean it has to be about him, the last born. Styx nearly broke character, but for this it was worth it. She tried, while praying deeply, that she didn't make the old too suspicious of her from her sudden outburst. The old god creaked his old thoughts along each, making an awful scratching noise echo through the marble halls. Styx knew that this migraine-inducing sound was proof he was thinking about her request, hopefully towards giving her what she needed to know, so she could be fully sure of herself about who Issei really was. Well, as I have said before, the last-born child was not born, he was imagined into existence by his father. But he has no power from his father or his stepmother, nor whoever his real mother is. He is still a monster, as all of my uncle's children are, and one day, that part of him will awaken. Short break this chapter a bit short, I know. But I just kinda want to feel out this arc of the story a bit, so I'll try a new style for the next few chapters. Shorter, but also more mysterious. At least I hope the few mysterious I have pointed at have been mysterious. I am surprised no one figured out who Issei's dad was, but then again I have been misleading it. Lot of the time, but one scene tells the truth. But for now, enjoy and bye for now. Katown. The students, the human ones, had all returned to school Monday morning, unaware of the epic battle that had taken place here last Friday. So they had no worries for the patchwork and repairs or if they would hold, they only had worries for the upcoming Parents' Day. No teenager in their right mind likes to have their parents watching them in school. It was basically a death sentence socially if one of your parents went too far with their praise or reactions to whatever they did. Though this was also the one thing that made all students stand together as a group, both the human and the supernatural, as all of them wished, prayed and begged for their parents to stay home, in hell or in heaven. But a few students, namely Aquino and Irina, felt differently about this whole problem. They had no parents to pray away, they only had ones they longed to see again, even if one of them denied it deeply. The both had been awfully quiet since the time and day had been picked during the first class. And it stayed that way throughout the class following, with none seeming to be the wiser, not even the other orphans of the group. All of which had seemed to find comfort from either their masters' good-hearted families or from those who took them in. So the day started and ended quietly for the pair. Irina and Issei had been sent on stray hunting for the night, as neither were hurt or wounded like the rest of the group. Issei had been wounded, but thanks to his godly regantion, a few holes in his body meant nothing to his ability to work. And Irina had been virtually unharmed in the fight, so this had been made into a semi-real combat training lesson for her. Issei just had to watch over her, and only step in if things became too dangerous. They had their school outfits on, but they each had a more protective piece as a small add-on for safety. Irina had the boosted gear out, with the massive slab of great sword that she had last Friday unintentionally not summoned as well. It wasn't a part of the gear, it was more like her soul had imprinted it onto the gauntlet, but if she didn't wish for it to appear alongside it, then it didn't come out. Issei, meanwhile, carried both of their bags, along with less red gauntlet that had a chain attached to it. He called it a bad attempt at learning how to work with metal, that ended with him making a WHP fuse to a gauntlet. It came in handy sometimes, like grappling through caves, whipping at meat-eating horses and catching wayward arrows of love. At the moment the two had stumbled into 0 strays, Issei had been too good at killing them or hunting them out of town, so when they found one it was pretty weak. Just a pawn, who had swelled up and became a pudding orangey color. Issei had stepped back, whilst Irina tried to avoid getting any of its slime on her clothes. Back step, then counter move. Issei yelled out over by a dumpersted, while Irina side-stepped and counter-swung, ending with a similar result. The slime devil loses his right arm, and Irina gets gooped. Issei tried to keep himself from laughing. Irina meanwhile groaned, then continued her offensive, cutting off its left and then right leg. Then with a little magic she had learned from Aquino, burnt what remained painfully. She saw how it tried to put out the fire, screaming in horror, fearful of death. Issei and the others had all told her that strays were mad and uncaring, and could barely feel anything besides whatever longing that made them stray to begin with. Issei swung his WT once, noticing how Irina seemed to be stuck in head, not seeing through the stray's act. He split it across, ending its life, then walked over to her. "You okay?" His voice seemed to be calm, but Irina felt he was disappointed in her. "Yeah, I guess it seemed human for a bit, and I couldn't help but feel bad." She dispelled her gauntlet, before burning away the remains, still feeling bad for making suffer. Even if it didn't really suffer. Well, that's how strays are, they have a human brain, so they know how we think and feel. That's what makes them different from monsters, who lack any understanding of what makes you human. Issei explained, as he helped with the cleanup by putting away the ashes in a small bag and dumped in a nearby dumpster. They picked up their bags and moved on, heading south towards their house, feeling they wouldn't find any more strays tonight. They left the dark alleyways behind, trotting through neon-lit streets instead and surrendered on all sides of humans. Irina felt glimpses of her past flow through her, as the hundreds of changing faces moved past and by her. She remembered her mom taking her here often to buy groceries, get clothes, or other stuff. How shopkeepers greeted her and her mom, how friends of the family would start to chit-chat with them, and how they would always enter from the south of this block and leave at the west. It felt unnatural for her to leave via the south. She felt cold as a wave of goosebumps went through her, prickling her skin. This feeling of coolness carved into her, as a strong wind pulled her into someone's arms. Her eyes seemed to return true sight to her, as all the people in the shopping block vanished into thin air and the whole place was covered in faded purple light. She looked behind her, finding Issei's face, scowling at something in front of her. Another tall woman, as many others she had met ever since she and Issei came back together, stood before them. Not nearly as tall as others she had met, but still fairly tall. She had a sandy brown dress on, with a neck dress covering all of her throat. A pair of eyes made as red as rubies became stern and widened as she saw them. A faint smile formed on her feline-looking face, before she stepped past them and vanished, returning the place to as it was before. Yet as it did, Irina found herself standing behind, while Issei looked at her, confused by her sudden backstep. Ku Academy, 2 days left till the dreaded day of the week, and all of the third years were having the most interesting, yet useless, lessons of the year. Basic Mythology 101. For most, it was just fun, but for a few it was useless, since they could literally go and ask if the things they learned about were true or not. But each class had one of the trio of mythology, philosophy, and religion teachers going through each class, testing and teaching them about minor and major aspects of different beliefs and old religions. So, can anyone by now name me a BSTRD son of Zeus? Their old wheelchair-bound teacher, Mr. Tanaka, asked. A few hands shot up. He picked a girl with blonde hair. Say, all the other girls seemed pissed that she got to ask that question, since they all had the same one. Mr. Tanaka rolled his eyes, too old to deal with their teenage crushes and almost worship-like idolization of certain younger male students. No. Anyone else got an answer? He looked around, hoping that someone would say the name of an actual hero. Sona shut up her hand, a bored expression on her face. She was picked without question, so she stood up. Heracles, named so as to keep Hera, Zeus's wife, honored and to not anger her too much. She sat down again, making the old teacher manage a small smile. Yes, very good, and that little piece of his story is well added. For you see, girls, Hera is the goddess of marriage and family. So her struggle with her husband and brother was a constant in her life, as he could not, as the young say, keep it in his pants. His hip joke went past most of them, as most were too annoyed that their second god, Issei, was not even taken seriously as a god by their teacher. But Zeus's attempt to honor his wife was too little too late, as Hera sent challenges after challenges at the boy, then made them even worse as he turned into a man. She was a show of how far a woman would go to achieve their revenge, or fulfill their angry desires. He drew most of the more famous events she constructed to kill or harm Hercules, and how she always seemed to increase the lethality of each new one. The door opened as the religion teacher, Ms. Suki, entered the room. She was here to take over for the rest of the day. With her in tow, a rather strapping young man came carrying a box of books. Well, speak of the devil. Mr. Tanaka grumbled as Issei sat down the box of books on the teacher's desk. He didn't notice all the girls looking at him, as he instead noticed all of the writing about his mom and family. Thank you, Mr. Hyde, you can leave now. Her voice was stern, but not enough to keep back the many horny teenage girls from protesting, wishing to have him be in their class, so they could look at him and imagine what he looked like without his clothes. He left without answering, followed by Mr. Tanaka, who kept grumbling about how kids had no finesse these days. She slammed one of the books open, giving 4 beauties in the back a small headache, as the book was a copy of the Bible. If it was the real holiest of holy books, they would have died just from that. Thankfully, this was just a copy, made on a printer. So the greatest pain it could induce was a mild headache. Let's talk about Jesus. Again, their heads hurt, just a bit worse than before. Can't name Big JJR in a room with devils, since they might just send you to meet him, if you don't send them back from where they came first. Basic devil behavior 101. But the third year's learning about stuff that was boring, and even painful to a select few, weren't the only ones suffering through these hellish lessons. Down below, the second years were being taught algebra, how to measure the distance of a kilometer without using a long but string, and what history is really used for. It isn't just to tell you about how great your people once were, and ignore all the ugly parts. It was about reflecting on what worked and what didn't work. I know, stupid, right? And further down, it was home cooking, gymnastics, and basic kanji. It was a long day for most, a fun day for others, and a weird day for Issei. The guy was too good for most of the second-year classes, so he was lent out to help teachers carry their lesson materials, show how to perform certain gymnastics, and even cook a simple apple cake. Athena, the great goddess of wisdom and somehow also foresight, had written him a letter about being prepared for this day last night. "Oh great goddess Athena, thank you for all you have taught me as I today have used each lesson and experience you have given me." Issei prayed, as he lit a small fire and threw in 3 cookies, hoping his sister would accept the offering, as well as his gratitude. He was alone, hunched over his little fire by the side of the school, hidden in the shade from the afternoon sun. He heard an owl hooting in the distance, a sign Athena had taken his offering well. A small wrinkle of a smile formed on his face. He stood up, stamped the fire out and got ready to meet up with Irina and Zenobia, so the trio could head home. Zenobia had rented a small apartment 2 houses down the road from them. She had so far come over with them to eat and take a shower, since her apartment building was pretty limited. It only had a mini kitchen, a toilet and a small side room with enough space for a kid-size futon. And every public bath was on the other side of town, and even if she had a sword with her, she didn't like to walk so far just for a bath. He turned the corner of the building, seeing the swarm of students leaving through the gates, and a rather handsome man standing right in front of him. "Issei Hayudu, I presume." He reached his hand out, as his blue eyes invited him to take it. His semi-long crimson hair danced in the wind as he smiled, possibly happy to see him. Issei reached out and took his hand, feeling a bit awkward about this whole situation. "Yes, and who are you, sir?" he asked, feeling the firmness of the older man's hand as he shook it all by himself. "Oh sorry, where are my manners?" He stopped, took a step back and bowed his head in a way that gave Issei déjà vu. He stood tall, his crimson hair like a mane of rose petals woven together, and eyes as blue as the East Sea, with a warm smile on his face. "I am Zeoticus Gremory, Rias's father and hopefully soon your father-in-law," Zeoticus said, before putting Issei in the most awkward position ever, as well as a hug. "My what?" 2 minutes earlier, "You're my what?" Irina asked the biker girl, as she hoped she had misheard her the first time. She had just been waiting for Issei to finish up with some work for the teachers. So she stepped outside, and wanted to wait for Zenobia and him by the school wall, but when she came outside this biker girl suddenly came over to her and began sprouting about something between them. "You're my rival, Irina. Do you not remember me, or did no one tell you that I came and saved all of you weak shits?" The girl asked, not angry or anything, she just sounded entertained. Like she was so sure she was what Irina and everyone ever talked about. But as far as Irina was concerned, she had never met this girl before today. So she just looked at her blank face, shrugging her shoulders, making the girl visibly angry. "She's got a pretty big ego, huh Dryag? Have we met her before?" Irina asked Drake, who unlike her, remembered her immediately, or at least the soul inside of her. "She's the White Dragon Empress, Irina. We met her last week." The voice of the dragon made Irina have a small flashback, as she remembered her. If she squinted her eyes a bit, she could place the armored figure she saw that day over the body of this girl, and it matched quite well. "Oh, right now I remember. Sorry about that, I've had a pretty rough few days." "So what can dash?" "Nothing. I just came to say hi. I mean you, and see how weak you really were," the girl shouted, clearly embarrassed by this whole puzzle-solving Irina had been doing. "And I can see, you are indeed beyond weak compared to me. I am truly the strongest of this and every generation before us," she proclaimed. She seemed more confident about herself, which only really weirded out Irina and Drake. "Okay, and so what? I can still train and get stronger, you know," Irina proposed, like the two were just having a simple conversation, and not about their future battle to the death. She snorted, finding her comment funny. She stepped forward, leaned in and got a really good look on her face, as did Irina of hers. She whispered, in a sickly sweet voice, with a tone of mockery. "I had expected more from the lover of the destroyer of Athens, but it seems you truly don't understand how this really works." She stepped back, smirking evilly. "When we next meet, I am going to kill you. So you better get ready before then, since I don't want a boring fight." Irene. Ready for duty. Ku Academy, are you guys ready to head home? Zenobia asked as she met up with Irina and Issei. The two nodded and went along with her, the pair lacking a bit behind her, neither wanting to ruin the good mood she was in. She had scored the highest points in her class, since she had also been transferred to the school as of last Monday. Some small talk went back and forth between the pair, mainly about this sudden change to their school day, of how Zenobia was doing and if she was getting settled in her class. Plus how Issei was suddenly made into a teacher for most of the day. The two didn't really believe Athena had just sent him a letter preparing him for today, but when he showed them it and they saw the old but papyrus and gold-colored ink, the pair believed it. She writes with gold ink. But isn't that super expensive, not to mention wasteful? Zenobia had experience writing old-school handwriting letters, papers, and even a book. She knew it was not easy, since each word had to be correct, and she could not let a single grammar or missing word appear, lest she had to restart from scratch. Well, she is the goddess of crafts, mainly pottery, weaving, and arts, so she makes most of her own materials from scratch or with magic. Issei explained. And with that, more chit-chatting and less important things began to pop in and out of their mouths. Until another subject, that Irina had totally forgotten about, came out of Zenovia's mouth. Irina, I heard you get to do devil's work from today onwards, isn't that right? Irina jolted backwards, taking a few steps up and down, feeling a bit embarrassed about forgetting something she had looked forward to. She felt even more so when what was probably just a friendly expression on face made him roll his eyes with a laid-back smile, made her feel that she again had disappointed him. Yeah. I better get going then. See you later, guys. She rushed off, spread her wings and flew hastily into the air back toward school. Did she seem okay to you? Zenobia asked, as the pair continued on. He just shrugged. I'm not quite sure, she's been a bit on edge lately. I think it's just performance anxiety or a slight variation of that. Zenobia looked back towards the slowly shrinking silhouette of her friend, watching her now and thinking back to earlier, made a small creak of worry sink into her. I hope so. With Irina, she jumped, sprouted her wings and let her be carried by the wind into the air, casting just a bit of magic to keep humans below from seeing her, plus to make sure no one saw her panties. But those fears weren't worth much when her mind kept spinning about the events of last night and the girl she met outside of school. The first one, only she had seemed to have experienced, as neither Issei nor had Dryag any idea of what she had said, but at least Dryag felt like he believed her a bit more. But the girl, her rival of destiny, had been real enough and had brought with her something Irina's mind could not quite figure out. This girl, Valley, had told her boyfriend Dash, do not let her words trick you, Irina. Dryag stopped her as her thoughts spun around this one thought, yet ended as he interrupted this dangerous idea. She is your rival. Most likely she said this to make you distrust him, so that she can weaken your relationships. His warning, as always, carried guidance and insight into the tricky of lifelong rivalries. I know, but it's just too horrible for me to keep thinking about it. She flew on, reaching the old school building. She lights lit inside, with a few shadowy figures moving around, likely Rias and Aquino. I know that, Irina. But to believe the enemy without serious thought put into their words first, is the same as thinking your allies wish to kill you, just because of a joke they made. Dryag was wise and knew much of rivalries, since his own was definitely the most, if not one of, the most famous ones in the universe. His warning carried great insight into the acts of one's rivals, possible actions and intentions. Plus he had done this a few times with his previous host to weaken his rival, Albion's hosts. He would never tell Irina that, since he didn't want to seem untrustworthy or cruel. She retracted her wings, then entered the pair of oak doors, before moving up the stairs and onto the second floor. Ah, you made it and just in time. Irina was met with the warm embrace of Aquino, as Rias and Kaneko were busy looking through many flyers, new ones from the look of it. Irina had been handing out duty for the last 2 weeks. She was led towards the coffee table, where normally tea, biscuits, some of Kaneko's privet candy and other food-related things normally sat. A red hexagon of a carpet, with the Gremory seal on, sat and draped slightly over the edges of the table. What is that thing? Irina could tell it was magical, since barely anything with a crest on wasn't magical. At least when it came to devil stuff, she wasn't too sure about factions, since Issei had surprised her time and time again. Apparently an oven that works without gas, electricity, firewood, or even magic was just a thing on Olympus. It's the magic circle we use to teleport out to our clients. We only use it when newbies are sent out, or if we have to make a quick getaway. Akino explained. She tapped the circle. Magically its lines glowed with a mystic red hue, before fading back and looking again like an oddly shaped carpet. Irina looked on in amazement. Cool. The supernatural world, while scary at times, was unbelievably cool at every turn and twist. Couldn't agree more, plus it helps when you sneak into places. Hee, she had a mischief look in her eyes, one Irina felt she didn't need to think too strong about to figure out what it meant. But besides personal use, we use it for real work. Said work, you will be doing in just a minute, but before that we'll need to go over a few things. She brought out a small yellow notebook, opened it and began to scroll through it. Irina caught only a glimpse of what it contained. It was a list of the clients' names, with photos of the person and name of who dealt with them. A lot of boys and men had either Kaneko or Akino, while girls and older ladies tended to be serviced by Asia, Kiba and Rias. She stopped, as a blank page with only a name, her age and address written on it, was shown to Irina. Here she is, Penkujiku, from Shiki 231, an office woman in her early 30s. That's who you'll hopefully form your first contract with tonight, Irina-chan. Akino cheered, before fishing a small camera out of a nearby bag and giving it to her. Take a photo of her, but only if you secure the contract. Irina nodded, feeling a bit nervous with how this whole thing had been proceeding. It hadn't been bad, it was just a lot for her. She had been excited for this the last few days, but with the last day's worth of dumps, plus the reality of her now having to do this, was starting to hit her. A pair of hands softly grabbed her shoulders from behind, as her MSDR's kind voice spoke indulgently in her ears. Don't worry, Irina. You'll be just fine, and if anything happens that you don't feel comfortable with, then you can leave. You don't have to do anything perfect tonight, nor do you have to return successful, just as long as you try, then I'm happy. Rias said, massaging her shoulders to help alleviate her nerves. Irina felt her cheeks warming up. Sometimes when Rias did this, she felt like her mother had come back to life, since she did this often whenever she was nervous as a child. He killed them. She turned her head, smiling with gratitude, trying to distract herself from the thought. Thanks, Rias, I needed that. The trio of experienced devils sent off their junior soon after, wishing her good luck as she vanished inside the circle. East end of Ku, Irina found herself in a quiet, yet much more urban part of town. She had appeared out of the air, in a small street hidden among rows of the same asphalt and flat-roofed apartment buildings. Each seemed to be no less than 3 stories high, with people hanging their laundry outside of their bathroom windows. The sight of these buildings left little to make her like the place. It seemed so dead and silent all around her. The rows of box homes muffled and softened the sound of the nearby highway and the few roads that drove inside of this maze of boring architectural design. But by being such, they also helped her find her way to her future client's home. The building she had appeared in front of was Shiki 211, the one down the road to the left was Shiki 201, and so, the one to her right had to lead her to Shiki 221. Beyond that was most likely 231, unless of course Japan had lost touch with how neat it always was, which Irina highly doubted. She found herself standing in front of a slightly bigger apartment building. In fact, most of the buildings from here were all the same height and seemed singular, as instead of there being 10 rooms in one building, now it was only 4. Why the less inhabited buildings got bigger, while the ones that housed more people were smaller, was a question Irina decided not to dwell too much on. She got closer, found a box with 4 different mailboxes, and a bell over each of them. They each had the room NR and name of the inhabitant. The person she was here for was the first one, but her name was not on the mailbox. Neizojiku. Maybe they're siblings living together. She tried not to question the name missing, or lack of warning from Penku, and pressed the doorbell. A few seconds went by. She turned towards one of the doors on her left, locked behind a small chain-link fence. Again, another thing these homes only had. Then a small lens shut up to the left of the doorbell, and a voice came calling from a cheap-sounding mic. "Hello. You the devil I asked for?" She sounded slightly hopeful, like someone else had come by tonight and pretended to be a devil before her. Irina looked into the small lens, nodded as she responded. "Yes, I'm the devil you requested, Ms. Jiku. My name's Irina, it's a dash. Wait, don't do it like that, not over a screen." She shouted through the mic, scaring Irina. Come in. I'll unlock the door for you." The lens closed and the mic buzzing stopped as the door opened mechanically. Irina was a bit confused by what had happened, but decided that things seemed okay for now and pushed forward. The gate shut behind and she was greeted by a rather appealing Japanese woman, wearing what could only be her work clothes. A gray shirt, in desperate need of being ironed out, a black skirt going past her knees and with some gray high heels. She looked worn out, tired and in need of a bath and a meal. She was blushing, probably embarrassed for looking like a total mess in front of her guest. Sorry about the shouting, She began mumbling something to herself. Work was hell. Her boss was too HRD on her, and something about a coworker leaving in the worst way possible. "It's fine, really, Ms. Jiku. I am guessing you request me to help you relax." The small woman smiled, thankfully for her insight and ability to know what she needed. "That would be great. Irina-chan, right?" she asked, looking a bit embarrassed again. Irina nodded, before being led inside and helping her get some relaxation. As Ms. Jiku washed away her long day's fatigue, Irina began to clean up the living room, ready the double bed and even cook up a meal with the few things that were fresh, or not beer, in the fridge. She put on the rice cooker, which needed a good scrubbing first, and then cleaned up the mess she had made preparing the pork and vegetable pot. A few things had left small impressions on her. The rooms were all decorated with statues, carvings and paintings of ravens and cats. Yet not a single cat was in sight, nor a bird cage to house the one of the only two good black birds in the world. And she got the idea that while Penku worked an office job, her sister was most likely in the fashion business. Plus she was also taller than her sister, since all the small clothes were gray, black and blue, while the bigger pieces were brown, emerald green and ocean blue. Only the underwear part was quite similar, almost like they were trying to match with each other. It was also quite CC and frilly, leaving Irina with quite the daydream of herself and Issei. "I need to buy a pair." No, the bathroom door was opened, and surrendered by steam and covered in 2 towels, one for her body and one for hair. She had formed the latter like a small hat around her black hair. Irina could swear she was almost glowing with how clean and energetic she now looked. She was even smiling so brightly, Irina almost felt she was being blinded by holy light since it kind of stung. That was amazing. I can't remember the last time I took a bath that felt so good. Penku excited the steam, letting Irina be entranced by the sight of a mature woman. Her office clothes were either incredibly tight or her melons were fake, because down the small hallway of this home came a woman truly blessed with great assets. She was like a goddess among humans. The two sat down. Penku had gotten dressed in some pajamas that were also gray. But weirdly it looked cute on her, plus they also allowed for her beauty to be more seeable. She didn't even hesitate to scuff down the food prepared by Irina, leaving the bowl empty mere seconds after she began. Irina joked, earning a stuffed, yet hearty laugh from the woman. "Yes, much better than anything I get at work, or that my wife makes me." Irina felt surprised, then a bit stupid of how she hadn't noticed the marriage ring on the woman's finger, nor the many lovers like knickknacks, cups and the underwear. "You're gay?" Irina asked. She closed her mouth, hoping she had offended or sounded too shocked when she asked. But it seemed Penku wasn't that affected. She just smiled like she had expected this reaction. "Yes, happily married for 7 years. I guess you thought we were sisters." Irina just nodded, blushing a bit. Penku chuckled, finding the way she reacted cute. "Don't worry, a lot of people think that at first too, so I'm used to it." She was so calm, not the same flustered and tired woman she had met at the door. While Irina believed herself to be pretty open-minded, and able to accept other people's interests most of the time. She was curious how a couple like this hadn't been run out of town by now. It was a sad truth that smaller towns, and sometimes even just certain parts at times, are unable to accept most kinds of changes, and often become offended at the very idea of them living nearby. Miss Penku was pretty chill and explained that she and her wife didn't normally tell the truth of their relationship to new people, so the poor travel of them living together as a pair of siblings was quite convenient. That also brought other problems, like some of the older neighbors always nudging them to find a husband each, even suggesting their own sons as possible partners. But the couple was happy and could live in relative peace, and could still be themselves, even if they had to stand indoors or go on trips out of town. We often visit Nezo's parents in Egypt, since they're a lot more tolerant over there in the West. Irina found the whole thing quite interesting, even forgetting about time, as she found their love story really interesting. Love can be strong, but I didn't know that certain kinds of it could be this strong. I'm glad my boyfriend and I don't have to deal with any of that. Irina responds, baiting the older woman to hook onto her silently suggestion to discuss love, maybe even give her a few hints. Penku, as if she had taken another bath, glowed as her brown eyes brightened, ready to start this girl-to-woman talk. A high school sweetheart. Does he know that you're, well, a devil? She asked, leaning over the table. Irina tried desperately to ignore the massive cleavage she showed, as she began to brag. He's my child crush, and yes, he knows he's also like me, kind of. Penku clapped, finding simple joy in the wholesome start to this love talk. Really? I wish me and Nezo had known each other as kids. We would probably have started going out a lot sooner then. Fate is cruel. She groaned, but the smile on her face could not be dispelled, and their chat continued. From love, lives, struggles, work and school, and to the finalization of their contract. Penku signed without a moment of hesitation, and her beauty was captured onto a small piece of paper moments later. Tonight was great. I haven't talked this much to someone like this besides my wife. I wish you could have met her. She likes to gossip about romance even more than me. The two stood by the fence door, still chatting with what little time they had left. Yeah, but maybe next time. Since now that you're my client, you can call on me anytime you need me. Irina stepped outside the gate, ready to head home. Penku let the gate close as she waved one last time. I'll probably call you soon then. Bye for now, Irina-chan. Today was amazing, thank you. She went inside, leaving Irina alone out in the silent maze of apartments, barely feeling the last 3 hours of talking and housework weighing on her body. Cat's out of the bag. Issei's house. The door's lock released as Issei turned the handle and opened the door. At the doorstep, smiling from ear to ear, stood Irina. She, without a single word between them, leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, then ducked to his right and went into the kitchen. Great to see you too. Confused by her sudden affection, he said hello as normally would. You too, babe. Already seconds later, he could hear her chopping up ingredients for dinner. He closed the door and leaned into the kitchen, watching Irina filled with a whole different kind of energy than the one he saw earlier today. Smiling, humming to something he could swear was a love song, and even swaying from side to side to the beat as she cooked dinner. A smile formed on him as well. He was unsure of how gratifying devil work could be, but if it had this kind of effect on Irina, then he couldn't really complain. I'm guessing work went well. He snuck behind her, trying to imitate her rhythmic humming-fueled moves with his own. She spun around, planting another embrace on him. She pushed her lips onto his. It was amazing, and I managed to get my very first client. Cheers and jazz hands went into the air, as Irina kept celebrating her very first client. Issei tried his best to help with the mood, taking her by her upper legs and spinning himself and her around the air in circles. That's amazing, Irina. He cheered her on. He let her down a bit after, while he prepared the table for the two. Irina could not stop herself from spilling each part, and each moment she saw and experienced at Ms. Jiku's house. From how she changed from a simple bath, dinner and girl talk. How she could probably beat Issei's sisters and female relatives in pure beauty, much to Issei's great horror. And how different to most people she seemed, like an angel among humans. Issei barely got a word in, and ended up finishing his part of their meal long before she even began to eat. He felt so entranced, just listening to Irina speak and speak, like she could never stop again. Each new part seemed different, but the way it made Irina look was what truly bound him to his chair. Genuinely happy. Pure joy beamed from every inch of her face, elevating her beauty and allure to new heights. "You're the real beauty here, Irina," he thought to himself as she again began describing how massive Penku's tips and butt were. She even explained how it wasn't in a way that looked weird, unnatural, or slutty. It was pure and natural beauty, given to her by some or every god of beauty alive. "She is just so amazing, I wish you could meet her. You would like her too." Irina finally seemed to end her TED talk of why Penku was great. Issei could see the way her eyes seemed to plead for him to join her next time, but he had promised Rias not to interfere in devil business. "Sorry, can't Irina. If I did, I might just try to make her pay tribute to Aphrodite." He joked. She made a sad expression, but seemed to kind of just accept it, only pulling the puppy's eyes out for a brief moment. But in the face of Issei, just closing his eyes, she gave up her last attempt pretty quick. "Fine. I guess I wouldn't want you to suddenly fall for her, she might just make you forget all about me. That's how appealing she is." Issei nearly opened his eyes, but knew it was a bait for an old, yet unbeatable trap. A trap even his sister, Athena, had never taught him how to counter, as it was the greatest weapon of every woman alive. The baited question. Legend says, it was what led to Troy's fall and to the first form of equity between genders. But thankfully his older brother was a famous womanizer, so he had been shown how to dodge this trap. He opened his eyes, put a bit of fire into them, making them glow warmly at her. Plus the steam emitting from his body made the sight of him a bit nicer, at least he hoped so. He took each of her hands in his own, softly clutching around them, and spoke slowly and with a cinch of sexiness. "No god, human, or being in any dimension or era could ever make me stop loving you, Irina." Counter successful. A massive blush on her face, and hearts for pupils, and a look that hungered for him to show her more of this unflattering love here and now. As he got up he made way to their bedroom with Irina in his arms. Neither could wait, and half their clothes were off, and their lips melting together, before they even reached the top of the stairs. Ku Academy, all could see it, the cheery grin on her face was evident, that Irina had gone to town and made her demigod boyfriend go down. It had been a long night, with lots of kisses, though she didn't tell what else happened, all her friends could guess it. So Issei was left alone at home, recovering from his girlfriend's affectionate love-giving mode. So, Rias didn't really want to ask, but knew better and just wanted to get this over with. "Uf Issei so strong, he got sick?" Irina smirked with a cheeky grin, as a small flash of lust went through her mind. A picture of Issei begging "Please, stop. I beg of you." Drake stopped her lewd thoughts, having trouble with how Issei didn't really sound like he was enjoying it anymore. "Yeah. It was great," she nonchalantly answered, before taking a sip of the tea Aquino had given her earlier. Again in her life, Rias heard something she didn't quite know how to respond to. Or if she even responds to it. "Oh, by the way, your client Ms. Penku asked for your service again tonight. She seems to like you a lot." A bit of normalcy returned to the club room, as Rias remembered why she had originally asked Irina to stay after school had ended. Irina perked up a bit, already excited to see the middle-aged woman again. "Should I go now then?" she asked. She looked ready to teleport right then and there, as she almost jumped out of her comfortable seat on the couch, nearly spilling her tea over herself. A quick chuckle left Rias's mouth, before she brought out a small note. "No, she asked for you to come around 5, since she won't be done with work before then. She even sent a house key." She dangled the key around her index finger, using the metal circle it was hanging on like a hula hop ring. She spun it around a few times, then threw over to Irina, who caught it with her hands. "I got the keys to her house." Irina asked in amazement. She hadn't thought her service had been that good, at least not enough for her to get a key. "Oh, it doesn't work like a normal key, it's a magic key that a human client can make and send to their devil contractor, so that they can enter their home without them having to be around. It was really useful back in the day. Rias explained, before also handing over the note to her. She plopped down next to her, waiting to see if Irina needed any more help or explanations. She read the note, checked out the key, noticing the small rose emblem along with the magic it was giving off. So how does this key work? Do I just appear in her home now, instead of the streets? Irina asked. Yep, pretty much. Normally you would always appear in the client's house, but sometimes they are against the idea, so they can block us and we can only be near it until we are let inside. Sounds tough? Irina commented. It happens rarely, so if anything it's just a fun little chang'elin. Aquino responded from the small kitchen hidden behind the crimson covers in the back of the main room. That's true, one of Asia's first clients also had her appear out in the streets. The poor girl called me and cried about how she had failed her job. She's too pure, honestly. Rias reminisces about that time, smiling fondly, while hiding her amusement at the memory. A conversation broke out between the three girls about past experiences with clients. The good times, the fun times, the bad times, and even the rather sad times. Aquino retold her short contract with a patient at the town hospital, how he had asked for her company and not a cure for his disease. A few tears left her eyes as she retold that story. Some of the others came to the club as well, one by one, either having finished their work with clients, or Zenobia, who was done handing out pamphlets in the streets and looked tired. She wasn't used to doing work like this. She had given speeches in her churches and cathedrals many times, but this was a bit too different. Then Irina had to go, since her client was just about to pack up for the day, so she had to leave and get the apartment ready for her. She went through the circle again, key in hand like Rias had instructed, and she felt when the light consumed her, she was at a door and unlocking it. She even heard the click of a lock opening itself, and suddenly she stood in the entrance to Ms. Penku's home. It looked like it had reverted back to how she found it yesterday, like all her strong work had just been a buff in a video, and it had run out the moment she left. She took out the note, reading through the list of to-dos that Penku had sent, clean the floor off clothes and stuff, put the laundry in the machine in the bathroom, vacuum the floor and the couch. Most of the stuff had been pretty normal, simple cleaning, laundry, and even a request for a meal. But vacuuming a couch hadn't something Irina thought she would be doing, but as she looked over at it, in the corner it had been nestled in, she saw why. Cat hair. Cat hair all over the woolly fabric pillows and armrests. Without even noticing it, she had the vacuum in hand like it was her great sword. This was a battle, and she didn't quite know if she could win it. Bus. Dryag, a mighty dragon of 3,000 years of age, asked his partner worriedly, since even he felt fearful of this opponent. Bus. And so the fight began. A fight unlike any other in history. 10-minute skip, thank. She hesitated a bit, since she couldn't say God without it hurting. But she managed to think of a more fitting name. Lucifer, that Dysons are so good, I might have given up otherwise. Irina celebrated as she rested on the now freshly vacuumed and cat hair-free couch, enjoying her spoils of victory. But her victory was short-lived, as she had more work to be done. She began cleaning up the clothes, trash and beer cans littering the floor, then vacuumed it. She put all the clothes from the laundry basket and from the floor in the washing machine, then took out the trash. Found some empty bowls on the floor. She put 2 and 2 together, and put some cat food in one and water in the other. But she couldn't for the life of her find the litter box, so she instead tidied up the rooms one by one, and found what ingredients that were left in the fridge. It appeared that Penku had been out shopping, or maybe her wife had, because there was a bit more food than before. Most of it was fish, not skinned and deboned, like just straight up fresh from the fish market. It didn't stop her from whipping out her cooking skills, and preparing 2 smaller tunas. As if she was a Michelin star chef, she gracefully, yet bravely cut away at the skin, took away the bones, sliced it into small bite-sized pieces and began to fry it. Cooking was the one thing she exulted at, and it was unlikely she wasn't ever not going to need it, so she kept herself ready at all times. She cooked up some rice, chopped some peppers, lettuce and tomatoes for a small side dish, and then patiently waited for Penku to come home. The look on the office worker's face, when she saw the freshly cooked food and her clean home was satisfying for Irina to watch. With a small hug from the woman and the opening of a beer, the two sat down to eat and talk like last night. Their conversation continued on last night's topics, along with a few others. Even a polite, "How was your day?" was passed between the two. Irina just kept it brief, explaining how they had Parents' Day tomorrow and had to do a bit more in their lessons than normal. She did get asked if her parents would come, which led to an awkward answer and a very apologetic Penku. "But it's fine, my in-laws will come. I think they will at least, so I'll manage." Penku didn't seem fully able to accept her blunder, but there wasn't much to do about that now, and Irina was okay talking about it. "Still, are you gonna be okay seeing all your dash?" "I'm fine, don't worry, Miss Penku." Irina interrupted. "Maybe not that okay." Penku seemed a bit hurt by the tone of her voice, but it looked as if she understood Irina and left the matter on the table for another time. "I get it, you don't want to talk about it." She put her right hand softly on hers. Irina was about to pull it back, but the look in her eyes felt similar to how she felt whenever she thought back to her childhood. "But know that if you ever want to talk, then I'm willing to lend an ear." A subtle but warm smile grew on the lady's face. Irina nodded, but she couldn't help but admire the woman for her kindness. 2 hours later, someone's at the door. Irina was surprised by Dryag's sudden heads-up, enough to stop her from listening to Penku, as she then heard the buzz of the gate being opened. Penku stood up, dusted herself off and went over to the door. Irina sat back in the chair, seeing that whoever this was, someone Penku had been expecting. "It's Nazo. I'll welcome her, you can stay here." Her words seemed worried, despite how Irina felt one would speak about their partner, but maybe Nazo didn't know she was here or that Penku had a devil servant. "By the way, why did you warn me?" Irina felt a bit interested, or more likely Issei's thing with always trying to be on top of everything had rubbed off on her. Dryag didn't answer, as much as he seemed to silently boost her senses, making her see what he was seeing. She could see the outline of two women standing outside, talking with each other. One of them was small, most likely Penku. She had this weird yellow with a purple hue-like energy around her. It felt familiar, but Irina couldn't figure out why. The other person was much larger, definitely Nazo from how Irina had imagined her to be like. Tall, probably also hot, and very much in the moment with how it looked like she just suddenly French-kissed Penku. But her body didn't have the same glow around it. There was one, but it felt fierce and filled with great power, and like storm waves. It was a deep beige, with dark blue feline-looking creatures roaming around in the sandy beige desert. Because of that, this Nazo person isn't human, and I am starting to doubt if Miss Penku is one either. Dryag retracted the boost, making Irina feel a sudden sense of soreness in some metaphysical part of her body. Imagine a headache, just your physical head doesn't hurt, but something else in the same way does. What should I do? Irina, a bit more worried than before, tried to keep calm and find a way to solve or perhaps even survive this situation. Like wrapping yourself in a blanket, Irina felt that the whole building was put inside of a barrier. She had experienced a few by now. They felt like blankets that you couldn't see, but you knew it was there, you could just feel it keeping you inside. This one felt more prepared, more dense and old, very old. The door opened up, the pair going inside arm in arm. Penku could probably pass for a teenager if the two walked like that in town. She had a bag in her other hand, a very visible mark of red lips on her own lips, and her right cheek. The other woman was tall, wore a very nice sleek, sandy brown coat, with the weirdest neck piece Irina had ever seen. But her face, like déjà vu, when she saw it a flash of Monday night went by. Ruby eyes as red as they could be, with a face as fierce and majestic as a lioness. It's her, Irina thought as she leaped out of her chair, shocking the pair, when her left hand was suddenly wearing a red gauntlet and had a great sword gripped tightly in it. Who the F are you? Irina shouted. She was ready to defend herself. She knew she couldn't teleport away, and the pair was blocking the only door. Penku looked like she had expected this to happen, when she let go of Nazo and just walked past Irina, like she didn't have a sword in hand. What the he dash? Penku held up her hand, signaling her to zip it. The glow Irina had seen before when her senses were boosted became briefly visible, as Penka's body seemed to morph into an even more appealing version of herself. Along with this beauty came 5 pairs of raven dark wings. "I'm sorry, Irina," the much hotter, yet also scarier Penka said. "I wish you didn't notice Nazo last Monday, but here we are." She sat down in her chair, opening another beer calmly. But her expression did seem genuine, but it was strong for Irina to believe that with all the things she had seen and heard. But if she was a fallen angel, then what was Nazo? Irina worriedly thought. She looked over her left shoulder and saw something that would have been cute, if not for how on edge she currently was. Nazo, a woman half a head taller than Issei, was now as tall as Asia and had the lower half of a lion. She was a centaur that got a lion's butt and not a horse's butt. She was smiling awkwardly at her, like this wasn't how she had wanted this to go. Were they really friendly? Irina wondered for a brief second, before she backstepped as Nazo leaped at her. Her arms wide open. "Wait, what the hell is going on? Who are you two? Why AR-? Irina-chan, dispel the gear, sit down and I'll explain everything." She gripped her sword just a bit together, as she kept an eye on both of them from on top of the couch. She felt scared, unsure of what was happening, but more importantly what she should do. "Any ideas, Drag?" A few seconds passed by before an answer was given. "Long time, but no see, Sphinx." "You too, old man?" Nazo answered, her tail swaying softly from side to side. Sunflower, sorry for the long wait, just could decide how to start this chapter, or even how to end it. Anyways, enjoy. Issei's house. Issei sat down on his sofa as he ate from his instant noodle cup, while listening to his older brother Ares on the phone. He raved on and on about some stupid conflict a minor war god had started up in Europa, while he still had his conflicts in the Middle East. Issei listened to his boring and slightly childish yammering mindlessly as he awaited Irina to return home. Mainly to hear about her day, see how she was feeling about tomorrow, and to understand why a few of their friends had sent him "get better soon" messages. "Issei, you been listening to a word I said?" Issei just grunted in response, seeing it as a good enough show of attention. The war god seemed to feel the same, as he without wasting a second went on about his war god problems. "You know, I got this gut feeling dash." A massive explosion went off in the background, with a bunch of scared foreign-sounding screams following it, before Ares continued. "It's telling me that something big is coming. A big war is brewing somewhere in the world." Issei's ear perked up a bit at that news. Ares' gut feelings were good, if not 99% assured to warn about any upcoming war. It was how he knew that when Ares had thrown that golden apple at Hera, Athena and Aphrodite that one time, that it would kick off a war. The Trojan War. "Yeah, so, is it gonna be soon, and between what countries?" Issei asked, slightly intrigued to see humans throw away an endless amount of human lives for some oil, metal, or some other pointless reason. No human forces this time, just us and the rest of the supernatural world. And it won't be small like the so-called Great War, but big. Really big. Issei almost spat out his food. Ares normally wouldn't call the Great War small, without good reason. "We talking end of the world?" "We might be, but I don't know for sure. I'll check up with a few other old war gods, see if anyone else feels the same as me." He felt his own gut agreeing with Ares. It could be because he trusts his words wholeheartedly when it comes to these things, or thanks to his many times working with him and seeing wars start and end. Demigods are affected by the gods they work under, are guided by or who they choose to follow. By doing this, they are granted that god's essence. A better name for it would be the god's domain. Never enough to take over as one faction new god of X thing, but to better them in the same domain. And Issei was really good at the war domain. Said domain is vast in which way it can be used or performed, thanks to the many war gods, their children and their servants who help in their cruelty or total domination. Issei stands by Ares' strength and listens to Athena's strategies, placing him in the middle, yet still as a factor that can change battles or war. Though he has only ever fought in a human one. His title ain't just because he rides a dragon, it's because his very presence would be perceived as a dragon's by human soldiers. "Anything I should do in the meantime?" he asked, waiting for an order. The phone went silent, as only the background noise filled his ears, until Ares spoke with a foreboding voice. "Start training, get your spear sharpened and be ready for anything, that's my only order for now. Be safe, Issei." He ended the call, leaving Issei to go through their conversation. He looked over to his spear. It stood next to the fridge, made to look like a broom with some simple illusion magic. He walked over and grabbed it, removing the illusion and letting its bronze head reflect the light from the kitchen lights. In the reflection he saw himself, smiling madly, as a sea of fire surrendered him and storms rage above. 2 wings of wind, with copper braces holding it in place, sprouted behind him in the reflection. "Raise my hand." "Yes, child." Ku Academy. The halls were filled with students and their parents, walking and talking about the things they had seen, as the Parents' Day event was coming to an end. The supernatural students had left the main building, sort of retreating into the older ones, not to hide from the humans, but to hide their shameless and embarrassing older siblings. At least Sona and Rias were, the others were just dragged along to watch the show unfold. Issei was standing with Venelana, Rias's mom, and Graphia, going over a few things and parts of the 2 Eris reports that were missing or incomplete. He couldn't help from comparing Venelana with Rias, since they were just mirror reflections of each other. But Venelana was just an inch taller, had longer and flowy brown hair, and was just a bit more mature in her expressions and body language. The curse and blessing of the supernatural world is their near eternal youth, but once it fades, it's gone and you just get to look so old. Venelana didn't look a day over 27 in Issei's opinion. It was like talking with his mother, since they both shared many of the same mannerisms and that weird older than they really looked feel to them. "So nothing was forgotten this month, hi?" Graphia asked, as she checked off one last box on her clipboard, whilst trying to ignore her husband's antics against Rias. "Yes, I made sure the 2 of them remembered to not leave anything off the report," he answered, smiling just a bit devilish as he remembered last Monday. 3 hours straight of nothing but Rias and Sona writing the same monthly report, until Issei accepted it. "Good to hear, dear. Well, let's stop talking about work, and let's get out of here and celebrate." Seraphal shouted, as she hugged her little sister nearly to death. Sona was out cold and her sisters embraced. Now Issei had only met Surzex, and knew he was just a bit of a character, but if he didn't know any better, then he said all of the Devil's Kings were weirdos. "Yes, let's go right away and party at Issei's home." Zeoticus agreed with Seraphal as he let go of Rias, who was still being held captive by Surzex. Issei gritted his teeth, silently. "Now, let's not force this upon Dash. Sure, you can hold a party at our house, Lady Levitin." Irina interrupted Venelana, and just ticked off Issei a tad bit. What? He thought as he looked at Irina. She had barely said a thing the whole day, and if she did, it wasn't to him, but everyone else. He wanted to protest, but the midget of the Devil King cast a teleportation spell and brought all the people into Issei's living room. Issei's house was made for 3 or 4 to live in, and could have about 10 or so people in at once without it being too cramped. But 2 half-filled peerages, 5 adults and himself was a few too many. He didn't even want to know how Seraphal knew where he lived, he just wanted her and most of the others to F off. The adults, mainly only Graphia, Venelana and Zeoticus, sat down by the kitchen island place table, looking at Irina and Issei, who had put themselves in the kitchen to prepare something. Issei was the son of Zeus, who rules over the domain of being a proper host, so to not do the slightest for his guest, even if they are unwanted, would be like insulting his dad to the face. Rias and Surzex walked around the house, exploring it and seeing all the interesting furniture that Issei had in his house. Both were fans of Japan and all that to do with it, but they couldn't deny they had a love for other interesting cultures. Sona made her peerage and sister behave themselves, as she tried to entertain her sister's wild desires to the best of ability. Thankfully, Issei's Greek murals and carpets helped keep her occupied. In the end, Issei's family's moving gifts made the living room feel just a bit less tight than it really was. Rias's peerage talked with themselves, while Aquino went to chat with Rias's family. Irina found a pan, took out the rice cooker and began to make something light, yet filling for their guest. She was also ignoring Issei's fiery stare, as he put a kettle on and found some of Aunt's tea leaves on the herb rack over the sink window. "Why did you bring them over?" She groaned quietly. It annoyed Issei a bit, like she was the one who had been ignored all day and not him. "Because it was the right thing to do, and we have the biggest house," she answered sternly, but quietly enough to not let the others hear them. "Doesn't mean we have to do, besides you should have asked. You would have said no. I know you, Issei, and I know what you really are." He felt his heart beat harder for a second. It hurt. He had no idea what she meant, but it made him worry. "What are you talking about?" he asked as he tried to keep his cool. He crushed the leaves, turning them to powder, then putting the powder into a small bag. "Find out for yourself, oh great Issei, destroyer of Athans." His heart beat harder again, making his body feel pain. He grabbed the table edge with his right hand, as his pupils turned to fiery orange. "Who told you that?" A low growling rang in his throat, as he turned halfways towards Irina, watching her still ignore him. Yet he could smell her fear. It was new to him, but he didn't question it. She opened the rice cooker slowly, and turned off the fire under the pan, letting ginger and bit-sized pork chops off the heat. "Your sister told me, last night," she responded as she tried to find the bowls and chopsticks, but unfortunately Issei stood in front of the cupboard with them. "I need to which of my sisters?" he demanded as Irina now caught a glimpse of his angry face. Her eyes looked down to her right, not focusing on anything or trying to avoid his sight. He knew this expression. She was talking with Drake. But he didn't care and wouldn't let the old dragon stop her from saying the truth. He grabbed her by the chin and dragged her face up to his. "Which of my sisters, Irina?" He saw her eyes shaking as her lips quivered, trying to speak with little success. "Issei, what are you doing?" Akino nearly shouted as she noticed the couple arguing. Issei let go, then turned away and went back to prepare the tea. "Nothing that concerns you, Akino?" He felt her doubt. He also felt many others watching Irina and him, with concern. "Yes, it's fine, Akino, just a lover's quarrel. I should." "Sorry, Issei, we'll talk later." Irina responded as she grabbed the bowls, chopsticks, and prepared a small board to carry it all on. "Now, is anyone hungry? 6 years ago, Italy, Rome, I don't get why I need to dress like you, Emile," Issei complained as he lifted up his dark gray robes, finding their length useless in a fight. He tugged on his sleeves, noting how they were too long, but might be useful for a sneak attack. He just needed a knife. Emilia, a young nun in training, draped in similar clothes as him, just chuckled as he kept examining his look. Zenobia, the hot-headed brunette, snickered as she watched Issei struggle. Petty revenge, some might say, but she felt it was divine punishment. "Neither do I, but it's fun to watch the almighty Issei fail at the simplest of things." His eyes flared hot red for a second, as he turned and stomped over to her, bringing the pair into another, weaponless, stare down. "Say that again, weakling," Issei said. Zenobia stood up to meet him at eye level, then confused Issei by looking down briefly, then smiling evilly. She stomped parts of his robe that sat on the ground with her foot, then dragged them towards her, so fast Issei didn't have time to stop himself from falling. "Simple really?" Zenobia laughed as she left the pair alone in Issei's new room for the next few weeks. Issei growled like a dog as he got up from the wooden floor, as he and Emilia heard Zenobia continue to laugh as she marched down the halls. "I'll kill her, first chance I get." Emilia giggled a bit, not seeing how serious Issei was or how likely he might be at doing it. "She's always like this with the other boys, it just means she likes you." "Well, maybe not you, but it might change. May the Lord see to that." Emilia prayed as she dusted off Issei. He looked at with a puzzled look, wondering why she was so nice and fine with him staying here, when he less than a day ago had nearly killed her and Zenobia for insulting his mother. "Why are you so nice to me? Aren't you scared of me?" She nodded her briefly but kept near him. "Then why are you still here and not quivering in fear?" She giggled at his confused question. "I might be scared, but the Lord tells us not to fear what he brought into the world. If I fall for fear, then I might lose a chance for a deep and strong friendship with you, or someone else in the future. Emilia explained, smiling with the shine of a sunflower in full bloom. She had the hair color to match and brown eyes like the middle of one too. You remind me of someone I know, Issei said. He could see her standing next to Irina. They could be twins in his eyes. Issei, now we have to go or else we'll be late for lunch. She reached her hand out to him, welcoming him to a new world. At least he felt it was like that, with how gray and dull the buildings and people looked, yet how warm and full they felt. He grabbed her hand and let her pull him along, out the door and down the halls. This is nice, he thought. Wish you could see it. Irina, men 6 years ago, Italy, Rome, scratch that, this is boring as F. Issei thought as lunch was not lunch, it was a prayer, a big one, to get a piece of bread and a glass of juice. Can't give kids wine, which he thought was stupid, he had wine before. It wasn't that bad. You may eat, children. Enjoy. A priest said as he sat down at a table at the end of the hall. The canteen was an old church, reused to have meals in. Where the altar normally sat, now a table with teachers/priests sat. And where the pews normally stood row in row, now sat small 10-man tables. At each table, a nun sat with the kids, or young adults, and made sure everyone behaved. Apparently, this was new, as that was what Emilia said, since her mentor and sponsor, Giulio, had made them have to install nuns at the older tables, thanks to his behavior. And now Issei was another shining example of why it was a good idea to have them at the older tables. Behave, child, thank the Lord properly and you may eat, and not a moment sooner. An older nun, a hag in Issei's opinion, scolded him as he finished praying, just not to God, but to someone who actually does SHT, as he said. I don't believe in God, and I already thanked my aunt for the food, so I won't? He responded, making the woman gasp from shock. Blasphemy. The other kids began to whisper, some even pointed their fingers at him, while repeating the word hearing over and over again. Emilia and Zenobia, who sat at the table behind him, tried to keep calm. Should we do something? Emilia asked. Nope, he asked for it. And what hubris to say your aunt made all this. She pointed at all the food before them. Emilia forgot briefly that Zenobia disliked Issei enough to risk getting punished by Greisedal. Why did I bother asking? I'll go over and hell dash. Don't, it's not worth the trouble, Emil. He has to accept the Lord has power here, not his aunt. Zenobia held onto her arm, slowly bringing her back down. What's the problem, sister, Mista? A familiar man asked as he bent down just a bit, and got down to eye level with the two arguing people. I mean, Father Giulio, what brings you here? The nun sounded flabbergasted at his sudden appearance. Giulio pointed at Issei, with a mischievous look. Him, the little troublemaker. He's at the wrong table, you see. The nun looked confused at him, then at Issei, then back at him. You just right? He has no manners fit for even this table. The child speaks of Blas dash. Giulio put a finger up to his lips, signaling her to shut her mouth. He's different, not a heretic. Now then, let's go, Issei. Giulio grabbed him by the arm, then dragged him away with a mild bit of force, to the entrance of the canteen. There another table had been placed. It was circular, with 3 stools, with one being occupied by Griselda, enjoying a moment of peace. She was still praying, silently, as if she had done it wrong and redid it from the start each time. She was smiling quite beautifully, until she could hear Giulio's footsteps coming closer. Her smile turned to a frown and she stopped praying, and opened her eyes to watch the two, with an icy cold stare. You can't be serious, Giulio. Issei felt a bit offended. It seemed like she was more angry about him being here, than she was about Giulio bringing him. Can't we just eat with the kid? Might keep the nuns from going nuts about his lack of, shall we say, proper prayer. He proposed with slight glee, yet Griselda was not swayed. Put him back at his table, and let's eat already, we have classes after this. We don't have time to watch him as well. She argued back. She kept her hands clasped together, still awaiting to be prayed with fully. Yet it made her look somewhat menacing. I have a higher rank than you, so I decide if he stays or not. I was only asking to be nice. Giulio retorted, as he motioned Issei to sit down next to Griselda, who looked at Dulio with an even more angry gaze. You can't always play rank when you don't get your way. Her fury sat in her throat, and she began to pray again. But Issei could hear her muttering to herself, something like, "May Satan take him. I recommend a furrier, the commute time is much quicker," Issei said before eating his slice of bread. Griselda peeked her left open a quick moment, closing it when she saw his humorous smile. Present, edge of Ku, in an old and recently flooded museum that was left to decay in the forest, stood two young women and observed the town down the hill. Both were cloaked in black hoods, yet their faces could still be seen. One was pale with short silver hair, blue eyes and this punk-like look to them. The other was tanned, with long brown hair, blue eyes and a more sophisticated look to their overall stance. "Are your band of misfits ready for tomorrow's surprise?" the tan woman asked. "Yep, got the green light from them all. We'll betray the fallen, join you guys, but only if we get to stay independent and choose when and who we fight," the other woman demanded. Her eyes gleamed in the light of the moon, adding to her beauty. Not that many were there to admire it, and those that were, had little care for it. Power was all to them. The tanned lady looked on at the town, smiling slightly. "You will, don't you worry, my dear cousin. And what of you, Nazo?" she asked. The pale women turned around, trying to find this other person, Anastr of hiding, for she nor her partner had sensed them. At least until now. "I have planted the seeds I needed to, so my father has allowed for my involvement in your petty war." A brown mouse sat menacingly on a nearby branch, watching the pair of women with its big red eyes. The pale women felt she was made bare before her eyes, like they knew all about her from a single glance. "Good, my comrades will appreciate a little added monstrous strength. I do hope this betrayal will go over well with your little plaything." The lady giggled softly into her hand, as Nazo's eyes narrowed, her tail swing slowing down. "Do not go there, youngster. I and my siblings will be of great benefit to your cause, but speak like this again, and I will make you all wish you were killed in your last war," Nazo threatened, before she leaped off into the night, leaping from branch to branch soundlessly. The tanned woman nodded once, before turning back towards the other woman. She will most likely seek to benefit from this in her own ways, such as the way of the old. "Stay alert, Lady Lucifer." The pale woman just rolled her eyes, before teleporting away. "Whatever, Kateria." Kateria clicked her tongue, spat at where the other woman had been. "Disgusting half-BLD, Issei's house. I'm sorry, what did you call me, half-BLD, Drake answered, pissing off Issei enough to blow steam from his nostrils. "Half-god, half-not human." Drake said each word slowly. Issei grabbed the gauntlet with such force, Irina could feel her hand being squeezed. Where his fingers sat, indents the size of them, was made into the sacred gear. The party demanded by Serafal had ended a few minutes ago, and the discussion from earlier had reignited, with a lot more physical contact. "If you weren't already dead, Issei, calm down," Irina pleaded, interrupting Issei briefly enough to let her retract her hand from his grasp. "And Drake, you stop it with those cryptic answers, you're only making it worse." The dragon huffed in disagreement from inside the gear, but let her comment slide. "You didn't exactly make it much better, not with how you started it." Irina nodded. A second of silence passed, before Issei took a deep breath, then patted as calmly as he could a nearby bar stool they had at the kitchen island. Irina got the meaning and sat down, sitting face forward at Issei, who sat on the back of the couch. It was more like he was leaning on it, but who cared? Neither of them did, at least. So he took a moment to focus his thoughts. "Can you tell me why you called me the Destroyer of Athens?" Irina could hear how the title was like a bitter nickname for him. He had quite a few, but the one that shows he feels bitter is his pupils. They become vectical slits for as long as the bitter feeling sits in him, then turn back to normal. I got my first contract with a human recently." Issei nodded his head, not entirely sure how that led to her learning about that title. "Well, Penka's not a human." She kept explaining, telling him about her, what she really was and who she had been married to. The fact a fallen angel had been in Ku, avoiding Issei's or Lenido's sense for this long was a bit of shock for Issei. Not to mention that she was of a possibly high position within the Grigori, meaning it might have been planned for her to be a sort of spy, or even as a way to get Irina to join them instead. But these worries came to a stop as she mentioned Nezo. She's tall, like really tall, and has these massive red eyes and some pretty weird clothes. Plus she only wears sandy colors and has this feline-like face. It was kind of weird. Irina explained, even making motions with her body to try and show her height. Issei seemed to twitch as she mentioned her having a feline face, but Irina didn't see it and kept going. But what really caught me off guard was when she became some kind of centaur, but with the lower half of a lion. His eyes shot up as she said that. He tightened his fist so fiercely that it began to shake. Sphinx. Sphinx. Irina nodded her head slowly, a bit surprised by how he said her name. He sounded so angry. Yeah, but she likes to be called Nezo. She's the one who told me about the title. Irina mentioned. She hadn't been too sure if she should keep going or wait for him to calm down a bit, but decided to just try and see what would happen. Before he sounded angry. Now he looked angry. His eyes had smoke emitting from the edges. And she said she was my sister. She nodded. More smoke came out from his eyes. Both of his hands were turned to fists, and turning white from the sheer anger being used to fuel his strength. At least he was still in control. In some sense of the word. Where did you say she lived? I need a quick word with my sister. Before Irina could mention, his spear suddenly came flying by her head. Issei caught it, despite the bullet-like speed. She stood up, slightly worried for Nezo's and Penku, but more for what was making Issei acting like this. Issei, calm down. I'm sure there is a good explanation for this, besides your siblings, right? No need for Issei's fury was suddenly placed on her, making her freeze in fear. Siblings? He asked her, his voice dripping with disgust at the mere thought of it. Irina, unsure of herself, nodded once, taking a step back. It was as if her body was telling her that he might just kill her if she did anything wrong. Two small flames shot up inside of his eyes. She's a monster, Irina. If she and I were siblings, then I would be his child. His anger was gone. Instead, a form of numbing despair took over. Irina felt her gut tell her something. She knew she would regret saying it the moment she saw Issei's eyes light up with fear as the words left her mouth. Who's he? Winds of Change Part 1, 8 years ago, Greece, Athens, as the sight of Athens tumbling over, with a sea of flame dancing above it, with lighting striking at random places and moments. A group of humanoid-like people sat on a nearby hill and watched the destruction unfold. It was nearby, as in only a few meters away from what would be seen as the furthest away house. People were inside of it, screaming. Out in agony, as they were crushed by their house and cooked alive by the flames. The group had a neat little picnic, with wine, sandwiches and even, just to add salt to the wound, sunglasses. They sat in a U-shape, watching the chaos like it was a movie. Laughter, jokes and such were thrown between them. Oh, look there. A human got out. One of them, a man wearing an unnaturally clean navy blue business suit, said, as he pointed towards a woman who climbed out of what used to be her house's roof. Her skin was seared off, she had no hair, clothes or anything on her. Her right arm was broken, and both her legs were being turned to ash as she reached for the sky. She looked so desperate. Another man, wearing a faded brown suit, stood up and looked at the woman, then sat his index and middle finger up like a crosshair. What are you gonna do about it, A woman, wearing a appealing aquamarine dress, asked while giggling into her hand. They all knew this was just one big joke to them. This. He threw his arm back, then shot a ball of fire at the woman, skewering her head off, making the rest of her body tumble back into the inferno. Bravo! The navy suit man said, raising his wine glass. He was grinning at the man, who grinned back, before sitting down again. That was a pretty good shot, but I think he could do better. Another woman, one wearing a sandy coat with a weird neck piece, teased. Ath snuffed at the comment, like he was a dog, feeling insulted at the mere mention of him being better. He's only 8, what could that brat do, besides pee himself? Do tell us, Naso. Ath said. Despite their family ties, these people were not often this friendly, for this long, without one of them bringing the mood back to normal. Just saying what I know, since I am the one watching over him, like father asked me to do, instead of you. She responded, even pointing her tongue at him, like a child would. He was about to stand up, but the navy blue suit man kept him from doing so with only a single hand. Don't do this, not tonight. Mother is here. The man said, gesturing towards the older, slightly fat woman, sitting by herself under a small orange tree. Right? Sorry sir, be you too, mother. Ath said, drinking his own glass of wine a bit slowly, feeling embarrassed by how he acted. It's fine, dearie, besides nothing you do tonight could ruin it for me. I only wish more of you kids could be here tonight, to witness this. The woman said wishfully as she ate a slice of a freshly picked orange, throwing the rest into the fire. For you, my dear husband? She laughed as she kept watch of the flames. Naso went over by her side, the others following behind her, one by one. He's ready, mother. I promise, the child won't fail, despite his lack of your BLD, Naso whispered into her ear, earning a small smile. I know that, dear. I just wish to see him once as he is now. The life of a monster is never easy, at least not when you're alone. Next day, Ku Academy, very briefly had the real reason for Surzeka's and Serafal's visit yesterday been explained. It was to make sure the area of Ku was suited for an important meeting between the three factions. The devils, angels and fallen angels had all agreed that the incident with Cocabriel was not their own doing, but rather the outcry of a small minority of members in each respective faction, wishing to return to all-out war instead of their current stance. They had all agreed a truce was needed, so as to end any fighting between the factions and then be able to focus on any infighting, that way they could help to prevent such an incident from happening again. The sight of the school being enclosed in a magical shield, with holy and demonic magic was quite something. Hundreds of bodyguards from each faction sat in the air like drones, watching both the representatives, but the other faction guards as well. The tension was high. The main school building had been chosen to host the meeting, as the principal's office had a nice size, perfect table and was easy for the bodyguards to keep an eye on through the windows. Issei had been approached by both Surzek and Michael to be a mediator, since he was seen as a neutral party. His contract to the devils somewhat nullifies his promise to help the church and therefore the angels if asked, and vice versa. He was stationed between Serafal, who had Sona and her peerage accompanying her, and Michael, who had funnily enough Dulio accompanying him. Thankfully, the sinful, now-turned-angel, jokester had not noticed Issei. He was watching Zenobia with a sad look. On Michael's right sat Azazel, leader of the fallen, and accompanying him was Vale, the White Dragon Empress. And lastly, across from Michael sat Surzex, with Graphia, Rias and her peerage accompanying him. Kaneko had been ordered to stay behind at the clubroom for some reason, not that Issei or the other non-devils at the meeting had explained as to why, only that it was for the best. Issei and most of the other faction leaders had been decked out with armor, while Serafal and Azazel had kept their clothes more diplomatic. The first meeting since the end of the Great War has now begun. The reason for it to take place has been the recent attempt to restart the Great War by Cocabriel and a few of his followers. As the report by Lord Azazel said, they had gone rogue the moment they failed to follow his orders of non-aggression. Issei read up from a paper he had been handed, seeing in the corner of his eye the many angry looks from the devils who had to deal with that mess. He had some things to say about it as well, but he wasn't really in the mood for it. Azazel didn't seem to be bothered by the many dirty looks he was getting, not even the one from Surzex, which took ball in Issei's opinion. Sorry. It didn't sound genuine, but Issei was going to question that. Sorry my butt, your dude nearly got us killed. Sigi very passionately yelled, forgetting he was not exactly at the center of battle, but nearby. I'm very sorry. Is that better? He seemed to make his apologies not seem like apologies, but as weak jokes. Look dashed, he sat up straight, with a sudden passionate glint in his eyes. Can we just sign this truce and be pals? I have better things to do than saying sorry 100 more times. A few more dirty looks, but a few approving nods snuck in from the adults. But what kind of truce are you suggesting? We need more than just having a truce and being pals, Azazel. Serafal questioned, while Issei took a few notes, mainly just, say yes. Again he got a weird glint in his eye, as he gestured towards Issei. Everyone looked towards Issei, wondering where the man was going with this. You're Issei, right? He nodded awkwardly. And you know a thing or two about war, right? Again he nodded in response, not quite sure where this was going or if he wanted to go along with it. You also know about peace, correct? What it can give, what it brings, and how it can unite people. He felt like Athena was sitting in front of him, Piasus drunk off wine, and was now asking him questions that were a bit too broad to answer correctly. He felt a chill go down his spine. As my sister would say, it gives space for progress, culture, and friendships. An owl, somewhere in the distance, hooted approvingly. Azazel smirked as he turned towards the devils, with his passionate stare dying a bit down. Progress, culture, and friendship, doesn't that sound nice? The devils looked as confused and awkward as Issei did. Even the angels seemed a bit unsure of what Azazel was up to. Yes, it does. But I believe we should stick to stopping our needless fighting before we try to bury our old grudges. Michael suggested softly. He was radiating warmth and his smile was so kind. It reminded Issei a bit about what Zeus was like when he grew up. I agree with Lord Michael, we mustn't push too strong. We need peace before anything else. Serzex commented. Then we shall have it, Azazel said as he sat back down into his chair. Issei's house, last night, who's he? Irina asked. Issei grabbed onto her shoulders, letting the spear fall to the ground with a loud bang. He was shaken. I shall explain, if that is fine with you, Issei. Drake suggested, with Issei nodding once, then sitting down beside Irina on the bar stools. She held his hands in her own. Feeling them shake so much, made her worry grow. The he mentioned, is the last son of Gaia and the firstborn full-blooded primordial god, Typhon, the god of god-killing storms and father to all monsters. Irina felt his hands tighten up at the mention of his name. He was born from the hatred Gaia felt towards Zeus and his siblings, for imprisoning her children, the Titans. She sought out her brother, Tartaros, and through their union, the most fearful monster, second only to a small handful of older beasts. Drake explained, telling of the horrors this man had done simply to fulfill his duty. The BRTH of monsters was only his most recent attempt. The killings of many smaller factions of gods. The countries he left in ruins, or sunk to the bottom of the ocean. His final fight nearly brought the Olympians to their knees before they managed to imprison him beneath a secret mountain somewhere in Greece. He sits there, bound by shackles, slowly crushed by the mountain's weight and sitting in a sea of lava, with metal creatures biting him every day of the year. He finished, letting Irina sit and process all that she had heard. Issei had been able to calm down a bit, but he was still shaken every once in a while, as the thought of him being his father crossed his mind. Well, he can't be your dad, right, Issei? I mean, I know who your dad is, he worked at the local dash, Irina. I have already been told this by Nyx herself. I just haven't wanted to accept it, from the fear of what it could mean for me and you. He stopped shaking. He put her hands in his, closing his eyes, mumbling something to himself. Irina wanted to ask what was going on, but Drake suggested that they should let him do whatever it was that he was doing. She felt the air in the room begin to blow. Not like a wind, but more like a weak little breeze coming from a small hole in a wall. It flew around them in a spiral. She couldn't see it, but her senses were telling it was happening, giving her an idea of what it was doing. She saw Issei's face, saw how he was sweating and kept mumbling to himself, while straining his lids closed. He's doing this. But how? Through the power of Typhon. If trained and mastered, then Issei could one day kill gods with this flimsy breeze. Ku Academy, no more ransacking, slaughter, intrusions on territory or attempts to tempt humans either way, without proper dialogue beforehand. Can everyone deal with that? Issei asked, as he wrote down the treaty's requirements, rules, and punishments. All 4 leaders said yes. Good, if anyone both present or not, is found disobeying the rules of this treaty, they will be dealt with by either their own faction, or by one of the other two. Is that acceptable? Each of them said yes again, with Issei writing down that last bit, before putting the pen away and sliding the treaty paper into the middle of the table. Then please, sign with your name and make this truce official. Michael, Serzex and Serafal stood up, ready to sign it with magic. But when they noticed Azazel still sat in his chair, they stopped themselves. Aren't you going to sign it, brother? Michael asked, receiving a smirk from him as he nodded his head. Sure will, but after we hear what the two dragon ladies have to say. They have a right to speak their mind. After all, this treaty might be bad for them. Vale and Irina looked at the fallen angel, both wondering slightly why he would say that. I suppose that is true, Serzex said, turning towards Irina, gesturing her forward to stand by Rias. What do you think about this treaty, Irina? He asked. She looked nervous, with all the attention she was suddenly getting. To her surprise, she caught the attention of Vale, her fated rival, as she had introduced herself as when they met a few days ago. She seemed tough, her eyes were focused and her aura oozed confidence. She could imagine her answering, she just wanted to be able to fight her, that was all that mattered. So she chose her own answer. I want to be able to protect my friends and keep them safe. So I don't have a problem with it. Serzex, Michael and Rias nodded, grateful for her response. How about you, Vale? Azazel asked. She scuffed, looking towards Issei, who barely registered her attempt at eye contact. I just want to fight strong beings, so I don't care as long as it doesn't stop me from doing that. Azazel grinned. He probably already knew she was going to say that. That was all I needed to know. Let's sign this bad boy. He stood up, ready to sign with the others, when suddenly everyone froze. Only the leaders, Dulio, Grafia, Vale, Irina, Zenobia, Kiba, Saji and Rias were left untouched. What's going on? Irina asked. She saw how everyone behind them and even Issei had been frozen in place. I guess since we're all buddies now, someone chose to be our new enemy. Dulio suggested. He stood by the window, seeing the massive teleportation ring that hung in the air, with hundreds of mages coming out of it, hanging upside down. But who? Serafal asked, stopping herself from overreacting at Sona being frozen beside her. Me, you fake wannabe Devil King. A familiar voice declared, before she suddenly appeared above the table. Keter, why are you here? Serafal yelled, reaching her right arm out to protect Sona. Katera gave a disgusted look, as Serafal said her name. To kill you and all the other leaders here, your era is over. I shall retake my rightful place as Devil King Leviathan. Winds of Change Part 2, Ku Academy. The fight was on. Few words were said between the opposing sides, before Katera and Azazel flew into the sky and fought. Vale had been sent out by Azazel as he kept Katera busy, to fight off the mages. The remaining leaders and Grafia had made a barrier around the frozen people. While they did that, Dulio, Zenobia, Kiba, Saji fought against the mages as well. But before that, nearly as soon as Vala was sent out to fight, Rias was allowed by Serzex to use the move castle on herself and Irina to teleport over to Kaneko. The two appeared in one of the second-floor halls, with Kaneko nowhere in sight. The battle outside was like a light show, at least the parts of it that were in the sky. Vala flew by like a blue star, and Azazel's shining purple spears made for an appealing sight. If it was a mock battle or training, Irina and Rias might have just stood and watched, but they had better things to do. Can you tell where she is? Irina asked. She had the gauntlet and sword ready, wielding the mighty slab of steel with both hands. Rias nodded as she pointed towards the end of the hall, where the club put all their fake club materials. In there. Kaneko and Gasper are inside there. The two hurried over, slowing down so as not to alert any potential enemies inside. Rias stopped on the right side, while Irina stopped on the left side of the door, where the handle sat. She looked towards Rias, awaiting orders. Be ready for anything, but do not rush in and attack the first thing you see. Human mages are known for their cowardice. Rias explained. She held up her hand, readying a ball of destruction, with what little magic she still had left. The one reason the leaders and those with sacred gears didn't get frozen was because of their immense amounts of magic or the protection of their gear. Rias happened to hold Irina's hand as the spell was put in effect, making her able to retain parts of her magic and stay unfrozen. Irina readied her sword, holding the handle tightly. She felt her nerves dimming her focus, letting the talks of last night pass by her mind and a single question be left unanswered, as she broke through the door and got a lay of the room. Why didn't Issei know? Before her stood 3 mages, hooded and cloaked. 2 of them had a knife pointing out of their hanging sleeves, which they each held one to either Kaneko or Gasper's throat. The third one spoke. She was a woman. Their friends were hanged on purple magic threads. They seemed to hurt them if they made the slightest move. Not a step closer, or the weaklings get to bath in their own blood. Irina could feel her mocking them, but didn't waver, not until Rias said something. Kaneko looked bruised and beat up. She weakly lifted her head, a tear hanging on her left cheek. "I'm sorry, Rias," she whispered, coughing a bit, then spitting out a drop of blood. Both devils felt their anger grow in them as they saw that. The mages seemed to giggle in response to their expressions. Rias let her arm down slowly, then suddenly threw 2 balls of fire at the mages with knives, shocking all 3 of them. "Now Irina!" She leaped forward, slicing the third one across her torso, making her fall on her back screaming in pain. The 2 others got another ball each of fire, putting them out of the fight. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, satisfied with their teamwork. Though they had to work together more, as the binds had not yet been dispelled. Irina tried to cut them, but it did nothing. "Why won't they break?" she asked. "Maybe it's not a person holding them, but an artifact or some other device," Rias suggested. The 2 looked around the room, but found nothing at first, just 2 burnt corpses and 1 normal corpse. It's me." Gasper groaned in pain, making the 2 turn towards him. They did something to my eyes. I can't stop it." They could see what he meant with just one look. Gasper had been kept somewhat hidden from Issei, as his powers were theorized to be effective against him. And with how Issei seemed to react most of the time, Surzex had ordered them to keep him secret for the time. His eyes were normal humans, with only a flare of his vampire half shown in them. But with him being half human, he had been given a sacred gear, the Forbidden Baler View, a gear that lets one stop time in whatever directions the user looks. But it requires a lot of magic, nerves, concentration, and for someone like Gasper, a lot of bravery. He could barely stop a volleyball at training the other night, and now he was being forced to stop a bunch of people on a scale 100 times bigger. His eyes would change to a light blood red when he used it, but the way they looked now was different from that. They were red as normal, but had this black brand in them, like a mark of control or something. "Who put this on you?" Rias asked. She held his checks, trying to calm him down. "That woman who Irina attacked." He gasped, nearly about to pass out from all the pain the binds brought on him from him speaking. Irina looked towards the corpse of the woman, but found it strange. She tapped it with the tip of her sword, with it surprising her as the cloak fell on the ground. No one was under it, maybe no one had been in it from the beginning. She couldn't remember seeing their faces, not even their hands. They were never here, these were just some tricks to fool us. "But why?" Irina asked. "Ku Academy, Entrance." The others were doing fine, as the mages were not much of Chang'il, despite their numbers and magic explosion. Vala made the most impact in the battle with her swift and targeted attacks, while the others fought off the ones she left behind. Dulio was forced to return back to the barrier, as his sacred gear ate up his magic a lot quicker than normal. Kiba, Zenobia and Saji kept going, barely slowed down by Dulio's retreat, as it seemed to encourage them to keep fighting even harder than before. Plus their pride as devils was still hurt from the time Vale beat Cocabriel in 2 hits, after they had spent hours with them barely leaving a scratch. It was inspiring to see for Azazel, as he half-heartedly fought off Cat Era. It was no secret that most of the rightful heirs to the Devil King thrones had been very prideful and believed title, lineage and signature magic was all they needed to be crowned. But a title and prestigious lineage meant little, If the magic they prided themselves on in the past had gone so bad, it was barely even considered the real signature magic. The Citries, of which only 2 still lived, had been servants and close friends with Leviathans in the past. Both wield magic containing water at some basis. Other Satan-ranked families had similar relations to lower-ranked clans, if either by similarity or by usefulness. So when the youngest and one of the last remaining Leviathans was famed for her talent of wielding a spear and casting a wide selection of magic, and not her prowess in making the literal sea bow to her every whim with a finger snape, then something was wrong. Thankfully, Seraphal could use water magic to a great level of mastery and was nearly unbeatable with ice magic. It had been a sore wound for Katara, when her grandfather, the original Leviathan, had praised Seraphal and not her, for how strong her water magic was. Still using a spear and not water magic, I see. Azazel mocked, as he parried another stab at his right middle wing. She growled before doing a large swing from his right, which he also parried, making her madder. At least I can use a real weapon, who says a magic weapon isn't a real weapon? He struck out at her with his holy spear, nearly putting a hole in her left ear, but missed as she managed to dodge to the side. A real warrior, and not an old man like you. She swung at him again, then stabbed multiple times at a much higher speed than before. He could still block most of it, even parry a few hits too, but her sudden increase in speed had him concerned. She threw her spear at him, missing by a hair, but that did not worry him as much as the look in her eyes. He looked behind him, seeing where the spear was heading towards. Valley hung in the air, monitoring the battlefield. She was focused. Too focused to notice anything that wasn't magical in some sense. He felt his heart flinch. Val dash, then he felt his arm being skewered through by a spear. He turned back to his opponent, noticing her sick smile of pleasure, as she liked his BLD on the tip. You really shouldn't turn your back on me, not when I got all these new tricks to show you. He felt his brain being squeezed, like something was inside his head, trying to remove it to make more space for itself. He asked, as he tried to counter his sudden magic-induced migraine. She chuckled, using her hand to cover her mouth from laughing too strong, not that it worked. She was enjoying this. If the great Azazel doesn't know, then what could I say to explain it to you, you old fool? He felt the magic being cast on him. It was dark, not like normal dark magic, but more like a deep hole that you couldn't see the bottom of. It was impossible to reach the depths of the feeling, it was simply too big, if it could even be described as such. Who taught you? No devil should have this kind of power. He asked. Who says a devil shouldn't have whatever she wants? I mean, weren't you one of the people to cast Lilith out, just for doing something you believed she shouldn't do? She wanted to kill God. I think that we all can agree that was maybe not the smartest thing to do. He retorted. Sure, but I'm not telling you anyways, since the one who taught might get angry if I did. They want to remain neutral in our war. Katara said, before raising her spear, ready to restart their fight. If not for the massive migraine, Azazel might have been a lot more happy when he saw Valley flying underneath him, without a spear in her and still defeating mages like it was nothing. That's my girl. He raised his spear, ready to fight. She swung overhead with him blocking it. He could feel himself slowly being put in a corner, and if he didn't do something soon he might not be able to get out of that corner. With Irina and Rias, but why? Irina asked as she tossed the hood to the side with her sword, before scanning the room for any more clues. Maybe it's a trick. Leave some puppets with a little bit of magic and self-control, then hide away where the enemy wouldn't find you. Rias suggested as she stood by and watched the hood. Her head was working strong to solve the problem, enough so that Irina felt like she could hear gears turning inside of Rias. So they might still be in the building. Rias nodded her head. The spell wouldn't be this well if they were further away or if they were in combat. Then let's go look for them. We can take them. Irina suggested, but before she could run off to be a hero, Rias stopped her by grabbing her arm. We need to be careful. Don't just run off into unknown danger. But it's probably just one. Probably isn't the same as there just being one. Rias answered back. Irina and her held each other's eyes for a second. They looked away, when Irina's head cooled and she could see the logic in what Rias meant. So what do we do? She asked. We search the building and hide our magic, so we don't give away our position. So I need to unsummon the boosted gear. The only viable weapon we have at the moment. Rias, unhappy about the situation as well, nodded. Don't. Go. Gasper groaned. The two looked over at him. Just kill me. That will break the spell. Winds of Change Part 3 Sup. Don't know what else to say. Enjoy this chapter. Ku Academy, Entrance. The fighting kept going, even as Azazel began to fall behind and Kat-Era inflicted more damage with each strike. But the leaders' fighting had little effect on the fighting below, which was going swimmingly for the devils, as barely a single mage remained. Enough for the leaders to try and unfreeze the remaining frozen people. Serzex and Michael kept the barrier up, while Seraphal tried to figure out how to fix them, with Dulio giving less than stellar suggestions. Maybe try Hellfire. Kamui. How would that help? Seraphal asked as she scanned most parts of Sona that she could. This was, despite the small-scale war outside, a dream come true for her. Sona was within touchable reach and didn't stop her or try to run away. They're frozen, so Hellfire will unfreeze them. Dulio joked. Michael began to pray silently, as his joker and jokester of a servant, Dulio had been let loose. Save the devils from his horrid jokes, father. Don't you have a sacred gear with ice magic? Can't you try using that, and if that doesn't work, then zip it? Seraphal said, before attempting a simple dispelling spell on Sona, which had little effect. It unfroze her enough to let her move an inch, but the hazy purple magic on her was still sitting firmly on. Diamenet. She put both of her hands on Sona's head, and began casting a stronger dispelling spell. A massive explosion shook the ground, and covered the sky with dust. The shaking made little impact on the inside of the barrier, but it had Dulip go into high alert. He was tipping the edge of the barrier, wanting to return out there and help, but Michael's hand grasping his shoulder made him stand down. You won't be able to help them, as long as this spell keeps sapping you of magic. Rest and await the success of Rias Gremory and the Red Dragon Empress. Dulio nodded. He had an uncomfortable expression on his face, as he watched the sparks and magical lights through the dust. He had fought many times, and was at a time titled as one of the strongest humans, yet here he stood and could do little to nothing but wait. He stepped over to the frozen bodies, and found one he had barely registered was someone he knew. A tall man, covered in Greek battle armor, only missing a helmet, wielding a spear, with a snake's tooth as the blade. By God. Issei, were you here? He asked himself as he came closer to inspect, and found himself having trouble finding joy at seeing his old friend. He shouldn't be happy, not right now, they were fighting and trying the spell. I am happy, I just can't feel it. Later. He reasoned. The look in Issei's eyes was captured just perfectly at the moment he and the others were frozen. Dulio wouldn't lie, mainly as it's a sin and had much bigger consequences for him now, but also for how plain it was for him and possibly the others to see. What wicked eyes you have, Issei. Slitted black pupils, kept a dead stare out into the air, like he could see something they couldn't. He reminded him of the first time they met. His invisible aura seeped from him, like a strong gust of wind, building its strength for one great push. But it was his mouth, how the edges of it were opening enough to show his teeth. Not human teeth, but lion teeth. Dulio took a step back. By instinct, he felt fearful of this side of him. With Rias and Irina, we won't kill you, Gasper. Just calm down, we'll figure this out. Rias said, smiling reassuringly at him, before turning back to Irina, with a less sure expression. We have two. She whispered to her, as she gestured to Irina to follow her a bit away from the other two. They made a half-circle by the door. Rias began to think over possible solutions. Her eyes darted around like she was working on invisible blackboards, but kept failing to come up with a plan that could work. Irina, meanwhile, spoke with Drake as the old dragon always seemed to have an idea or suggestion in times like these. You got any ideas? Like a spell, special move, or some ability? I have two, but I will say that both are rather risky. He answered. It was good enough for Irina, so she shook Rias out of her brainstorm and got Drake to speak to both of them. One would require the use of my old ability, Gift, which I would say is a much safer option. Rias seemed to think over, trying to remember through her hundreds of hours of reading about sacred gears she had done. A light bulb turned over her head as she nodded with a happy smile. Yes, that would work, but what does it do exactly? Irina asked a bit sheepishly. It allows you to gather an unspecified amount of boosts, then instead of letting all of it be used by you, the ability lets you gift it to someone else. And it won't even affect your exhaustion, but it will affect the person you gifted it to when it wears off. Drake explained. She nodded slowly, as her brain, the part Issei with his logical way of thinking had affected, started to test how useful it could be in all sorts of scenarios. And the other one? BLD. Your BLD to be exact. Drake answered Brayfly. She could feel he was less than stellar about this one. And why her BLD, why not mine? I wouldn't want her to give Gasper her BLD, if mine dash. He already has devil BLD in him, even human and vampire. His mixed statues means only rarer and stronger races BLD like gods, dragons and the like, would have the needed potence to help him control his powers. Feels a bit racist to say devil BLD isn't strong, but I see your point. Dragon BLD is rare, and as you said, potent. A hell of a love potion all by itself. Rias mused, making Irina blush slightly. She stared down at her right arm. Seeing a BLD vessel and letting Rias's words echo through her head made a few thoughts pop up. But luckily for Drake's sanity, Rias started talking again, regaining both of their attention. I say we try using Gift, then. We'll try to convince Gasper on the BLD part, if it fails. The three agreed. Drake ventured back inside Irina's head, as she and Rias turned back to the other two. We got a plan, but for it to work, you'll have to be willing to work with us, Gasper. It's for yours and Kaniko's sake, Rias said as she held her hand caringly on Gasper's cheek. He thought it over in his head, but agreed. I want to help. He groaned. Rias was impressed by his spirit. She stepped back and let Irina get closer to use Gift. She was sweating a bit, but held her hand up, closed gauntlet fist and began to power up. Boost. 10 seconds went by. Boost. She let go of her breath, not knowing she had held it in at all, before lifting her gauntlet up to Gasper's face. Like Rias, she held his cheek, while they looked into each other's eyes. He seemed scared by whatever she was about to do, and she couldn't blame him. Drake hadn't said anything, just the ability had been unlocked for her to use, so now she just had to not F up using it. If she could even F up using something like that. It can't fail horribly, right? She asked, receiving no answer. I'm taking that as a no. Gift. She felt the power she had gained flow through her body, and merge into left arm, then get sucked out and go into Gasper. Drake had been right about her not feeling any side effects, but had been wrong about it working. It had done nothing. Nothing's happening, Irina said as she stepped back and turned her head to Rias, wondering if she could tell her why it didn't work. She looked as confused as her. Give it a second, Drake advised. All four kept quiet and kept watch. Some time went by, and nothing. It didn't work. We'll have to try to plan dash. No, Rias, it is working, you just don't have enough of your magic to tell at the moment. Look, his eyes are changing. The black mark began to crack, fade and then was gone. But that wasn't the end of it. His eyes lit up like two red spotlights with a bloody red. The magic threads holding him and Kaniko fell off, turning into magic dust. Kaniko fell down, barely able to catch herself from hitting her head on the floor. Rias rushed over to her side, checking to see if she was okay. Meanwhile, Gasper went complete vampire, as his body turned to a hazy swarm of bats, with some zipping by Irina and out through the door. You got it under control now, Gasper? She asked, a bit taken aback by the sudden power oozing from the first year. Kinda. A bat came back suddenly, nearly hitting Irina on the side of her head, then rushing over and rejoining the swarm. Okay, thank you. Gasper sounded pleased, not a tone Irina was quite sure she felt fitted Gasper, but at the moment, She was a bit more interested in knowing what the bat had said. What did it say? It told me the lady you sliced, the real one, she's on the roof of this building. The swarm died down as his body was reformed underneath it. He landed on the ground, a bit sluggish with his sudden use of so much power and different abilities. Irina went over to support him. She helped him stand with one hand on his shoulder. Thanks, Gasper, now rest, you two have deserved it. It was the least I could do, but… Be careful, Irina. She's not a normal human. I don't even think she is one. They held each other's gaze for a few seconds, as the severity of his warning rested itself on Irina's body. To Gasper's surprise, she smirked. I've been wanting a durable punching back after this shitty week. Olympus, Ares' armory, the old war god, Ares, was never often home, as some war either near or far away would always have nearly undivided attention, even more than his lover would. So the sight of him, cleaning out his old armory, for more than 5 seconds instead of 2 days straight, was worrying for the other gods. But he didn't care for their worried glances, as some either found his sudden change in attitude to his work funny and some saw it as a sign of the end times. I never knew how much SHT I had in here. It's surprising no one has ever stolen from it. It wouldn't be strong to get away with. I don't even keep a list on anything in here. He grumbled to himself, as said list was being made by Athena, who watched him in a corner of his armory. Well, good thing you have me, keeping it safe and now listing all this random junk for safekeeping. Her sass was ignored as he kept working away at all his junk, skulls and boar skins. I didn't ask you to do that for me, you know. You know me, I can't let something like this just stay as it is, without a little order to it. She giggled as the list kept getting longer, covering most of her blue and green casual wear dress. Then why aren't you preparing all your warriors? Ares, your gut isn't always right, remember Theon and Themis. She countered. Laugh all you want, but you're just afraid to face reality. You know as well as I, he will escape by year's end and war will come. Ares warned as he looked over his shoulder, with his red eyes boring into her gray ones. A tint of pain feasted in those gray circles, before they were forced aside. He won't. Her voice was forced to sound calmer than she was. He will, like it or not. Someone has to fight father for the throne of Olympus soon, or we might be forced to do it. Ares said, so normally, like he didn't just suggest rebellion against his family. And I would rather have him do it, than kill you or the others. I'd be fine with that. Just kill me first. An eerie quiet filled the air, as both war gods watched each other. Ares put down a small sword as he turned towards Athena fully, while she had her owl get the list. Both stood, staring each other down, as they took slow steps closer to each other. They stopped when they had each other within their arm's reach. You don't mean that. I do, I never lie. It wasn't your fault, he fooled. Solana, Ares said. But I am not supposed to have been fooled. Nor fall for something like him. Athena answered as a single crept down her face. You still love him, don't you? She nodded with a shameful look on her face. Cat fight, coup academy, entrance, Seraphol had tried every dispelling spell she knew, but nothing had worked. They'd move an inch, then be frozen again. But she and others felt a sudden spike in magic inside the old school building, and with it came a wave of magic, bursting out and removing the massive teleportation circle as well as the frozen spell. The mages began to worry, as their reinforcements now stopped coming and their leader was too busy fighting Azazel to help them fend off Vale and the others. So the sight of the leader's barrier going down and releasing a young man, too big to be seen as just a teenager, did not make them feel any less worried. Even as he showed no magic ability, the way he held his spear and how he suddenly leaped into the air like it was nothing, proved him to be a lot scarier than any normal wizard. For Olympus. He roared as he joined the fight, whilst the others and those who had been fighting besides Vale and Azazel stopped and just watched from the sidelines. He cleared out the last remaining ones alongside Vale in mere seconds, as he and she seemed to just work together, no word needed. Helping each other, using themselves as mid-air platforms or as spears. So, Issei got big. Dulio asked Zenobia, who just nodded. Am I glad we chose to make that deal with him back then? Me too. He does seem different, right? Dulio said. The sight of his animal teeth had him still a little spooked. Yeah. Irina and him have been through a lot. I think he just needs some time to be allowed to adjust himself to this new phase of his life. Zenobia suggested as he cleaved through a handful of mages, before leaping through the air, to repeat this motion again and again. Him and Valley began, without any pause or prior talk, to suddenly work together, as Valley would offer her hand to throw him through the air, and he would cleave through any she missed on her own rampage. I hope Irina and Issei can achieve this one day, Issei said, gathering some attention onto himself, mainly that of Rias's and Sona's peerage, with Serafal listing in. They look almost like they were made just for each other. Kiba, Zenobia and Aquino sent him death glares, whilst Sona's eyes became colder than he had ever seen. A clear underlying warning was sent. I mean just on the battlefield, nowhere else. The others gave him a suspicious look, but let it slide for now. Speaking of battling, Azazel and Katara's fight was reaching a sort of peak, as she managed to blast off the arm she pierced with her spear. Azazel, now one arm down and at a clear disadvantage, did not despair. She was not happy about this, as most would have expected, but she was surprised as the old man brought out a golden object, fitted with a purple gem at the top and bottom. It seemed to radiate power of a dragonic type from what Katara and those who noticed it on the ground could tell. What is this? A chance to buy my mercy with one of your little trinkets. She mocked, an attempt to hide her slight worry at what this thing could do. Trinket. I rather call it the best thing we've had to a new sacred gear in a millennium. You know what they say, like father, like son. The power from the artifact seemed to increase slowly. Sacred gear. You can't be serious. Only God could make those. This is just some dash. You sure? Azazel cut her off. He was smug, he always was, but this one time it was shown even harder than ever before. He was now for being troublesome. God at a point was too worried what he could do, if he had shown him his early test of the sacred gears. Even during the Great War, God and his angel would often try to avoid fights with Azazel, as his smug attitude and intelligence made him more terrifying than all four Satans combined. I mean, if it really is just a trinket and not an artificial sacred gear as I like to call it, then when I press this button, nothing will happen, right? His thumb hovered above said button. He lowered his thumb dangerously close to the button, enjoying the sight of Katara questioning if she should do something or not. Clock's ticking. No, it's already over. Issei, suddenly from the sideline, came flying as he was thrown by Vale, and bore his spear right through Katara's left lung. For this piece of, she barely got to scream out in pain, since Issei swung her around and as she and him fell to the ground. He used her as a crash shield. Gross. Valley commented as she landed near him. His left foot was covered in BLD and brain matter, as he had crushed her head into the ground. I did what I needed to do. Let this be a warning, White One. He said coldly. With Irina, Gasper and Kaneko rested for a bit, before Rias and Irina agreed to split up, with Rias taking the two outside and Irina going out to find and fight the mage on the rooftop. Rias had been against it. Irina managed to convince in the end, as she explained that she needed to prove she could fight to everyone. I've only beaten Issei once, and he was handicapped. I did barely anything in the fight against Cocabriel, and for the last week I've questioned my ability to fend for myself. I need this, Rias. Rias had let her go, as she helped the other two. Irina, thankful for this chance, made her way to the third floor, the attic. There was a hatch that led to the roof. It had been made when the attic was used for a bird-keeper's club. She kept her sword ready, while watching each corner she turned, awaiting a sudden attack or a trap being tripped. But no traps or surprises. While they were nowhere to be seen, it still put her on edge, as the gnawing feeling of what if it would happen the moment she let her guard down began to eat away at her. The sudden sound of someone being crushed somewhere far away spooked her a bit. She tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, before proceeding further, as she reached the stairs and began to climb them. Each step made an eerie sound, and dusted fumes crawled their way into her nose, making her feel dizzy from the smell alone. This feels comically scary, Drake said. She nodded in agreement. The idea of this all just being a trick was comforting, but it didn't stop her from experiencing it the way she had. Still scary though, she replied as she opened the old door into the attic, with it also making a similar creepy sound. Like a low scream of wood and old hinges. Or not. This is kind of annoying honestly, Irina stated as she took her first step inside. The attic was as she had imagined. Low ceiling with a triangle-like form, supported by old wooden pillars. A floor-plank floor, half rotten and with some parts having already crumbled. And a load of cobwebs in each nook, cranny and corner she could see in the darkness. If not for her night vision, she would have stepped into multiple spiders and their little homes. Irina was scared by much, but spiders were a big no on her list of things she wanted to see near her or on her. At least the mage wasn't here to see her, now actually scared, trying to make her way over to the open hatch. A few bird cages, empty of course, sat by the hatch. Irina crept over to the hatch from the left side, as to avoid the mage from noticing her. She looked through some of the cracks in the hatch boards, but the sight was rather limited, as she could only see the forest behind the building. And if she couldn't see the roof, then the mage probably couldn't see her either. She stopped hiding in the dark, still cautious of the enemy. She stepped out in front of the hatch, but didn't stand too close to it. Any good words of wisdom? Be quicker than her spells. Okay then. Irina took a moment to calm herself. She changed her stance to a running one. The challenge wasn't to get out of the attic without being seen, it was to get out and not be hit by the mage. She had the element of surprise, add in her sacred gear and her being a night piece, and she could in the best case run to the hatch, use the lower wall of it to jump off from and then launch at the mage before she could even prepare a single spell to counter with. Her breathing slowed down, her thoughts began to become voiceless little things in the back of her mind, and her plan visualized itself in front of her. Her feet were running across the old planks before she knew it. Then they jumped out of the hatch, where her right hand grabbed the upper part of the hatch, spinning herself around and then jumping up onto the hatch. It all came so fast so that her mind could barely keep up. She saw the mage, standing tall and cloaked in white cloth on the middle of the roof. They had already begun to recite a spell in defense, but again Irina's body moved before she could want it to. She leaped forward, sword ready, and swung at the mage's hand. A horrible roar of pain came from underneath the mage's hood, as Irina landed and ran at her again, aiming to finish her this time. A BLD trail danced through the air, as a decapitated hand landed on the ground below. Then, as if it had all been a dream, Irina felt herself wake up. Her sword, which was aimed for the throat of the lady mage, had been stopped by a claw. The hand she had cut off still sat on the woman, and the only BLD in the air was hers. Her right arm had a long gash going from her palm to nearly her elbow. "Wah! What just happened?" she asked. The pain seeped in, but she kept standing despite how deep it was. "A little misdirection, my poor sweet idiot," the lady said as she pushed her sword off with her finger. Irina felt her legs shaking. She couldn't stand upright at all. Her head was spinning. "I see my magic has taken its effect on you," the lady said. She stepped closer, grabbing Irina's face by her chin with her right hand. Her claws lightly pressed into her skin, as her breath made her want to vomit. It smelled like rotten fish, fungus, and cat pieces. Despite the height difference and the lady's grip on her chin, Irina couldn't see underneath the hood. Her face was hidden. "Who are you?" A deep sigh, followed by giggles, left the lady's mouth, as her left hand went to lift up her hood. Her face was like a supermodel's, but it felt off to Irina. "Who are you? Really? Comment so you can see through my tricks." The face fell off, like some cheap face mask, and underneath was Nazo's feline face. Her eyes were beaming with power. Her mouth was a small, smug smile. The blue mane was glittering in the light of the night sky, and her ears were perked up. "Surprise, little dragon." Her sarcasm and her left hand waving felt like she was mocking her. "But I thought you wanted to help Issei. Not help start a war," Irina yelled. She leaned in, further forcing Irina to breathe in her breath. "I am a monster, Irina dear. It's in my nature and best interest to have this war start. But she turned towards the entrance, seeing the leaders, the devil peerages, Dulio and Valle and Issei, standing around and talking. Most were talking in a bigger group, but Issei and Valle stood by themselves, near the corpse of Catera. She showed the sight to Irina, even pointing to the two. What I really wanted was to see him awake. He's still just a baby, hiding beneath his human form, and I need to fix that. Her ruby eyes grew darker. She let go of Irina's chin, then grabbed her by the throat instead. Slowly, Irina felt herself being choked. So I won't kill you. He will. She threw off her cloak, revealing her lower body. Unlike last time, she was triple the size of a normal female lion. Her upper body was almost comically small compared to it. She only had a simple one-piece BR on. She raised her left hand, began to whisper in ancient Greek, while keeping her eyes on Irina. She took enjoyment in watching her barely being able to breathe. And notos phocias, note, not real ancient Greek, just normal Greek, fire began to dance across the air, following her like it was a part of her. She leaped off the roof, making 4 small elephant footprint-size holes in the ground. Koros tis phocias. The fire spread out and began to burn everything around her in a 20-meter radius. If a massive cat-like person on the roof of a nearby building hadn't caught the other's attention, then her setting fire to a fifth of the school had. Polemis alios the Pethaniasia, Naso said. Issei stepped forward, pushing the others to the side. No one knew what she had said, only that Issei did. The wind began to howl. The se skoto speech? Issei replied. He swung his spear through the air, causing the wind to roar in anger, as it gathered around him. Forced to do as his rage wanted, it kept roaring, while gathering the clouds above and slowly making them bore towards the ground. O pateras mau os martyras? O pateras mau os martyras? Naso replied, throwing Irina to the side and leaned down with her arms, as 2 giant eagle wings formed from her back. Domain of riddles, underworld, ancient wasteland, miles upon miles of endless rocky and sandy wasteland. The underworld had many types of landscapes, but the biggest and most uncontrollable was the wasteland, which encircled the greener lands where most underworld factions had settled. Only ancient beings, demons, monsters, a few evil dragons, and the most unlucky human in history wandered these sands. But this place wasn't exactly uncontrollable, it was just not seen as worth trying to control by outside forces. Only the beings in it could rule it, and all who lived in it, as the rules of nature require, they had a hierarchy. And surprisingly, the evil dragons were near the bottom of it, as demons, monsters, and the only remaining ancient being were stronger than all the evil dragons. Said ancient being had made himself a nice home in the deepest hole of this wasteland. He even named it after himself, as a vain way to spend his endless amounts of time. Tartarus, the prison of the most evil beings in existence, and where he keeps an eye on all of life, as he finds new prisoners and digs out their cell. He had many famous prisoners. There were his nephews and nieces, the Titans, namely Cronus. Lilith, before she got pardoned by Michael, sat in a cage above his throne, forced to sing day and night. A lot of human dictators were put into many cells as well, some had even been made for future ones. But one cell had been left empty for as long as devils have existed. Lucifer, the first devil, had been given a cell, and when God had kicked him and his comrades out of heaven, the plan had been for him to land in his cell. But the devil managed to avoid it and instead broke through the bottom of the so-called endless pit, and broke into an entirely different realm beneath it. Purgatory. Here Tartarus would sit and watch as the possible worst prison to end up in would rumble, burn, and torture. Only his most diabolical prisoners. The souls were what he kept imprisoned, not the body, only the ego or what was left of it. So while they retained a ghostly form of their original self, the real body was rotting away somewhere else in the overworld. He could inflict endless amounts of pain onto ghostly bodies, to entertain himself and dish out a form of divine punishment. Lucifer isn't the one who punishes souls for all eternity if they sinned, it's beings like Tartarus, Hades, and other gods like them. He just made up a rumor that he did to earn himself a bit of pity from God. So right below the only exit and entrance to purgatory, sat Tartarus on his obsidian throne, carved out from a massive pillar of bedrock holding up the roof of this realm. Thousands of screams sang to his amusement as he drank his last glass of orange wine, the last batch in all of existence. Down here his body was much more uniformed and almost human, dragon, goat, or whatever he felt like being. The further away from his prison, the more Chimerian he became. He wore a charcoal black robe, leaving his feet, lower arms and head exposed. He once had light brown skin, but all the ash, dust and BLD had made it dark gray. He was bald, with a withered crown of laurels. If you couldn't detect magic, life or aura, he would look more like a statue made of slate. Yet even a being like him could not avoid the occasional visit, no matter how much he wished he could. Primordial gods are left to themselves for how powerful and volatile they are and can be, but even they couldn't ignore universal laws. Like greeting your gusset. Cerberus, my first grandson, what do I owe this unprompted visit? His voice shook the entire realm, as it echoed from each corner of it. On his right, Cerberus, a lightly tanned man wearing a navy blue suit and pants stepped forward, bowing his head politely. Greetings to you, Lord Grandfather. He bowed again, before stepping over to his right side. You owe it nothing, but do see it as a grandchild simply wished to visit and ask of you a small request. The old god attempted to make eye contact, but Cerberus shifted away, fearful of the madness-inducing effect of his eyes. Coward, Tartarus spoke, letting go of his glass, before sitting up straight in his throne. I make no deals with such people, you know this, mutt? A low snarl left Cerberus' mouth. His neck hair began to raise, but as if hit by some invisible force, he shook it off. Cowardice. Please, Lord Grandfather, I am simply trying to respect you, for my eyes are not worthy of dashed. He raised his hand, stopping Cerberus yapping. You look, smell, feel and act as a dog, but your tongue attempts endlessly to be a serpent. He grabbed his wineglass again. And fails with each word. He took a sip of his glass, before getting up from his throne. The whole realm felt for but a second, even more horrifying. Tell me what you want, then leave, you very pressenses sours my wine beyond reason. Cerberus stepped back, licking his lips nervously. The gears in his head worked so strong, that Tartarus could practically hear them grinding themselves to ruin. He took another sip of his glass as he waited. You remembered Issei, right? Yes? Sphinx is trying to force him to awaken and... I can't stop her. I need your help, Lord Grandfather. A strong gust of wind flew through the realm, as Tartarus thought over the request. He brought his glass up to his eye level, watching the orangey mirrored version of himself. Sphinx. His voice was singular. No distortion, echo or endless forms of races, just one. The wine floated out from the glass, swirling above it, forming an even bigger mirror in the air for them both to gawk at. But it showed no reflection, it showed the human world, or more accurately a place in Japan. It zoomed in, past clouds swirling around someone, and stopped as it found the person requested to be seen. The gaze of cows. I thought you destroyed it, Cerberus said in awe at the magic before him. The people beyond the veil of orange glass had no clue that another 2 pairs of eyes had been planted on them. I did, this is only a replica. The image flickered a bit, as it began to focus on the true form of Sphinx, as she fought with the person wielding the winds. I presume her opponent is Issei. Cerberus nodded. So why is it that you seem so worried about this course of action? This would solve all of your father's problems. Cerberus shook his head. No, it won't. At least not this way. Naso is forcing him to awaken, and that uses up a lot of energy. Tartarus studied Cerberus's face, letting him see it was painted with nervousness. He gazed back at the image of Sphinx and Issei fighting. He took a deep sigh, before turning back to his grandchild. My son has truly been cruel to you, making you and the others dependent on humans like gods. Naso plans to have him consume all of the devils in Ku, along with the red dragon and praises. It would make his awakening much swifter, and grant him a lot of power. Cerberus touched the image, changing the view into a memory of his. If she succeeds, Then the fates showed me one of a few possibilities. Ku Academy, Rias and her friends had been surprised by Issei many times, and this was another surprise to add to the pile. The sight of him taking hits from the world's biggest cat centaur creature, that had the ground shake merely from the force of it, like it was just another Monday, was both worrisome, yet awe-inspiring. The way they fought each other, with their raw strength and battle instinct, was like seeing the old paintings of mythic beasts fighting that hang around her home. She could picture him take the place of any of those creatures. His body wasn't like theirs, only the way he fought resembled them. He swung the spear around. Nezo stood up on her hind legs, evading the attack. She stomped her front paws down, but he struck her right with the end of his spear. Then jumped up and kicked her away with both his legs, like one of those wrestlers from the US. "Can he beat her, Sona-sama?" Saji asked. He couldn't keep his eyes off the fight, and had his mouth open fully. "I have no idea. That monster, I have dash, she's the Sphinx." Zenobia interrupted. The others turned to her, curious to know how she knew that. "She's famous in the Mediterranean Sea, plus the church had classes about old monsters, like her and others like her," she explained as another shock wave shot through the ground. "Then he can win. He's a hero. His very existence is her kryptonite. If anyone can kill her, it should be him." Fists were flying and spear edges were cutting wildly in the fire-made arena, as Zenobia kept explaining. She was well educated, even if she had also become a bit close-minded by the same teachings, but it still made the two angels happy to see she hadn't rejected all she had learned. But Irina and Dryag couldn't stop their worries, as even though what she said was right, they knew something they didn't know. "But what if he doesn't see himself as a hero?" she asked. She stood by herself, watching the two fight without restraint, as the other turned to look at her. The light from the fire danced on her face, as shadows covered her fearful eyes. "Why would he not see himself as one?" Zenobia asked. Issei roared out in pain, bringing their attention back onto the fight. They saw him clutching his left side, as his face began to look similar to how it looked when they fought him back at Olympus. Rage filled his veins as he struck back. The spear in his hands melted onto his fist, turning into a pair of black iron square boxing gloves. He threw another punch, then another, and another and another. He was jabbing, punching, ducking in and out of her paw's reach. His entire fighting style had changed from a spear style to boxing in a split second. And again, as Nezo landed a hit on his left shoulder, the same spot sticks had shot one of her ice spears through. The gloves changed into two short swords, connected with a chain of black scales. He blocked her attacks with the right one, as he spun it around at blender levels of speed, while using the other as a WHP. All of Nezo's body was soon covered in bruises and cuts, as all her attacks with the most impact had only made Issei change his fighting style. It was incredible to see. "Was this what you meant, back at Olympus, Surzex?" Rias asked. "That Lanitos was a prototype for another sacred gear. But this is nothing like the Regulus. And that is why I said it was a failure, because only Lanitos could achieve this ability. An ability God was unable to reproduce at this level with the Regulus Nemia. The WHP swords turned a spear and a shield, with the emblem of Troja. Kiba's sacred gear is another one of these prototypes, and one of few to succeed to mirror a speck of this power." Surzex pointed at the fight before them. Nezo was forced into a corner. She couldn't keep fighting like this. Cuts, bruises and BLD seeping into her fur, not entirely ideal for fighting. As he dashed at her, spear supported on his shield, aimed at her heart, she took a gamble. "I am easy to lift but strong to throw. What am I, what? Wrongful." Suddenly, Issei fell over head fist, landing right between her paws. He couldn't understand what had happened. All she did was dash what can be touched, but can't be seen. What did yo dash? Wrong, remove all cuts." Issei's eyes opened wide, as all the cuts he had made on her body vanished. He got off the ground and jumped a bit away, as he tried to focus on what was happening. What can kids make but never see? Riddles. Problems. Wrong, hit yourself twice. Once with the shield and once with the palm of his spear he hit himself, before looking at his hands, confused by why he just did it like he wanted to. What a? How are you doing this? Who asks endless questions, yet never answers. Nezo asked. Her wings reached out further than before, blocking out the light from the fire behind her, making her seem much darker. Can't figure it out. The answer is me, the Sphinx. Monster of riddles and the one able to truly abuse the cost of answering wrong. End of peace talk. Sorry for the long wait and short chapter. I have been struggling with this one for way too long, and decided to go with something more vague, yet still on the nose. Hope that makes sense. Anyways, let me not stand between you and the story. Hope you enjoy. Ku Academy. He rushed towards her, striking at her with the spear, changing it into a double-bearded axe just before impact. She managed to block the hit and keep her arm from being chopped off, but still got pushed a bit away. So what? He asked, swing the axe around restlessly in his right hand, before dashing at her while holding out to his right. As dash she jumped. Long as dash swung sideways down. I keep attacking dash. She jumped back, dodging the first swing. You can't dash. He swung upwards, cutting her bangs off. Say a thing. Then flung it downwards, cutting her lightly vertical down her stomach. But I still can. Issei felt a sudden push from behind, as two bluish wing-shaped lights appeared on the ground below him. Divide. He felt his strength dwindle. But Nezo nor Valley gave him a chance to process fully what had happened, as the pair hit him from behind and in front, stopping him from getting his footing and instead keeping him in a state of constant back-and-forth motion. He tried to put his hands up as a shield, but Valley placed a bone-rattling hit on his shoulders, letting Nezo break through his weakened defense. And when he tried to turn and hit Valley, Nezo kicked his right leg, putting him down on one knee, letting the two start kicking the SHT out of him. Valley kept dividing his strength, and Nezo began to use fire attacks on him, scorching his back. His normal skin color had returned, but with all the burn marks he was getting, it didn't look like it had. The others wanted to help, but the leaders had warned against crossing the walls of fire. Even they didn't feel confident in their own ability against these hindrances, as they were not just some special or bloodline magic. It was primal magic, the most dangerous kind. I think that's enough, Valley. Nezo interrupted, as she stopped stomping on the half-burned, all-bruised body of Issei, who was weakly and desperately trying to breathe. Valley stopped herself, her foot being only half a centimeter above Issei. Heroes are dangerous, you said so yourself. This won't be enough to kill him. But it will be enough for this. She put her index and middle fingers down her cleavage, lifting a small veil of purple liquid out, before showing it to Valley, who took a step back by instinct. The hell is that? Nezo smirked as she leaned down to Issei, patting him softly on his burnt back. He heaved weakly. Some evil dragon bee. She took off the cap and immediately the smell of it filled the place. It was sweet, really sweet. Like a cheap gummy bear, it also had an off aftertaste, or smell in this case. Vala took a few more steps back, even trying to cover her helmet's air holes to keep the smell out. What do you intend to use it for, daughter of Python? Albion asked. She ignored the dragon, as she spilled the BLD on his back. At first it just pooled on the muscles of his back, then it began to seep inside of his wounds and into his veins. His body began to shake, as steam came out of each scratch, claw mark and wound, as they each healed themselves. What's happening? What did you do? Valley yelled, confusing the onlookers. They couldn't see much past the fire, but they knew Issei was down and that the two women were now arguing. Only Irina, who had been left somewhat alone. She had been using boost, storing now 5. Nezo cut her left palm open, spilling her own BLD onto Issei as well. The steam stopped flowing out, and the small tornado above them came to a stop. Like it had been frozen in place. Valley grabbed Nezo's arm, forcing her up on her feet. What the hell are you doing, Sphinx? Nezo calmly smirked in response. You want to fight strong people, right, Valachon? Valley kept quiet. This will grant you your wish. He will become stronger. She leaned in, whispering in her ear. Enough to fulfill your deepest longing, of revenge. The tornado began to turn again. It became faster and stronger. The nearby trees began to bend and lean in towards it, as they were made leafless. The others had to hold on to each, so as to not be lifted up by the strong winds. Asia nearly went flying twice, before Graphia used her ice magic to freeze her feet onto the ground. She kept using this spell on others who were struggling against the wind. "What do we do, brother?" Rias asked as she kept one hand down on her skirt to not flash someone, and the other to keep her hair from whipping her. Aquino, Sona and the other girls had a similar stance. "I'll go through the fire." "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Surzex." "Might be strong, but this is primal magic. It defies our understanding of magic," the Zazel warned. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes held some worry. "I defy the normal order of things as well, the Zazel." He stepped forward, putting up a barrier around himself. "Not like this, you don't. Only dragons and gods can handle this kind of stuff." He stepped near the flames, his barrier touching it for brief moments, before he came a bit closer. The fire broke the barrier in milliseconds, forcing Surzex to step back. "Told you so," Azazel commented. "Anyone else care to try?" "Come, I'll do it," Irina answered. Azazel hadn't been serious, but he got serious as he, Surzex, Seraphal, Graphia, Dulio and Michael tried to stop her from crossing the fire, but she was too quick. Like a red blur, she just flew right inside the flames, surprising the two women inside, as a red version of Vala's scale mail came flying at the two. The fire broke away, as another roar from Drake came just a moment before she made impact with Nazo's back. Boost. She had stored 11 boosts, and was ready to use all 11 of them. "I'll kill you both." "Comet hello to you too, little sister." Nazo, in some pain, answered with a sick smile. "Try us." Vala answered as Irina launched at the two. Inside Issei's mind, falling. He was falling. Endlessly lower into this place. What the place was, he had no idea. It was so grand, yet beyond his sight. You simply do not see, for you like none of what it shows. He stopped falling. A giant hand had caught him. He stood in it, unafraid of what had saved him. A sense of relief filled him. What can I see if I like the sight? A truer self, the real you and the piece of you never were given. The voice sounded familiar. It held warmth in this cold sea of ink-colored voids. My truer self. What is he like? He is you, but unburdened by your restraint. By your humanity. Green flames sprang out from his mouth. They formed a copy of him. Was this his true self? Unburdened by humanity. Can I become him? You will, if you simply sacrifice this weakness of yours. Leave her. The copy had turned into Irina, smiling sweetly as she held a heart in her hands. His heart, safely tucked away by her. She was his burden. Remove her and become your true self. Aichi fell once more. The voice had left him. He had to choose. Be burdened or become unburdened. Ku Academy, you fight well, Shido. But next time, I won't hold back. Vala yelled as she and her teammate, Biko, left through a portal. Irina wanted to chase after them, but the fatigue from using the Welsh scale mail had hit her like a truck. The armor vanished into the air as green particles, as she fell on her knees, exhausted from the long fight. The moment she attacked, it had been like years had gone by, but now as her adrenaline faded and she got her thoughts together, it had barely felt like a minute. Rias and the others came over, leaving only the leaders behind to talk among themselves. Irina, you did it. Rias hugged her, kneeling down beside her, proud of her Nidus accomplishment. I am so proud of you. We all are. Come, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you guys' support. You did that all by yourself, Irina-san. I am ashamed I couldn't help. Zenobia said. A small tear rolled down her left cheek. It's okay, you did more than enough. You all did. Irina got up, with help from Kiba and Rias. Asia had gone over to Issei, as had Sona and Sei, all three more worried about him than congratulating Irina. Any major damage? Kamino. Asia responded. That doesn't make sense, not with how it sounded when those two tag-teamed him. Sona got closer, examining his body as much as she could. No scratches, wounds or anything to indicate him having been in a fight he lost. He looked like he was just sleeping. I can't tell if he's sleeping or unconscious, but besides that he seems fine. Asia reported as she stopped using her twilight healing. Saji, help me get him inside. You too, Kaneko. Sona ordered, with the two acting without hesitation. The others saw the four moving Issei's body, and their small celebration was stopped, as they followed them inside the clubhouse. You heard what the Sphinx called Issei, right, Azazel? Michael asked as he and the other adults stayed outside. One problem at a time, Michael. I'll talk with Penemu first and get a grave dug. Marathon to Summer Part 1, Ku Academy, Clubroom. A few hours had passed, with most of the gang leaving to get some sleep or recover at home, but Irina, Rias, Aquino, Sona, Saji and Asia had stayed. Asia and Irina sat beside Issei's side throughout the whole night, while Rias and the others had talked. The topic of said discussion had been the events of the night, the arrival of the Cows Brigade, the betrayal of Valley, Issei's fight against her and the Sphinx and Irina beating them both single-handedly. It is truly remarkable how much she has grown in such a short time, to think she could defeat people even Issei struggled with. Sona commented. She stood by the window, watching the sun slowly rise into the morning sky. We might not need to rely on him anymore. Besides, some of my servants have gotten sloppy. I only lost my footing once, President. Saji exclaimed. I know, but I mean what I said. You and the others have become reliant on Issei's strength. The moment he steps onto the field, you barely feel a need to worry in some weird way. At least it felt that way when we saw him fight Riser, but since then, stronger and stronger enemies have come to challenge us, and this time, they nearly killed him. Aquino took a sip of tea as she finished. And I have a plan to change that. The doors shut open, as in came Azazel, wearing the outfit of an average teacher. Aquino spilled her tea, causing her to turn, glaring daggers into his eyes, but he shrugged it off. He took Rias's chair as his seat, kicked up his legs and got comfortable. Sup kids, as part of this new alliance thingy me and the other leaders are working on, I'll be your new guidance counselor. What? In unison the two heiresses yelled, as Sonny laughed nervously and Aquino had metaphorically steam flying out of her ears. Calm down, it was either me or... So just take this as the better of two possibilities. They're both the same. Sona commented. I want to speak with my brother. Rias demanded, with a hand suddenly patting her head. I approved this, Riachan. It wasn't actually Surzek's hand, it was Graphia's. Surzek was speaking through a magic seal held by Graphia in her other hand. But, because like Vestheimenma said, the enemies have gotten stronger and your only counter is the unbeatable hero. Who just lost big time. What you mean, Azazel, is that we will have you all training during Rias and Sona's return to the underworld for the summer holidays. Surzek explained. The kids listened as he kept explaining on about the details. Nothing too concrete, just an idea of it, and had Rias and Sona given some notes to tell the rest of their peerages about this. Azazel slithered out of the chair and into the side room, but was stopped as Asia opened the door, slamming it into his head. Asia. Oh, by Lucifer, what are you doing on the floor, Azazel? Rias asked, unimpressed by the sight of him. After he got off the floor, excusing his bit of unluck as karma, Asia told the rest about Issei's current condition. His body has used an enormous amount of energy, so he'll need to recover all of it by sleeping. For how long? Rias asked. Tomorrow night, maybe late afternoon. But he will be awake before Monday. Most let out sighs of relief, while Azazel took a quick glance at the door to the room with Issei in. A weak smile sat on his lips, as he felt uncomfortable by the auras behind it. Red and green like spiritual beings, were hidden behind it, watching them in some weird sixth sense kind of way. He felt his neck hair standing up, as the green one seemed to focus its gaze his way. Then it stopped. Good to hear. Let those two rest until the summer break, they have more than earned it with their efforts last night. Surzek said, with the others agreeing. The meeting ended soon after, as people went home and got some much-needed sleep. Only Rias, Irina and Issei stayed behind, though the latter didn't have much of a choice or even knowledge of it, since when Rias re-entered the room, he and Irina were deep asleep. Even in his deep slumber, he could still cuddle up with Irina, who was enjoying that and the fact that her boyfriend was okay. Too cute. A pity, we can't have more moments like this, Rias said to herself as she left the two to sleep. Underworld, entrance of purgatory. At the stairs to literal purgatory, a sandy cocoon was growing. Slowly pulsing with a strange, faded blue light, it grew slowly bigger, while hundreds of shadowy creatures watched. A handful of humanoid people stood among the creatures, with only one sat atop a throne of obsidian. His chin sat on the back of his crossed hands, as the creatures around watched him, eerily awaiting him to do the slightest movement. A pity. The only time the whole family is gathered together, and it's all to watch Nazo get a scolding. A green-haired woman complained. She had a simple aquatic green classic Greek dress, with her arms crossed, covered by arm-length silver see-through gloves. Pless, like sheesh doesn't like the attention, this is just a reward for the old hag. Another woman, with an orange veil to cover her face, spoke. She sat on her long, sparkly snake tail, with shadowy creatures around that resembled her appearance. Little to cover her body, besides the veil, but a skirt and a bronze top. Be silent, both of you. Don't be rude in Lord Grandfather's presence. Come and shut it, cowboy. The green-haired woman hissed at the fur-covered man. He wore a tunic and a pair of sandals in need of replacing. You want to fight me? Do you, sis? The man yelled across the pit, earning him chuckles from the shadows and most of the other people. You're all idiots. A smaller, more feminine, yet most certainly a man said, before continuing to play on his Game Boy, ignoring his siblings' glares. I agree with Kyra. Cerberus spoke up, standing next to the man, Tartarus, in the throne, with a man behind him who looked quite alike himself. Both wearing navy blue suits and having light tan skin. Always the good sibling, aren't you, Sir B? With little Oth right behind you, too scared to be alone. The fur man taunted, with the two suits growling deeply at him. I crave silence. Everyone stopped their bickering, as Tartarus rose from his throne, wandering down through the air to the cocoon. It could have been any of you, but this little play of yours wouldn't have changed. The creatures underneath laid down on the ground, fearful of his gaze. The humanoids shifted uncomfortably in his annoyed presence. They each had their pride, but not enough to tempt his removal of their powers or worse. Sphinx is a sweet girl, but her hubris and pride is her greatest flaw, as is it yours. He monitored the cocoon to rise off the ground, with it the moment it felt a single touch of moonlight from atop the pit, starting to sprout. Let the sands bless you. Let the domain of riddles be reunited inside of you. And keep your place among us from ever becoming vacant. It flew higher into the air, before shooting off at the speed of light and off to the deserts of Egypt. There will be no scolding. Only a warning. Each of them, siblings present or here in spirit, watched the ancient god. I will handle Issei, and I expect you all to stay away. I will not have any of you defy me, or else you will feel my wrath. Saturday afternoon, Rias woke up, not in her usual bed, nor at her usual time. Last night/early morning had been a whole lot, and now she just wanted a single day going as she wanted it to. She got off the sofa, put on her casual clothes, dipped inside the small mini kitchen, made some noodles and tea and ate breakfast/lunch at her desk. She wouldn't want others to see her like this, since it didn't exactly give off the secretive and appealing hell princess look she normally had. Now, she was just an average girl with morning hair, a half-decent cup of tea and some soggy noodles. But in her mind, this was a perfect way to start her weekend. I hereby declare, no trouble shall happen. She stopped herself, took a quick look around, checking for anything to ruin her statement, and then continued. For the rest of the weekend, 10 seconds went by. Half an hour. And 2 hours later, Rias was done with all her paperwork, some involving getting Azazel assigned as a teacher and hers and Sona's new guidance teacher. She could now enjoy her weekend, and just relax in front of the unknown TV she had hidden in the room Issei and Irina slept in. She quietly opened the door, peeked half an eye inside, seeing in the dim light of the descending sun, the couple still fast asleep. The temptation to just waltz in and take the TV, hidden right under the end bed, was strong, but she stayed strong and began to make a plan of attack. She could storm in quickly, get the TV and run out, before the two would even get a chance to spot her. Or she could slowly, with a silent spell on, walk over and just grab it, then leave. She went with B after like 2 seconds of debating. It felt weird for her to walk in on the two sleeping, but then again, this was her room and they were only here because it would be too much of a hassle to transport Issei home, and Irina didn't want to be home alone. It also wasn't the first time she had broken into their room, even if this wasn't technically their room. Not sure I should keep a record of how many times I've done this thus far. But then again, Akino has probably done it more than me. As she got closer to the bed frame, she spotted another lump under the covers, one whose restless movements seemed all too familiar. A short which was very soft, mature and just Akino's voice but sleepy, came from under the blanket. Issei. 2 arms moved under the blankets, wrapping around Issei's right arm. Meanwhile, his left arm was taken care of by Irina, who was unaware of the intruder in the bed. Akino, I swear. I think you want Irina to kill you. Rias grabbed the TV slowly, lifting it off the floor and got the wire wrangled around her left hand, and began to backstep out of the room. She had seen enough, if not too much, and she was not ready to deal with this until tomorrow night and not a minute before. She closed the door, popped down the TV, got some popcorn microwaved and got ready to watch Percy Jackson, The Lighting Thief on Netflix. It's so bad yet so good. The rest of the day went by soon after, with none of the three in the room waking up, to find the sight of Rias watching classic B-tier movies about Greek mythology or true crime documentaries. As she called it, research. When the clock struck 12, she turned off the TV and laid back on the sofa, smiling happily and ready to sleep. I wish every day could be like today. Lanitos, hidden under the very same sofa she was sleeping on, had seen it all and was ready to tell Issei the moment he woke up. Sunday morning, Saji's apartment. The two younger gentries woke up to the smell of half-burnt bacon and decent pancakes, as their older brother, Saji, worked strong to make something nice for them. Saji Onii. Is it safe? His little sister asked, earning her a comically offended expression from Saji. Yes. You little brat, just eat or else I'll show what's unsafe. He began tickling her, then his little brother. He half forgot he was still making food, so the trio had burnt bacon and mediocre pancakes. It was a slow start to the day, but a fun one. So even as the food smelled and tasted awfully, the three still had a smile on their faces. Thankfully, their downstairs neighbor had more than enough food to spare the trio, as they realize half an hour later that burnt food doesn't keep you satisfied long. You gonna go and do that devil stuff today, Saonii? His brother asked while drawing some guy in armor, fighting a big chicken. It had explosions everywhere he drew them, and BLD colored blue, since they had run out of red crayons. Nah, I got the entire day off, so I get to stay and have fun with you guys. Boo, I wanted to go out with you today. Saji laughed, patting his little brother's head, as he kept sulking. Can't you get glasses One-ichan to come by today? He nearly spat out his water, as the thought of inviting Sona over was processed by him in a completely different way than his brother had meant. He had a weird smile, with a bit of drool hanging from it, making his siblings stare in disgust. With Sona, I feel Saji being put in his place. Sona suddenly said aloud, as she and Tsubaki were strong at work with paperwork. Should we help or not? No, he probably deserved it. Yes, of course. And thus work continued. Back with Saji. Okay, so we can maybe, tonight if my boss is cool with it, be able to meet with her friends group. His siblings did not look impressed. They knew about the devil stuff he did, not the fighting obviously, so they had met a few of his peerage members. They already thought Sona and her gang were the coolest people, so the idea of her friend being or nearly as cool was alien to them. You're right. I doubt they have a dragon in their team like yours does. Saji whacked his index finger, so sure of himself, plus he had gotten it beaten into him that Irina's dragon was a lot cooler than his, by Sona before he met her. I only have a dragon king, they have a dragon emperor. Who's really cool and has this awesome boyfriend dash. Ooh, Onii-chan likes men. I didn't say anything like that, you brats. Half an hour later of tickling, mean comments from the younger sibling duo, and Sona texted that Rias had agreed to let the two meet with them tonight. Yay, we get to see Glasses One-chan and all the other cool girls. They danced around, all too happy, while Saji smiled knowingly, like some cartoon villain. Just you see, my team ain't SHT compared to theirs, coolness vice at least. A sad, but manly tear rolled down his cheek, with his siblings again calling him gay, before running away from the tickling monster. Marat Horn to Summer Part 2, with Zenobia, Kujem. Many people see light exercise as a good way to keep themselves healthy, to help weight loss, and even as a way to meet new people. Zenobia did so as well, just her idea of light exercise was doing CrossFit like it was the same as just taking a short jog. She was trying to get her new body to fit with her chess piece, which was the pawn. And since she was strong, had a sacred sword and was decent at magic, she cost 4 pieces. But being a pawn doesn't do much by itself, the real power hid in the ability promotion. This allowed for a pawn, when they entered whatever their king deemed enemy territory, to promote into any other piece besides the king. To draw the most power out of this ability, she began to train in what the different pieces specialized in. Raw strength and endurance for the rook. Speed and precision for the knight. Magic and focus for the bishop. This would combine and strengthen the queen, which used all of the different pieces' abilities as well, just to a lesser extent, as it mainly specializes in high damage and vast amounts of magic. So CrossFit for the rook. Quarter marathons every 3 days for the knight. Nightly reading for the bishop, and the queen being stronger was a given if she kept this pace up. This had all been suggested by Rias, who doesn't know that Zenobia takes things like training very seriously. The girl would break every bone in her body if she believed it would benefit her. Rias had only meant she should do light training in these fields, then make it harder slowly over time as she became better. So here Zenobia was, on her 150th squad, still faithful to her yet questioning if her legs could really take any more of this. It was only day 1. She still had 100 bench presses, pull-ups, kettlebell swings and burpees. This she had to do 3 times each, with no breaks. If one would ask where she got this training plan from, then the answer would be Issei's house. Again, she believed herself to be at his level, and while that was true in the form of swordsmanship, the same did not hold true when it came to training. Issei's not ripped and strong as he is, without doing nothing for it. I wanna die. 2 hours later, half dead on the floor mats, with 2 employees trying to get in contact with her, and another calling for an ambulance, Zenobia had finished day 1. Issei would not be proved, he would be worried. She didn't break anything, besides her pride in her body. It was no match for the gym beast that was Issei. Meanwhile, with Kiba, Kupark, I feel someone has broken their limits. But not in a good way. The prince hadn't intended for this, but he hid his face in shame from the sunlight, as he felt unable to bear his lack of being able to help whatever poor soul had broken themselves. The girls around him loved it, taking photos, as he kept looking like some edgy drama kid unable to stop acting. If only I could have saved you. He grasped at the sky, with such seriousness, one would think he just lost his friend. The girls loved it either way. I'm sorry. He let a single tear out, that flew off, carried by the wind. Sunday afternoon, Ku Academy, most of the Gremory peerage had gathered, with Sona, Saji and his 2 siblings joining them. The kids weren't that surprised when none of the other devils looked as cool as their brother's team did. Sorry again. Sona whispered, earning a chuckle from Rias and Aquino. It's fine. If anything, I believe we could all use the added cuteness. Rias responded, already finding the 2 small Saji clones to be just what she needed after last Friday. I heard Issei liked playing with kids from Irina, so I doubt the 2 would mind. Aquino commented as she filled the 2's cups with tea, before filling her own and keeping 3 others empty. 1 for Irina, Issei and Asia each. Barely 12 minutes had passed, since Irina came out and got Asia to come in, so Issei had woken up and was just getting a quick checkup from the little blonde healer of the group. Most just talked, chilling a bit, yet kept glancing over every so often. The idea of Issei getting beat had become less and less alien since his defeat to Irina back at Olympus, but the rate of which he got more and more hurt with each new battle, that was getting worrying. So when Asia came out again with a smile, their worries left for now and they felt relieved. Is he fine then? Rias asked, earning a quick nod from Asia. Yes. Just a bit thinner than before. Thinner. A few alarm bells went off in some of their heads, as images of an insanely thin Issei began to dance around their minds. It was like a cartoon character popping his body with a needle like it was a giant balloon, but thankfully Asia explained it wasn't in a bad way. He had gotten thinner, maybe even an inch and a half taller, but his body was perfectly healthy. It is most likely a case of intensive calorie need from his body, forcing it to break down his muscles for nutrients. Asia, the little nutrition and digestion expert, explained. Maybe Issei should just step out, so we can see what you mean. Rias hesitantly asked, with Asia nodding before turning to her right, motioning for the two inside to step out. She made way for them, stepping out into the main room, yet staying close. First they saw the back of Irina, as she took slow steps backwards, holding her arms out, presumably, to support Issei. He groaned as he struggled to walk into the room, having his slender hands gripping onto the doorframe, as his equally slender arm quivered a bit. His shirt hung loose on him, with no muscle mass underneath like they're used to. The same held true for his legs, not entirely able to stand by themselves, hence Irina's half-hug to support him. But his face held a different kind of strangeness to it. Thin, sharp little eyes, with a pair of pointy ears, strong jawline and a small mouth. But as some moved, or he turned, a more normal version appeared instead. Like if you saw a room from a different angle, it suddenly looked like a new room, yet still like the same old room. You guys look ridiculous with those intense stares. Issei broke the silence that had been created with his presence. Alright. Sorry, we were just so surprised to see you like this. Yeah, I didn't really expect to look like this either. He reached out toward the back of the nearby sofa, with Irina helping him, but Irina let go, and he with one hand lifted himself over and performed a perfectly one-hand stand on the sofa back. As you can see, our local muscle idiot is doing just fine. Irina rolled her eyes as she found Issei a little stunt childish, but so like him. Another mass sigh of relief was performed by everyone in the room, as the two kids stared in awe at the giant of teenage, who now began doing push-ups in his current stance, while egging Zenobia on to try doing something like. Zenobia sat right next to his hand, and was really ready to go, but her body was still in massive pain from her training at the gym. Good to see, now get down Issei before you break something, Rias ordered in a humorous tone. Aye, princess. Unlike former victories, no party was held this time, just a congratulations on Issei's recovery, who was more than happy with leaving it at that. The two kids were, just as Aquino promised, played with by Issei, with him being almost like a second big brother for the two. Swings in the air, drawing and jokes, he could do it all. He was enjoying himself, as were the others. Chatter was made, tea was sipped and hints to what Aquino had been doing in Irina and Issei's bed had been made. Saji and Sona left first, taking the two kids home to sleep after having played their little hearts out with Issei, the cool Demigod as they had dubbed him. Then Asia, Kaneko and Kiba to get ready for tomorrow. Then Aquino and Zenobia, to sleep. Leaving Issei, Irina and Rias behind, with the couple's faces turning dark the moment the last two left. Rias felt uncomfortable the moment it happened. Rias, we need to keep quiet about something we need to tell you. Issei said. He was dead serious, she could tell from his tone. His eyes quivered just a bit, but held strong, making her feel his trust in her was stronger than ever. I swear, I won't tell a soul. Rias answered, even lifting a hand up as she swore this. The two looked at each other, then looked at her again. Don't ever watch Percy Jackson, just read the books, the movies are not that good. Plus miss a few important parts of the story. Rias felt a cold, serpentine stare, from behind. Finding a familiar snake, Lanido's sitting on her bookshelf, watching her. Oh no, yes, we are really worried about you. Especially since you believed that book was based on real life. No. Rias cried into the night, her worst fear having come true. said fear was Issei scolding her about how the Olympian faction really functioned. The trauma she experienced that night was immense beyond measure. The Three Sisters library. The Three Sisters stood in row, checking returned books, new books and still unfinished books, as each was stowed away on their own shelves. None cared when the goddess of wisdom, Athena, rang their bell. Not even the second time. But the third time, they walked over to her and all asked in unison. What? Comma, I need a book. Comma, you and every other fool god in this place, my lady. Dawn answered. Can't you just bring me the book, my dear friends? The three scoffed at her attempted fall tray. Since when did we share our gossip or dreams with you, as friends would, Lady Athena? Noon questioned, her tone indicating a clear disdain of her vain use of the word friend. I meant friends of the mind, Noon. Athena answered, herself having dropped her attempts at kindness. Now, please just give me the book I want. Comma, but which would it be? We have an endless amount of the book you want, my lady. Eve taunted, with the younger snickering in response. You know what book I longing. Comma, and you know our rules. Only the owner, writer and us, may read it or even request it, my lady. Dawn reminded Athena, with a taunting smile. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes, then opening them again with an intensive stare. I demand that damned book be delivered to me, as your rules also state those bound by a love like mine and his may view the other's story. Comma, yes, it says that, but who is this person that shared such a love with the unloving strategist, Athena? You know who, comma, but must we ruin the fun of watching you squirm from merely saying his name? Comma, Python. I wish to see my former lover, Python's book. The book appeared in Eve's hands, her smiling devilishly at the sound of saying the accrued name. Mighty bold to speak the monster spawner's name here of all places. You know the MSTR of us, right? Athena nodded. She was wise and smart enough to have guessed who wrote all this world's history down long, long ago. It had never been these three demons. Do enjoy your book, helpless lover of the Storm King. Comment, be sure to return it before the summer solstice. We need to add new pages to it soon. Athena nodded once, before leaving, cloaking herself in owl feathers and vanishing in a whirlwind of them. Maybe we should check on Issei soon, what say you sisters? Dawn asked, with the two nodding in unison. Forest, 3 days till the summer holidays begin, and nearly 2 weeks after the first official sighting and declaration of war between the newly founded alliance and the Cows Brigade, a name that left a bitter taste in Issei. As he had said, they used the creator's name as their little club of assholes' names. I'm going to show them real cows. But besides his anger towards the selective group of rebels, he had taken up the request from Zenobia, Asia, Saji and a few others to train them. His physical well-being had been put to question after his short coma from the fight with Valley and the Sphinx, and it had been put to question in good faith. Said faith has hence been crushed. Zenobia had long believed herself the strongest in the group of devils. Besides the heiress and the queens, maybe even Kaneko could best her, and Irina was either among the Avenger or the strongest. So safe to say, Zenobia with her years of fighting, training and former high rank in the church was strong. But Issei was still stronger, and now even more so. Kiba screamed, as he came fleeing out of the forest, scratches on his left leg and sword hand. The others barely hesitated to run, as the sound of breaking branches in his chase after Kiba got them to rethink their earlier remarks. I thought you said he was still recovering. I said he should be. Asia screamed, as Zenobia grabbed her and threw her up on her back, as Issei swiped with a threatening amount of force where she had previously been. I think he is trying to kill us. Saji screamed, as the only non-Gremory servant in the group sensed his death coming and managed to dodge it by a hair's thread. Not kill train. Saji was, moments after Issei said this, put in the ground, head first. Who's next? Or are you gonna keep running? The devils had gathered in a semicircle, with a good enough amount of distance between them and the beast that was Issei. His body had undergone changes, and hadn't returned to normal in the slightest, so his muscular and friendly look had faded. Now he was thin, lanky and tall. They already knew his sudden thins was not a sign of muscle loss. but rather an intense condensing of them for some mysterious reason. Compressing them so tightly together they were only visible underneath a telescope or enhancing sight spells. And with his new sharper face and features, he became haunting in certain settings of the day to look at. Like a lanky demon of torturous training. Or you all a big group of chickens? He tilted his head, to the point it seemed like at a first glance he could fully bend it around. Then he smirked, and unfortunately for him, in the light of the slowly setting sun, he looked like an evil character straight out of JoJo. The sight before them didn't need much more than some bold and booming kanji, slightly haunting music, and they were good to go. Unlike an enemy stand user, after a few minutes of fighting, the rest of the trainee devils were bruised, blue and black all over. Meanwhile, Issei was barely faced and just sipping some orange juice. Never mind that, geez Issei, you're so strong. Could you go easy on us just for once? Saji asked as he helped the others off the ground, having been hurt the least during training. Nope. No pain, no gain. Comma and no fun for you. Zenobia commented. Saji gave her his hand, pulling her up. That too, but I am not a SDST. An eerie quiet filled the air, as all the devils looked at him with a suspicious look. Bullshit, said Kaneko in her usual stoic voice, causing the group to laugh. It wasn't hilarious, but it was funny. I swear, there is never a dull moment with you guys, Issei said, before they all decided to get back home and rest. Underworld river Styx. A common joke in the world is that cats hate or are frightened by water. It was more like a rule placed upon them by a certain river goddess, as a byproduct of some stupid prank performed by some old cat deity. It's the reason why most felines can in some mystical way foresee their own death, as each time they see even the smallest drop of water, they see their end clear as crystal reflected in it. So what happens if a chimera with parts of a cat stands at the edge of the river that a certain river goddess lives in? Only a handful of such creatures know, but none have uttered a word of whether it happens to them as well or not, only that they hate the water. At the edge of icy cold water of death, stood a young feminine boy, staring at the water with an unimpressed look. He was waiting for Styx, who was trying to ignore him while raising the water level slowly to hopefully scare him off. Come out already, water doesn't scare me. Her intentions were ineffective. So instead, she threw a spear out of the dark water, landing right between the boy's feet. A cold aura left the spear, as the dark sand around it was coated in a thin layer of ice. Geez. Throwing a spear at someone isn't very nice, you know. He clicked his tongue at his teeth, causing a small burst of flames to explode out from his mouth. The spear broke, and the river was pushed back a bit. I just wanted to talk. Got some information on a certain demigod you might want to hear. His tone had been bored, yet it had gained a kind of gleeful sound to it. The waters calmed down, before a path was made by the river splitting itself in two, allowing him passage into it. Come down. Styx spoke from misty fog floating above the water. He did, passing by the water, ignoring the dead and lost souls of those he fell off the ferryman's boat. They clawed after him but were held back by the river. As he arrived on the other side, he saw a table of polished ice, with 2 chairs and a tall woman with slender limbs and icy pale skin sat, her face obscured by a straw hat, with blue jewels hanging from thin pieces of string. Chimera, my dear, why didn't you just say that to begin with? Her sweet voice and words were not sincerice, but her sitting there and having allowed passage to her own little private realm meant she was interested. It also meant, if she willed it, that he might not be able to leave if he did not please her with his information. He kept his calm and sat down in the free chair. Sorry, my lady, I had hoped not to spoil the surprise until now. He chuckled as he sat down and got comfortable. So, what's my sweet little Issei up to? Did he get rid of that red dragonware? As she spoke, she leaned over the table, looming a bit over the mythical monster, awaiting his response. Afraid not. She sat back down, looking immediately disinterested. But he will be coming to the underworld during his contractor's summer break from the human world this Friday, and grandfather seems to have planned something for his arrival. For words so plain in some sense, they were able to light a fire in the river goddess's eyes. Her hair flowed around like strong waves, making Chimera feel the place get colder. She sprang up from her chair, ran over to the edge of the water and jumped in. Chimera was hit with an even intenser wave of frost, as the river began hurting the lost souls in it, making them release their cold cries of pain and regret. I did not expect this. He tried to keep his composure, but he couldn't deny he felt his life was in the hands of the fates, for he had no idea how this meeting was going to end now. A path through the water appeared, and without hesitation he ran for the other shore. The path collapsed behind him for each step he took, before he finally made it onto land again and found himself in a completely different area of the underworld. He looked back at the river, seeing it had become even more violent than before. She really is head over heels for the kid. The river began to flow away. Like a snake, it slithered away and scared off the local fallen angel population. Good then. It means this summer solstice might be more than just Zeus's endless ramblings about rules, said Cerberus, while stepping out of the shadows, smiling devilishly. Issei's house. Issei let out a deep sigh as he sat down on the edge of his and Irina's bed. Irina lowered the book she was reading, before patting his back with her left foot. You okay? He sighed even deeper in response. Third time this week, some wannabe hero comes by and asks if I have seen a monster in the area, so no, I am not okay, no need to yell at me. Again he sighed. He turned around, hanging his legs off the side, as he took her foot and began massaging it. She kept her face half hidden by her book, giving him small forgiving glances. Sorry honey. This is all just so stressful. Come, I know. But hopefully this break might help you relax a bit. We could maybe even find a way to avoid those heroes coming here again. Irina was determined to help. She had been so since Issei woke up. For now, only Irina, Drake and himself knew Issei wasn't entirely human. In his body flowed the blood of the firstborn primordial god, first lord of the afterlife and progenitor of the most hated bloodline in the world. Tartarus, lord of purgatory, keeper of the most heinous souls and watcher of all his grandkids, the children of Typhon. I hope we do. How's the book, by the way? Found anything useful in it yet? Issei asked. Irina had tried to help, but with little luck so far. She wanted to ask Rias, Sona or even Surzex for help, but Issei didn't want their help, saying it would be too risky. So instead, she had borrowed a book from Zenobia about monster myths. When she was asked why, she answered by saying she wanted to know when her client slept with a monster before meeting said monster. The Monsters Tells. The book was called, and it had been so far useless. It didn't give any straight answers, it only told of how to strike monsters, to counter their poison, and even a bit about what some of their powers were. Though one problem, besides the missing lack of straight answers, was the lack of names for the monsters. A name is power. To call someone by it, to put feeling into it, is to give them power. Issei said when she had asked about it. Never mention his name, or thunder and fire will come crashing down on us. Thankfully, the book had paintings, sketches and such of the creatures it had written down in it, and they helped tremendously. That's Nazo right. Irina pointed at a drawing of a creature, with the upper body of a woman and a lion bottom, with wings made of stone feathers growing from her back. And that is a sphinx, an offspring made by her. They're the one the ancient Greeks feared, since there were no smarter and fiercer than a lion. Issei explained as he pointed at a drawing on the opposite page. Irina had put herself between his legs, with her back on his ear, making him hold the cover of the book as she flipped the page somewhat mindlessly. The next page had a mural of a three-headed dog. One head was happy, the second was bored, and the last was angry. They watched over the black gate, with black walls of even blacker flames. Cerberus right. I didn't know he was a monster. Surprising right, at least he's just like a dog and no smarter than a golden retriever. He's nothing like the rest of his siblings. Issei smiled pleasantly at the memories of the giant hound. I see. He's got an interesting power too. Irina pointed to the part of the page that explained it, not in much detail, but enough to give a picture of it. Guardian, it lets him withstand any and all attacks as long as he stands guard. Sounds troublesome, but if he really is like a dog, I guess you wouldn't have to worry about it. The two kept flipping through pages, seeing different monsters, learning bits and pieces about them. Yet halfway through their reading, Issei fell asleep, causing him to let go of the heavy book. It fell onto Irina's stomach, making her go from half asleep to fully awake. So, you better not be joking. She stopped herself, for when she saw the page that they had landed on, a sting of dread shot into her. It began filling her slowly as the image on the page sank in. Name, unknown, founding tale, destroyer of Athens, title, heir of the god-killing storm, consort of the red dragon emprise, demigod of dragons. Above all the texts sat a painting of a thin young man, peeling an orange. Wings of wind sprouted on his back. A spear, with a snake's tooth, leaned against his shoulder. Dark clouds gathered above him, as the bodies of a bat, crow and pigeon were crushed under his clawed foot. He sat on stone, a burial stone, as on it was written the date of birth and death, along with a name. Irina Shido died trying to defend the world. Troublesome vacation incoming. Penku's house. Azazel appeared in the middle of the living room, having teleported here to talk with Benemu or Penemu, depending on how close she was with someone. He wasn't that close, but kept saying it anyway, only to annoy her. But today's visit wasn't for shits and giggles. Benemu had stayed home for the last 2 weeks, not talking or seeing anyone for the whole time. Her work had been handled by Azazel and a few of the other cadres, but too many lower-ranked fallen angels had begun to notice her absences and were starting to ask too many questions about. The last thing Azazel wants is to force her back, at least with how she was when he saw her last, but he also wanted to avoid another cocabrial situation. The first thing he noticed was the lights being off, not that it hindered him from seeing the mess her house had become. Littered around on the floor were wine bottles, beer cans and plastic containers for microwave food. The few flowers she had were shriveling from a lack of sun and water. He went into the kitchen, finding the sink filled with uncleaned, half-rinsed plates and other kitchenware. The smell of beer hung in the air, making his head and nose hurt from the sour sting. Benemu, are you home? He turned around in the dark, trying to see if she might appear from one of the 2 doors in the house. But neither opened. He waited a few seconds more, then went over to her bedroom door and put his right ear against the door. He couldn't hear anything. Benemu, you in there? A low groan came from behind the door, making him open the door softly to not scare her. It's Azazel, I'm coming in. When he got his head inside, he felt himself tensing up a bit, as even more bottles littered the floor, and the stench of wine began making him have a migraine from the smell alone. Then he saw her, holding a brown nightdress, clutching onto it for dear life. It didn't take a genius, which he would be called most of the time, to figure out whose dress that was. She held it so dearly into her, trying to hide the tears she had made in it. Azazel had seen her do it, when he came and told her the news. Benemu. He came closer slowly, wanting to avoid knocking over the hills of bottles and startling her. He got down on his knees as he tried to embrace her from behind, holding her awkwardly over her neck and head. Why? Benemu's voice was weak and rough from all her drinking. I care, that's why, I did. Azazel held on just a bit tighter. A small tear rolled down his cheek. I don't know. She let out a sob, hugging the dress even tighter. Naso. He felt wet drops fall on his hands. Her tears came one by one slowly, as she started crying. He held her tighter, not really knowing what else to do. It had been years since he last had to help a friend with a crushed heart, and he was unsure if he had even helped him at the time. I'm here for you, my friend. I will help in any way I can. Really? She asked weakly. He smiled a bit, seeing there was still hope at the end of this nightmare she was in. Anything for my favorite girl. Her crying seemed to stop as she fell asleep in his embrace. She must have been tired. Can't blame her. The whole ordeal had made her unable to get any real sleep, so his appearance and offer to help had flicked a switch in her head. He got up again, still smiling. Really? Next to him, just at the edge of the bed, stood a cloaked figure holding the dress. He had somehow taken it without disturbing Benemu or having Azazel notice. Excuse my sudden appearance, you see, I care much for my granddaughter's wife. But I haven't been able to visit her out of shame for this whole ordeal. The person explained as he put the dress under his cloak in some hidden pocket, before turning fully towards Azazel, giving him a glance of face. It was familiar, but it had all these different parts of other races' faces on it, like a chimera of people. He knew someone like that. You're Tartarus. He stepped in between him and Benemu. Yes, I am, but that is not important right now. I think it is. You do know who lives here, right? Azazel felt himself sweating bullets just at the idea of the primordial god and Surzex fighting. Oh, by cows, I am no idiot and I am only here as a messenger, and it does involve the two heiresses, or at least the one they have in their service currently. Say, Azazel said. It wasn't that strong to figure out, plus it helped that Azazel's last few encounters with him had stirred his need to know nearly everything about people he felt didn't fit in their current setting. A quick search through his archives, 5 cups of coffee, and he knew almost nothing more than when he had begun. The only thing he learned about Issei is that he is paradoxically mysterious for being one of the most well-known demigods in the current century. I can help heal Penemu's wounded heart, in exchange for having a private meeting with him. I just need you to make him head into the wastelands north of the Grigori and I'll handle the rest. He thought over the request for a few seconds, weighing each pro and con. How will you help her? Tartarus spun his right-hand index finger, or rather eagle talon, around a few times. A circle appeared, acting as a kind of window, allowing him to see the Sphinx, Naso, sleeping on a giant bed. She's alive. An old curse was placed on her and the others, keeping them from ever fully dying. The ones you read about dying in the stories are often their offspring and rarely them. Tartarus ripped through the window, breaking it into dust. I will allow the two to reunite, but only if you help me. And if I don't? He felt tempted, but even so he wanted to know his options. While Issei and him weren't close, he couldn't in good faith send him to the wasteland. He had to be certain that this deal wasn't a total scam. If you don't, I'll take him by force and strip Naso of any linger feelings for Penemu. I am offering you a choice, which I hope you will take to make things easier for both parties. He reached his hand out, awaiting an answer. He was threatening him. Not to mention the blackmail, making him the one fully in control of this conversation. He was going to get what he wanted in the end either way, so at least Azazel could make the process smoother for everyone by acting as if he had a choice. I'll send him your way on Sunday, so make sure those two reunite before then. He shook his hand once. The strength of Tartarus was immense, but the conflict in his heart weighed on Azazel much more than his hand nearly breaking. It shall be done. Issei's house. Irina had been unable to sleep. Whenever her eyes were beginning to close, then those words would shock her right awake, like the jolt you would get from touching machines after walking on a carpet. So when Issei woke up, well rested and ready for whatever the day had in store for him, he met his first hurdle. A sleep-deprived girlfriend, mumbling and irritated from a lack of sleep. Her mood all morning long had been bad, so bad he decided to make her stay home, take a nap and relax. I understand you getting nervous over traveling to a place you have never been to, and going to the underworld is probably even more scary in some way, but don't worry, I got you and the rest of the gang will be there as well. His cheerful words didn't help a lot, but Irina pretended they did. Love you, honey, I'll get going now. The door shut behind him, as Irina, lying on the couch, heard his footsteps slowly going further and further away. Love you too. She mumbled before getting off her butt and taking a cup of tea as she headed upstairs and past their bedrooms. The house was a pretty standard size, with a big living room and kitchen on the first floor and a single toilet with a bathtub in a side room. On the second floor are 2 bedrooms, one emestar and another acting more as a guest room. Another bathroom with a small shower, plus a door leading to a 2 feet wide broom closet. All this sat on a hall that bent 90 dresses over the living room area, where the last room was placed. The only room that made any use of spatial magic, as Issei wanted it to feel like his sister's back on Olympus. The study of Minerva, a replica of Athena's study. It wasn't exactly a clever name, but since it was a copy of Athena's place, then Issei felt he had to name it the study of Minerva, since Minerva was the name the Romans had given Athena back in the day. Giant shelves filled with scrolls, artifacts, and books lined the walls, with a standard olive wooden desk, paired with a dark brown elter chair. She sat down in the chair, putting her cup down and opening up the book again, flipping through the pages until she found it again. It sent a shiver down her spine, like it had when she first saw the page. The mosaic drawings of the young man sitting on the tombstone, having his spear leaning over his shoulders, as he ate an orange were like something straight out of the Bible. The idea of that did sting a bit in her head, but she couldn't deny the biblical influences over the painting's composition, and how it made the paintings so much more scary. Like some old forewarning of a disaster to come. This can't be real. Her hand touched the man's face carefully. She didn't want it to be real, but something in her kept telling her it was. The more she looked at him, the more he resembled Issei. It can be nothing but reality, since this book is an updated version of the one originally made by Athena. Drake said. He had been awake for a while, but kept quiet and waited until Issei had gone away. Athena. Issei's older sister made this book. Then why is Issei in it? I mean, this is a book about don't. Irina felt the ground shake a little bit as she barely managed to say the name. Names of gods said by humans carry great power, and must not be invoked mindlessly. Drake's warning was made with great worry, as the ancient dragon himself had seen the carnage performed by Typhon and only got out alive at the sacrifice of many dragons he knew. Right, sorry. I just meant it doesn't make sense that Athena wrote this book about Python children, if she knows Issei is one of them. Issei had told her to call Typhon for Python, since that wouldn't awaken any real power or cause as many problems. Well, she doesn't. This book was made by a human she held dear, who was said to have foreseen all these monsters before they were born, and made this book to stay in her memory and prepare her for the future. Drake explained. We should be thankful she hasn't read this page in some time, or else Issei would have all of Olympus after him. Irina felt her heart almost stop at the thought of that. She knew he was strong, but he always spoke highly of how much stronger his family was. If those people knew who he really was, then they would come and kill him. An image of golden clouds breaking open above in the sky, as magic, thunder, fire and arrows hailed down on a lone Issei filled her head. She clutched her left fist together, slamming it down on the table, summoning the boosted gear unintentionally. She was crying. She was angry. I won't let that happen. But she was also determined. Summer Camp Part 1, Train Station. It had been a few rough weeks for the young devils and Demigod of Olympus, but the long-awaited summer vacation had now appeared before them like divine invasion. But to avoid headaches for 99.9% of the group, they stuck with it just being a welcomed PRD of relaxation. Just one problem: before the relaxation and fun could begin, the many teenagers had to wake up at 4 a.m. on a Friday morning. The two heiresses had gotten the school to allow them to skip today's classes, under the pretense they were going on a club trip. The teachers didn't question the student council going as well with the lone occult research club, but the newly hired teacher Azazel explained the two clubs had chosen to split the cost of the trip with each other, so they all could go to Kyoto. So the 20 or so manned group woke up early, got their bags and suitcases, left home and joined their two leaders, teacher and trainer at the train station. Good morning, everyone. Azazel greeted the group, more energetic than the two devil heirs on his right, the 16 in front of him, yet somehow more tired than Issei. Good morning. Low voices, lower energy and half-asleep voices replied back. I hope you all remembered everything you'll be needing for this trip, since we will be gone for the entire vacation. And I don't know about the devil territory, but the clothes store in my territory isn't exactly modest. Not that I mind some sk-. He got stopped by Issei, kicking his lower right leg, as he let out a low growl. Azazel didn't let it stop him from smiling and keeping his humor rolling. So, how many here have been to the underworld before? A few hands went up. Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Tsubaki, Issei and Momo. Know a lot, huh? Well, it can't be helped, since the first time going there is kind of a drag, but after that it gets better. A loud horn went off further down the tracks leading towards the mountains. Speaking of drag, Azazel and the three other chaperones turned towards the sound, as the rest of the group got closer and saw a yellow light tucking along the rails, as damps of steam flew out from all sides of the body behind the light. Another loud honk from the horn came, followed by the sound of old metallic brakes screaming and making the whole group get tinnitus. The light was blinding, and the steam felt uncomfortably hot as the locomotive passed them slowly, before finally coming to a halt. The young devils tried to wave the steam away, until they managed to get a look at the 4 chaperones, plus Irene now, waiting for them near the first cart. "You coming or what?" Azazel asked, trying to hold himself back from laughing from the looks on their half-awake faces. The boarding went smoothly compared to the arrival of the train, as now Rias and Sona took over and got the 2 peerages into each of their specific carts. Azazel sneaked off to find the dining cart, with Issei wandering off down the train, saying he wanted to check something. Very vague and mysterious, but with the current level of energy, no one cared and instead tried to regain some missing hours of sleep. So Issei was left to himself, and began his journey down the carts, finding the interior of each cart to be quite too elegant. He first noticed the Crimson Roses emblem painted on mahogany-oiled wooden walls back in the cart Rias and her group had, not to mention the royal-looking furniture and vases and paintings. When he got into Sona's, it had the same look, just blue and with the Citri clan symbol, plus a massive leviathan of ice, circling around in a pool of clear blue water. The pool was also the roof. Each of the carts were ridiculous and so obviously a show of each separate devil clan, with them wanting to show off how glamorous their carts were. But it just looked whack and stupid to Issei. He got the reason, his family would do the same in a heartbeat, but this was just ridiculous. When he reached the Phoenix cart, he almost wanted to beat Riser into a wall again, since despite how clean and relatively normal by devil cart standards it looked, he could smell fluids he knew well enough, in the entire cart. He almost wondered if his knowledge of the devils was wrong or off somehow, since so far, the Asmodeus cart had been so boring and Phoenix one seemed like it belonged to the king of lust with how much SMN and love juices had stained the cart. It was enough to make him almost puke. So it was a blessing to him, when he reached the end of the train, which was just a nice little open and fresh air sitting area. It was like one of those rooftop gardens in the US, just way more royal. Fresh air. Wait a second. Issei watched, eyes more open than before, as he sat on one of the benches that were placed in the park-like area, where the train was currently traveling through. The dimensional gap. He had somehow missed the purple and rainbow-colored endless space through all the windows, on his journey down the train. Just like he had failed to notice the train had been moving this entire time. It had been so smooth he didn't notice, even now he could barely feel it. He only knew it was moving as the rails behind the cart vanished into dust. Plus the train was currently going in a circular motion, meaning he could see the front at a slight angle. Lines of metal and wooden planks formed from nothing before the train, forming the rails it rode on, as it kept heading down in the space he always thought had no direction to it. Maybe he just needed to be a train conductor to see the direction. Besides a shift in career, Issei thought the whole experience was quite neat, since originally he had planned to take Irina with him down to the underworld through an old shrine of the dead near their house. It could have been a short 2-day trip, but Rias and Azazel insisted they traveled with them on the train. Another few minutes went by with him just enjoying the sight of the BRH of existence, even seeing Great Red flying by peacefully some 100 kilometers away in the distance, or had it just been his imagination, he wasn't really sure. But the fun couldn't last forever, as the door to the cart opened behind him and out came another traveler. Woman covered from head to toe in a see-through veil of darkish blue, making him think of the early hours of the night. Underneath she wore a long, sleeveless dress that became brighter the further down it came. It hid her feet, but from the sound of her walking he could guess she had no shoes on. Her face was as appealing as the night was long, with hair as gray and bright as the moon itself. Her eyes were like she had taken the 2 brightest stars from the night sky and put them in her eye sockets. With pearly skin, long hair flowing like a weak breeze and an aura that filled this tiny space, Issei knew who had appeared before him. He got off the bench and bowed down before her, closing his eyes and trying to sound as respectful as he could. "My Lady Nyx, it is an honor to meet you again." Nyx giggled at the sudden greeting. "Hello, my dear nephew. I hope my request to meet wasn't too forward of me." He was confused for a bit about what she had meant. He would be honored by most older gods if they asked to meet with him, but he hadn't been asked. He only came here to check out what the weird presence had been. Then it hit him. You were that weird presence I felt? Am I weird to you? She jokingly asked as she sat down on the bench, making Issei scramble a bit to find a way to apologize. Before he could, she held up a hand. Please, take a seat by my side, nephew. Let us catch up, as you youngsters call it. She patted the seat next to her excitedly. Despite her godly presence, sometimes horrifying reputation and world-ending potential, she was a really sweet lady and maybe a bit too eager to appear younger than she was. Of course, my lady Dash, please, just call me Auntie. Time skip, back with the orc. A few hours had gone by since the train took off. Most of the group had gone to sleep on couches, others had tried to get some of their last homework done. Rias and Aquino had offered to help the younger members, or rather just Irina, since everyone else had gone to sleep. The trio sat at one end of the cart away from the others, and began to quietly make their hills of homework vanish. One by one, the others came over as well, either to talk, work on homework, or just relax. When will we be there, Rias? Zenobia asked. She had sat with her back against Irina's left shoulder, but Irina had barely noticed. All her training had paid off, or her concentration was just deep. Rias pulled out a small pocket watch from a small bag she had between her legs and tapped it once against the glass. The others got a quick glance at the weird and downright unreadable layout of the watch. It had 15 different arms, going in different directions. It had a compass, spinning wildly around. All its gears could be seen through small holes of a black wall between the arms and mechanisms. 20 minutes, I said. Rias answered, then put away the watch. How can you read that? Asked Kiba. He sat to her right, and had gotten a full view of it. I like traveling a lot, but just using teleportation magic mindlessly can cause problems. So I take the train instead. It can go anywhere in the human world and underworld. It goes through the dimensional gap, but since time and space doesn't technically exist here, we devils invented these pocket watches, called Clock of the Void. If you know where you came from and where you are headed to, the watch will know how much time has passed and tell you. A few of the others' minds had left their stations and derailed somewhere along the explanation, but they got the gist of it. To make it simple to understand, Rias said that the watch keeps you aware of how much time has passed and how close you are to the destination by feeling where you want to go. Kiba answered, still a bit confused. Yeah, I got it from my mom when I turned 7. I got mine when I turned 777. A bad joke, followed by a low laugh, made the announcement of Azazel's arrival on the cart. The devils gave him dead stares, as he spun his own watch around his index finger. Anyways, have any of you seen little Mr. Demigod? I need to have a quick word with him. He made some scanning looks around the cart, not really trying to find him, just goofing around a bit. He left right after you did. We haven't seen him since. Rias answered. She looked a bit worried. None of the devils had really realized that he had been gone for so long. Better go find him then. We will be in the Citri territory soon. Doubt we want to have him wander around the devil territory. Azazel left the cart, having Rias follow after him, while the rest stayed on the cart. Why aren't we going with them? Asia asked Aquino, who barely got to say a word. Idon dashed before the train suddenly hit the brakes, throwing a few of the lighter things around the room, before a loud train horn sounded. The train engine room has had a pipe leak. All passengers remain seated. A voice over the intercom system announced. Then, like if God was still alive, he added just a bit more salt to the wound, as the entire group suddenly found themselves being teleported away. What the foo dash? Irina shouted before she, the rest of the peerage and all their luggage, vanished into thin air. Underworld, unknown area, AV my head, what the hell just happened? Suji asked, as he got up from the rocky ground he and the rest of the Citri peerage had been teleported to. No idea, Suji. Do you know dash? Tsubaki turned around, trying to find someone the others had noticed wasn't there. Until they did. Where is Sona? Momo screamed, as she and the others all began in a panic to find her, with no success. Like headless chickens dash, their fruitless search efforts were interrupted by a deep voice. They turned and saw a figure wearing fully black medieval-style armor, holding a heavy and dangerous-looking polearm. "Take away your emor, and none of you can do a thing, can you?" His voice hit deep, but his dark aura made them keep still, besides Saji, the hothead of the group. "What did you do to Sona?" "Just my job." The man and Saji clashed moments after, with Saji using his sacred gear, and the armored man swinging down the axe head of polearm on the young devil. The summer camp has begun with an epic opening from the enemy's side. Summer Camp Part 2, Underworld, Unknown Area. The mysterious armored stranger and the Citri peerage had begun to fight. He was powerful, barely bothered by a single of their attacks. Meanwhile, each of his slightest moves sent them flying. Tsubaki had taken the lead, acting as the peerage's king. She stood behind the others, shouting orders to the others. Saji, promote to Rook. Tsubasa, strike his left side. Saji takes his right. Momo, Rhea casts support magic on them. Tomo, strike when he's distracted. Kame, yes ma'am. They all yelled, before dashing across the field to their opponent. Saji and Tsubasa both attacked from each side, but both got blocked by the Black Knight. Saji got the bottom of the polearm handle in his solar plexus, while Tsubasa got beach slapped by strong metal. Tomo tried to strike from behind with her enhanced knight speed, but she got kicked away with a backwards kick. The knight began spinning his weapon behind his back, as the three attackers got up, some heaving from air and others feeling like their lower jaw was dislocated. Amateurs. The polearm spun faster, before he suddenly let go with his left hand, and let his body be dragged away by the weight of the weapon swinging to the side. Before the group could prepare, he had circled around their front line and got up in Momo's face. She felt the full force of the blunt side of his polearm's head, and to add a bit more damage, he used her falling body as a stepping stone, to leap at Rhea and stump her into the ground as well. "Rhea! Momo!" Tsubaki yelled, before getting her own beat down, as the man came flying and landed both of his knees right into her stomach. "Focus." She felt her back take the full brunt of the crash, while the man stepped off her. A line came flying, grabbing his right arm. Saji had used his sacred gear, the absorption line. "I got you now." The blonde pawn yelled, as he began to sap away the man's power slowly, while keeping him from moving. Tomo came running at the knight, swinging her own sacred gear, blazing sword, down on his back. She didn't get deep, but at least she made a hole in his armor. She tried to stab next, but the knight managed to block with his left hand swinging the polearm. "Diamine?" She jumped out of reach, feeling the adrenaline pumping through her. Tsubasa came in, after she jumped out, hoping to kick away the polearm. She landed a clean flying kick, along with a good punch to the already broken part of the armor, but got kicked away by the knight before she got her third strike off. "Who the hell is this guy?" Tsubasa yelled, thankful her rook piece had allowed her to take less damage. "All of you, attack at once," Tsubaki ordered as she and the two bishops got up, clutching the areas they had been attacked. "Let me drain him a bit more. I can feel him getting weaker," she yelled, as the line began to shine more brightly, with the knight grunting a bit heavily. It was a sign that the Athans was really working. "All right, Saji, you give the signal. When he is weak enough, you yell out, 'Got it?'" "Comment, yes ma'am." 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Each second made the knight shake more, as the line slowly started to die down with the brightness. The knight looked toward Saji, his eyes hidden beneath the helmet, glared daggers at him, but Saji just smirked back in response. "This is it," he thought, while grabbing the head of his sacred gear tightly. He got ready to stop the absorption. The line stopped taking power, but kept him immobilized. Tsubaki, Momo, Rhea all fired off bolts of ice. Tomo and Tsubasa came running, ready to put him in the ground for all the times he had done that to them. In those split seconds, Saji still kept his eyes on the knight, still smirking. But he felt fear grip his heart, as the knight held onto the line with his left hand. He stood up and swung the line and Saji without any struggle. Saji had become a weapon for the knight that he used to slam into the other devils. And he did not hold back, as the moment Saji had become unconscious, both he and his friends all had multiple blue marks and a few fractures. Tsubaki still remained standing, but she was barely holding herself up, not to mention conscious. Give up? Comma never. She spat back, clenching her fists, and tried to hit him with a wide swing. He sidestepped and let her fall to the ground. Great job, Issei, but you dashed. Azazel suddenly appeared, the knight, with Sona by his side, nearly crying at the sight of her fallen servants. What the hell were you thinking, beating them all to a pulp? Azazel asked, sounding calm, but oozing a sense of frustration. The armor vanished, reshaping itself, along with the polearm, into Lanidos. The snake coiled around Issei's arm, falling asleep immediately. Just doing my job and learning some interesting things? What could you possibly learn from nearly killing my team? Sona, finally speaking, yelled angrily. That they are a lot stronger than I thought. I had to go over the agreed limit of 10% to beat them. I was maybe at 15 to 25%. The two others looked briefly at the beaten-up teenagers and back at their assailant before grabbing his collar violently. That doesn't mean you can knock them out so violently. They both screamed at him. With the orc, a similar situation to the one Sona's peerage had been forced to go through had happened only a short mile hike away, in another canyon. A huge purple dragon, named Tannin, dressed with shoulder pads and a warrior skirt, stood by as he watched the young devils getting healed by Rias, as Azazel had left to deal with Sona's test. So the others also went through this, Rias? Kiba asked, still feeling his arms shake from his attempts to break through Tannin's scales. Yes, and it seems Issei might have gone a bit too far with it. No one seemed surprised by this, since everyone gathered, with the only exception of Tannin, had been trained or seen him train others at least once. The idea of him being like a demon, even in a fake fight scenario like this, wasn't so strong to imagine. I suppose Azazel chose him, as he and Tannin are of similar strength level. Drake commented. Yeah, but then again I felt Tannin was stronger. He wasn't even trying. A cold sweat went through all of the devils who had fought the massive dragon, as those words were processed inside their minds. I see your sight hasn't diminished after all this time, old friend. Thankfully, the revelation of Drake and Tannin being friends at least brought back Irina from short-term despair. You know Drake? The dragon nodded once, as he bent his knees, getting a bit closer. Long ago, Drake used to have friends he didn't try to kill. I was one such friend. There was a reason for that. Fighting dragons kings wasn't exactly worth my time. You're all too puny. The two ancient dragons began to bicker a bit. I hope Sonasama doesn't start hating Issei for going overboard. He hasn't exactly recovered fully since his last fight. Irina said. Asia did tell him to wait a bit more before doing any exercise for the last 2 weeks. Serves him right for not listening to her advice. Kaneko commented. A few of the others agreed silently. I didn't mean physically, more physiologically. The stress from meeting from losing nearly every time he faces an opponent is making him really irritable and prone to shut off from the world around him. Irina explained, as a memory of him stomping his foot on the bathroom, since he barely looked where he went. He broke the door after getting over the pain. The others could agree his behavior, outside of training and a few social events, had been very volatile at the smallest things when he got disturbed from whatever had filled his thoughts. It had made them worry for Irina's safety, but weirdly enough his patience with her had increased so much to the point she could get away with talking with some flirtatious guy the other day. The guy survived, but ran away the moment Issei came out of the shop. She had said she was only trying to stall for time, so Issei could save her, but didn't expect the form she got saved in. I can understand his anguish. Zenobia put a hand on Irina's right shoulder, showing her support and understanding. As a proud warrior myself, the idea of losing isn't exactly something to fear, but when you have lived a life like his, the fact that you still lost even when you could have beaten your opponent. Besides Zenobia, Kiba also understood the point she trying to make, and that feeling and bitter taste it left. It becomes soul-crushing over time, making you wonder if you ever really were strong. A bitter smile plastered itself on Zenovia's face. Dragons understand this feeling as well. A fight is sacred, and winning is seen as something to seek, while loss is deemed undesirable. Some dragons I have known have hid themselves from the world or ended their own life from experiencing a loss. Tanin brought his own kind view of the subject to the conversation. Irina was thankful for the group's understanding, but what she was talking about wasn't just limited to his latest win-loss record, which also played a part in his current mood. But I can't exactly say that the biggest reason is because he is dealing with family issues. You can Irina, you won't have to say much more than just that. Maybe. But I think I need to wait for now. Drake agreed with his host's decising, as she and the others met up with Azazel, Sona, the Citri peerage and Issei. Olympus, main hall, summertime means many things for many people, animals and of course, gods. Mostly these meanings are positive, with only a handful of beings having negative ones. Zeus was not one of those who liked summer, nor did he dislike it, for he simply found both the feeling of the summer and the work of it to mellow the pros and cons of the season. He would often on the first days of summer, sit and enjoy what little parts of it he could, before one of his children, siblings, wife or other people came storming in and declaring they had a newsworthy topic to bring to the summer solstice. An important meeting that was held at the middle or sometimes the start of summer. It could last for days on end, but seeing as how most Greek gods were terrible at keeping focus on anything that didn't immediately pertain to them, Zeus, in a brief moment of good leadership, decided to have everyone bring him their topics beforehand, so he could decide if they were worth discussing or not. If it was about titans, monsters, heroes, Olympians gossip, or hot women, it was kind of given it would be brought up. So like good Greek gods, a lot of them now dreaded the yearly meeting, which thanks to Hades and Athena, had gotten a second round of it, the winter solstice. Most of the gods generally respected, but disliked Hades for how he would act sometimes, but the amount of angry comments and whining he and Athena got when they declared these meetings would be held was biblical, which when mentioned by Athena, made them all shut up and call her bookworm for the rest of the week that year. The year being 2070 BC. Father, I wish to make an announcement of something at this year's summer solstice I believe may be our next great challenge as a faction. No, as a family. Athena spoke, holding her tone clear, yet it hid barely a fringe of worry, a feeling most gods did not think she was capable of feeling. Zeus stroked his beard, letting lighting dance across the afternoon sky. Brilliant daughter of mine, what is this challenge you fear about? I have been made to pave way for something most terrible, something I could not see until now. Athena was not one to speak so openly of anything, least not her own faults. Calm yourself and explain, Athena. Zeus kept calm himself, feeling more and more hopeful she had just reached the same train though all of her other siblings had, and this was just a stupid topic she wanted brought up, like training schedules, book clubs or something else like that. I have had this feeling in my city, that something that I rid myself of, had begun to rise in the darkness. She brought out a book from her satchel. It was written by her, Zeus knew that from a glance. In this book, I myself had predicted this terrible disaster would appear one day. And it seems now is the time, so I ask of you Father. She came closer, leaving Zeus feeling confused by her actions. Normally she was so meticulous, explaining each detail to a boring degree, but now she acted like someone in a panic, jumping from point to point without fully finishing any of them. Let me speak to everyone, and I mean everyone at the summer solstice. She stood at the steps of his throne, holding her breath, keeping her gray eyes held on his face, awaiting his response. Everyone? Zeus asked carefully. Family issues, underworld, Grammary territory. After they all got a bit more rest, the devils, Issei and Azazel got back on the train, let off Sona and her peerage a bit after. Sona was still really angry with Issei, even after he apologized. Rias and Issei talked a bit, mainly she scolded him for going overboard, to which Issei simply replied. It wouldn't be considered overboard in a real fight. That comment did not go over well, and for the rest of the trip, Issei sat in the temporary shame corner. Only Irina would talk with him for the last minutes of the trip, with Azazel making fun at his expense. They left the train as well, when they reached Rias's house, which was not a house, it was a palace 3/4 the size of Russia's Winter Palace. Yet Rias called it a small mansion. Both Zenobia and Issei were impressed, both seeing this as normal. Those who had not seen high-ranked devil homes before, were trying not to have their mouths open the entire way up the main entrance stairs. "You live here, Rias?" Irina asked, catching a glimpse of the near-endless stretches of the garden and the struct that surrendered it. "Yes, well, not here, but a few windows down that way." She pointed to the right, at some far-distant window that Irina couldn't for the life of her see or even catch a glimpse of. The group reached the front doors, and without any need to knock or sign of their arrival, the hand-carved wooden doors opened up to a grand hall. Hundreds of servants stood in 2 lines opposite of each other, bowing respectfully towards them. Maids, butlers, gardeners, chefs and so on. This one household could offer maybe 200 to 500 jobs, and it might even have a good pay and dental plan. At the end of the 2 lines stood the older, brown-haired and even more appealing version of Rias, Venelana Gremory, mother of Rias and Cerzex. By her side, much to Issei's dismay, stood Zeoticus, head of the Gremory clan, and father to Rias and Cerzex. They were flanked by the silver-haired maid, Graphia, holding herself to expectations of head maid and loyal daughter-in-law. And by her side, a little young man, with short red hair stood and gawked at the group. "Welcome home, Lady Rias," the servants exclaimed at the same time, joined by Graphia. The elder Gremory pair began to walk over to them, as they kept moving inside, meaning they all met in the middle of the hall. It was a bit awkward to be greeted by the elder pair, while surrendered by their servants, but those who felt this way, just Issei that is, kept it cool and just acted as he normally would. "Welcome home, Rias. And welcome to you all as well," Zeoticus said. "Thank you, father, for the warm welcome." Rias bowed her head politely once, with the others following suit. Issei chose to just nod, not really feeling a need to do more than that. My, quite prideful aren't you?" Venelana asked Issei. As the group had begun walking towards the dining room, she matched her pace to his and Irina had taken the rear of the group. Rias and Issei, despite trying to hide it from her parents, were still pissing having their argument in some sense. It is not bad to have pride in oneself, but it is bad to humble yourself unnecessarily, Lady Gremory, he retorted, earning a yikes from Irina, while Venelana giggled softly in her hand. "I see Cerzex wasn't making up how clever, yet rude you can be. It suits your reputation." My reputation," Issei repeated. He had not believed any devils, except the ones who took interest or were of higher stations, had heard about him. "It speaks of a young man, often surrendered by war, violence and yet able to stand by himself. A clever teen, wise in the ways of fighting, arts and little else." A little glint of childlike pride glowed from Issei's eyes, before returning to his normal stare when Venelana looked his and Irina's way. "I see. Glad to hear it's more than just slayer of that, destroyer of them and all the other random titles I've been given through the years. Come, we hear those 2 down here, biblical demon." Another giggle left Venelana, as Issei felt a sting of cringe go through him. "Somewhere in heaven, I feel like my actions have just pained someone emotionally," Dulio, out of nowhere said, breaking Griselda's concentration and making her draw a slide too curved. What should have been, within realistic terms of supernatural modesty, had now been made into Griselda's worst nightmare. A lewd curve had been added to the figure of her king, Gabriel. She was already, by every other faction's standard, beyond appealing, they might even say, secretary. But to the angels, the very idea of SXL fantasy of archangels was sinful. And now before her stood Gabrielle, uncolored, with a bottom that meant business. "You have 2 seconds to run." "Heretic. What did I do this to dash?" Before he could ask, Griselda's fury was thrown upon him, and heaven knew a little bloodshed for a holy cause. Back in hell, the table had been filled with plenty of delicious food. It wasn't as fancy and high society as some of the newer members had worried it would be. This was much more like visiting a friend and his family. It was awkward in some ways, but there was no pressure to act and appear proper. That said, it was awkward for 2 people. Lord and Lady Gremory had arranged the seats in a way that left 2 feeling like God was pissing in their face and calling it rain. Issei and Rias sat next to each other, with Milicus on Rias's right side, who was apparently Cerzex and Graphia's son, so therefore Rias's cousin. They looked more like siblings from the other young devil's perspective. And on Issei's left, at the head of the table, sat Xioticus, with Venelana sitting opposite of him. The parents of Rius had been most gracious in their welcoming, but Issei had an uneasy feeling about it. So Xioticus, having just taken a sip of his wine, looked towards Issei and Rius. Most of the others had begun talking amongst themselves, so no one really noticed. How does our house look, Issei? I know it might be modest compared to how you lived back home. Rius turned to listen as Issei tried to answer back. Not at all, so wanna marry Rius and live here. Issei and Rius spat out their drinks. What? The two exclaimed. Marry Rius, becoming a duke consort and my new son-in-law. What in the Devil King's names are you saying, father? Rius yelled, bringing the attention of the others onto them. Xioticus sat back, getting a look more befitting his title in his eyes. Stern and calculating. Rius, you are nearly old enough to be married. I know, I screwed up with Riser, but you need a man by your side. His words came off less as an apology and more like an excuse to match her with a new man. Rius stood up from her chair, making it tumble over, as small zips of red magic popped off around her. You don't think I can handle being a duchess without being married? Her voice strained to be clear, yet from Issei's viewpoint, he could see her eyes holding back tears. Rius, you know I just want I hate you. She ran off, leaving her peerage in shambles to figure out what just happened, and Issei to be left at her parents' mercy. Her parents both sighed, finding her reaction to be childish, more so than expected and allowed as Issei had felt. The two literally tried to marry her off to some womanizing pervert, and now, at least her dad, was trying to marry her off to him. So sorry about that, everyone. I had hoped that would have gone better. How exactly, Lord Gremory? A weird sense of danger aired off from Issei as he said that she just bent over and agreed. My family, despite our reputation, values the wishes and dreams of young women like Rius. Peacock feathers and silver antlers seemed to sprout off Issei's body, or at least a magically visage of them. For this short moment, he stood up for their one shared ideal. Women should not be forced to marry. Time skip, underworld, Tartarus, howling winds, roaring storms and monsters most thought long gone roamed the sandy wasteland, hidden by the unforgiving terrain. There in the eye of the most troublesome storm seen that day, stood Tartarus, cloaked by his charcoal hood and with Naso arm in his. Out of a magical circle, came Azazel and Penemu. I see you kept your word. Unlike you, whose words have begun to slip, the howling seemed to fade out as the primordial god spoke. Both of the women knew the deal, or at least parts of it. Azazel had to bring Issei to Tartarus, and in turn, Naso and Penemu would be reunited. Don't worry, I got it all covered. This Sunday, he'll be here, just as agreed. You're offering up Issei. Just for me? Penemu asked, shocked at the sight of him making such a deal. It didn't benefit him in the least, it only helped others. I'll do anything to keep you and the others safe. I don't like it, but I feel a voice telling me this is the right decision. She could see his sincerity, even as he raked himself inside in shame. The old man let go of Naso, smiling at her indifferently. I expect to see him, and if not, shadowy creatures, hungry and beastly, leaped from the pit, being stopped by chains pulling them back to the edge. I shall take your soul, Crow. Deja vu, Issei's dream, a golden hall, shining so brightly it made the world around it look like pure darkness. Issei sat by the orange tree, joined by shadows and the wind, watching the hall from afar. So much time had gone by for him, since he last saw it. The fenced gate of his home, inviting him to return inside its walls. Yet he felt the shadows and wind anger towards the gate, towards the hall. Towards the people who reside within. They wanted him to stay, and keep the tree safe. The grassy fields danced for him, wishing him to join it, to stay in this little paradise. He felt at peace here. He turned away from the golden hall, ignoring its siren's call of grandeur. As he turned, the world became light once more and the endless fields of grass and its mountain range now held more within it. A young man and woman, sitting together by another orange, a little smaller than his own. Hand in hand they sat, watching the plantation that sprouted from the ground. Silver-haired was the woman, and happiness in sight. The man was brown-haired and head over heels for the woman by his side. It was love, pure as it could be. The woman held a small child in her arms, their child. Silver hair and loving brown eyes. He walked closer to them, wanting to see them more. A voice screamed inside him to join them. Flashing glimpse of his parents ran through his mind, yet those and the sight before him mirrored each other so closely he could barely tell one from another. His heart beat with such tremendous force that every blood vessel began to boil from the pain. The grass went ablaze as Issei fell on his knees, unable to keep going. But the sight, the trio, the family, they had turned towards him, inviting him to join them. Wordlessly, they called out for him to keep going, to push through the pain, to burn everything. Quit the thought, hero. He sat under the tree once more, the pain and burning were gone. So too was the family. Now instead the three sisters had taken his line of sight. The fates, each smiling widely. But it seems your memories are returning, Noon commented. She leaned in, putting the back of her hand on his forehead. It's as you feared, sister. The creature is experiencing reincarnate flu. Noon retracted her hand, with Dawn looking at Issei with a look of pity. Indeed. He is fearful now, even more so. A ticking time bomb times two. Eve spoke as she got closer and began to examine him in more detail. Why are you here? He felt himself finding a sensation of being awake, yet still under the control of the dream. He could only affect himself, not the contents. Because we wanted to see how the reveal of your BRH would affect you, Dawn said, as Issei felt a glimpse of the family flash by his eyes. That family. Was I? Noon put a finger on his lips as she put one against her own, shushing him. Don't spoil the mood. We readers and the writer do not want you to ruin your story's excitement. She giggled softly, grabbing an orange and peeling it. Mind them not, they seek to satisfy themselves. I want to help, so too does Azazel. Common Azazel. Eve winked once, getting off him, done with her examination. But really, the story is already written, you must simply follow its plot. He saw the golden hall again. Something came flying from its doors. A man. The messenger of the gods. Gremory territory, Irina and Issei's room, Hermes. He sat up just as the words came out of his mouth, with the dream remaining fresh in his mind. It had been more like a memory than a dream. The burning, the pain, feeling of grass and shade from the tree. It had been so real that he was unsure it could have been a dream. The fate's words also kept echoing through his head. Memories returning. Reincarnation flu. Trust Azazel. Issei felt overwhelmed. So overwhelmed, he failed to notice his morning guest. So he turned to his right side, seeing his brother, sitting on the bedside drawer and holding a letter. Do you often say my name when you wake up? Hermes asked, not in a humorous tone, but more as if he was worried Issei was sick or not entirely sane. At least one of those could be true. No. I just had a dream with you in it at the end. Issei tried to explain, his head half asleep and still not fully sure what to do about his dreams. Right? Hermes did not buy his excuse, and just decided to get off the drawer and snicker at him. Well, lucky you, since your lover isn't here to hear you proclaim you dream about me, that's not funny. The snicker turned to laughter as he dodged Issei's bare paw attacks, sending him kissy faces each time he missed. A minute or so went by with this, before Hermes handed him the letter he had brought with him. What is this? A letter. Hermes chuckled. Issei sent him a glare of morning anger. But it's an invitation to this year's summer solstice. Issei eyed the letter closely, surprised to have received it. He had never been to the meeting before, since none of the gods he usually worked with had ever gone or brought him with them in all his time at Olympus. Who's asked me to be there? Zeus. No, I meant like. Who have I pissed off or need to defend? Hermes made a nervous expression. His eyes darted around a bit, while he sucked his lower lip. Well, to be honest, Athena is the one who invited you. It was clear to Issei something was up with him. Hermes was normally relaxed and chill, a guy always ready to lay back and take a break. He does work for 18 hours straight every day, so it comes with the territory to love relaxation, but now he was practically only a flicker away from shaking in panic. What's the topic? Issei asked, feeling a chill go up his spine as he asked. Athena, in all her wisdom, has found a prophecy about our family's downfall at the hands of Python's secret son. Kamaya. To give you a pseudo-idea of how it's back home, just imagine Demeter the first day of fall, but instead it's Athena. That's bad. The two nodded in sync, neither really sure how the cold and calculating Athena could be in such a panic and worrying state. Hermes claps his hands together, finding the silence to be too awkward. He left without saying anything, but Issei didn't mind. His morning had already been on a downward spiral since he woke up. Every second just adds more problems. And it ain't even Monday yet. Before he was able to get all his thoughts in order, the door leading to the bathroom opened and out came Irina surrounded by steam and only wearing a towel. A lewd smile painted itself on his face, and the stress of waking dampened a bit. Maybe it's not that bad. The best was the towel was too small, so her thighs and bub looked bigger with how tightly it sat on her. Plus the sight of her wet, freshly washed and the smell of her shampoo, a mixture of neutral sweetens and apples. One thing he could be happy about after getting beat up by Naso was how much better his senses had gotten. You really are too easy to stuck, Issei. Irina giggled as she went behind a folding screen. It had thick, nearly transparent, paper windows with the sigil of the grimoire on it. The frame was mahogany, like many of the other wooden furniture items. I am only that easy when it's you. Really. Irina put the towel over the folding screen. The light from the windows shined onto her, forming an outline of her body in the paper windows Issei could watch. The two had seen each other plenty of times, but somehow Issei found this so much more extinct in some forbidden fruit kind of way. He got up from the bed and came a bit closer. Absolutely, Irina. He stopped at a table near the fake wall, since he is capable of controlling his horniness. Plus he didn't want Aphrodite to think she could ever have him dance to her tune. Even if, say, some girl did this dash, it took a strong amount of mental and physical restraint for Issei to not walk over and connect to her. Irina giggled softly, as half of her left butt cheek was left exposed, along with her slender legs. Even a piece of her bub could be seen from where Issei stood. What would you do then, She could just imagine how troubled he must be looking right now. She stepped back behind the cover again, feeling a bit bad for him. Unless it's you, I won't be seduced, that's too bad. Issei hadn't noticed the half-naked figure of another person when Irina had left the bathroom. At first he was ready to kill whoever they were, until he remembered the voice had been feminine and rather familiar. A bit too familiar at this point. Out of the steam, with a towel covering her body even less than Irina, came Aquino. I had hoped to use this vacation to get a bit closer to you guys. But oh well. I told you it wouldn't work. He only has eyes for me. Irina and Aquino, to Issei's surprise and slight dismay, had become quite close over the last month. A mutual agreement over Issei being hot, CC and most importantly a good person, had led to a sort of love rivalry friendship. It was also Irina's first rivalry that didn't entail her death, so that was a big plus. For Aquino, she just got the green light from Irina to pursue Issei on most days. Issei, of course, had no idea. It was a girl's only secret. What are you doing here, Aquino? Taking a shower with my fellow peerage member. What about you, big boy? Issei found himself wanting to have switched roles with Tanin briefly. Trying to talk with my singular and only girlfriend. She could become your second one. I might not be able to handle you all the time, babe. Irina said, before giggling even harder than before. Yeah, and besides, I don't have to be your girlfriend. Thankfully, as said in the Bible, God tests his most devoted servants, but Issei didn't believe in God and he was also dead, so the line didn't really work. But one that did, was pulling out a list from his bag. What's that? Your training plan for this summer. I think I might need to change it a bit. Akino got the message. She would have loved to keep teasing him, but even her sadistic or masochistic tendencies were not willing to go through his changes. I am sorry. Come good, now get changed. The two girls got dressed as Issei sat back down on the bed, having now fully woken up and dealing with a new problem that somehow was worse than the previous ones. Why did my heart begin to beat harder when I saw her? Grammary Territory, West Gardens. Despite this morning's many problems, complications and questions about who was, Issei found a chance, after a very awkward breakfast with the others and the Lord and Lady Gremory, to take a tour of the gardens inside the royal fence. The bushes were all newly cut and trimmed to near perfection, with flower beds of nearly only roses in red, dark red, crimson red and white. I wonder whose garden I'm in. Issei found the constant show off the Gremory sigil was becoming annoying. He had slept with sheets with the sigil, in a room with the sigil on the walls and furniture with it on the design. Even the spare clothes he had been offered, had them on. But here he could at least laugh it off and just enjoy the scents and scenery. He followed what seemed to be a small gravel path through the garden, as he would occasionally be met with a brick-laid path sometimes, where gardeners would rush by with buckets or tools. Probably the first servants to not look his way, bow or anything like that. They had a job to do and were focused on doing just that. He came further and further away from the mansion, yet the garden seemed to keep expanding endlessly. Glimpse of the dreamland he often saw surged from his mind at the familiarity infinity of the place. Yet the strange feelings he felt there were not present. Rias was though, sitting by herself on a marble bench, in a resting area of the garden, reading a book and having an angry scowl on her face. A plate, flipped on its head, was on the ground, with small cookies and sweets rolled around it. He wondered if it was worth it to ask how she was, or if he should just leave her be. Ultimately, he decided it was probably for the best to check up on her. He barely got a word out before she yelled at him. I don't want to dash. She was surprised to see him coming her way, whilst he was surprised at her yelling. Sorry, I thought you were someone else. She slumped a bit, trying to regain her composure. It's fine, I figured you were in a bad mood after last night. He came closer, stopping 1.5 meters away. He loomed a bit over her, yet she didn't mind. A small smile crept onto her face. Sorry about my dad, he's just He means well, but he doesn't always see things from my perspective. Her image as a goddess of Kuo Academy or one of its 4 beauties had left Issei always kind of unable to get a full read on her. She would be the proud Gremory heiress, or the appealing and kind senpai to most of the people around her. Yet she could also be a timid and shy girl, a Hestian leader in battle, and was fast to doubt her own ability when her friend's well-being was on the line. And now she is the dutiful daughter, angry at her father for not letting her live her life and complaining silently that even if she does all that is asked of her, that it wouldn't make her happy. Only her family would be happy. He felt a bit embraced for potential over-analyzing her, but he felt like he could understand her in a way. His family history was a mess. He had barely found a start or an end to how confusing it had become over the last few weeks. It's fine, Rias. I get it. He sat down on her left side, watching the flowers sway in the wind, almost looking like they were dancing. She perked up at the mention of her name. She was used to hearing it, like anyone would, but hearing him say it felt different. Most of the time he spoke to her informally, saying her name only when speaking about her to others. He would call her by her last name, or a nickname he thought up on the spot, but he never said her name to her like this. Only 3 times had she heard him say it. When he was angry. You do. But this time he was kind. I might not be an heir or anything like that, but my family is also. Infuriating at times. His smile was warm, giving his inhuman physics a strange look. Like a friendly beast, only judged by the scary claws he has. Really? I thought gods would be fun to have as parents. Yeah, that ends the moment you can throw a building a kilometer away, then you get to do all sorts of stupid odd jobs. Rias laughed a bit, even though Issei meant that seriously. Too bad, ain't it? She said, turning herself with some regained grace towards him. Even demigods can have a rough relationship with their parents. We might be more alike than I thought. Her hair was made to dance in the midday breeze, making Issei feel a similar sensation like the one he felt when he saw Akino. I always wondered who were your human parents. The sensation had been similar, but his heart was without rhythm. It had stopped. I don't really remember, to be honest. Most of my memories with them are more like vague dreams in some way. A new rhythm made from the old took form. 2 beats, one lacking behind only by a moment. I'm sorry to hear that. Come nah, it's fine. They were pretty loony from what I remember, always saying weird SHT about me being important in some greater plan. He smirked a bit, remembering one such conversation he had with them. A bitter taste of sadness, mixed slowly into the smirk. I never really had parents when I was human, I had caretakers. I'm sorry for asking Issei. She got a bit closer. She looked at him with sincerity. That was just how my life was until I got taken in by my new parents. I just never really thought about how weird it was until I got older. He had often made fun of Irina when there were kids that her parents were overly religious, but in retrospect, his parents were way worse. That sounds horrible, but at least they treated you like the god you were supposed to be. Issei felt chills go through him, as the voice of Ria sank a few hundreds tones deeper into her throat. Deja vu, Kiba had suddenly spoken to him with this voice once before. You are not these beings' equals. No one is your equal, son. He found himself reawakening, with one of his being held by Rias. She was worried, having seen him suddenly move away and seeming scared by something. He took his hand away, got up and hurried away, panicking. So, Rias called out to him. He stopped briefly before walking away. She stood up, watching him jogging away. She held her hands tightly, truly worried for him. What did I say? Gods, Gremory territory, West Gardens. Running as fast as he could, Issei came barging inside his room and found the letter of invitation. Ripping off the seal, he got the finely made papyrus out and saw Athena's perfect grammar and spelling. He already knew the gist of the letters contained thanks to Hermes, but he wanted to be sure of how much Athena knew. She might have just copied all the other letters and given him a personal one. Dear Issei, demigod of dragons and my precious student, I invite you to a most pressing and unfortunate summer solstice meeting, as I have deemed you, along with the rest of the faction, to be priority guests. Hermes may have already given you some details, but to bring you up to speed, I have found evidence of a secret child born from Typhon's bloodline, with a destiny to free his father and bring us all to ruin. No book I have read spoke of his name, only that he is hiding and waiting for the peak of summer. He let go of the letter for a bit, already finding it all too overwhelming. But he needed to know how much she knew. Even if he would get hurt. By my calculations, maybe only a week after the meeting ends, he shall show himself. So I am planning to offer them a chance to show themselves and maybe we can find a way to coexist. I know this seems naive, but I have a vested interest in keeping this child from ruining our lives and his own. I am telling you this because I trust you, Issei. No one else, besides you and a select few, knows what this meeting will be about. I hope you will support me in this endeavor and help save our family and this child, whoever they are. Give my best regards to Irina, and may you be unburdened from worries of fighting for a time. Yours truly, Athena. Peace. I hope it goes without saying, if you happen to know of them and choose to reveal them to me, I won't tell a soul. I wish I could believe you, Athena, I really do. The letter crumbled in his hands as a few tears rolled down his cheeks. But there is no chance, you wouldn't have killed me the moment I told you. He threw the letter away and got up. He felt his heart still standing still, yet his body worked as it always had. All the day since his dreams had been a long spiral into confusion and worry, and his heart stopping had to mean something, but he couldn't figure out what. Was he beginning to accept his reality? Was it a sign of his slow descent into his own pre-made hell, or was it just coin dance? He felt like throwing up from all the thinking, so he did. He left the pearly white porcelain toilet stained with his barf. The ringing of his phone got him to lift his head out of the bowl and look at the name of the caller with squinted eyes. Azazel is calling. He looked at the phone for a few seconds, deciding if he wanted to puke more or act like he was fine and answer the call. Hello, how is my favorite demigod doing? Issei felt like he should have chosen the puke option, as he answered Azazel. Having one hell of a day, and an invitation to a meeting this Wednesday that I need to attend, oh really? Too bad, but that's not ruin my schedule. He sounded so sure of himself. Issei wondered what he meant by ruining his schedule, since as far as he knew, Azazel wasn't gonna do ZHT those days Issei would be gone. That was important. I need to have you come by today, to discuss a few things. Why not over the phone? Because I like doing things in person, plus I want to test something with you and Lenitos that we can only do at the Grigori. He sounded too relaxed, like he just wanted to annoy Issei. Fine, I'll be there in a few hours, gotta get a train ticket first dash. Just use your power, kid. Time skip, Grigori. Do you know the definition of a god, Barakil? Asked Azazel, as he watched the horizon with a pair of binoculars. Barakil, along with Shamhazai, gave each a quick look of confusion, before Barakil stepped closer. I don't have time to ponder philosophy like you, Azazel, so I don't know. A god is defined as a being of such great and undeniable influence over the world. It's a bit too broad in my opinion, since I could also be considered a god by that definition. If you were a god, I think we all might as well stop living. Shamhazai commented, causing them all to chuckle. True, but I believe the definition should be more along the lines of a being able to wield the most raw elements of the world, like the sky, night, growth, life and storms. Those who can wield that, I think those beings are what gods are. Are you trying to say Surzex is a god, sir? Shamhazai asked. Azazel sighed a bit, but didn't answer. Barakil got a bit closer, watching the direction he kept staring at, trying to see if he could sense anything. What are we waiting for? I doubt you brought us here to just talk about gods. I am waiting for a person I think could answer a few questions I've had for some time now. The two men gave each other a quick glance, not sure if they should stay or leave their boss to his antics. Who might this person be? Barakil asked. He tried to spot whatever it was Azazel was looking for again, still with no luck. Issei, a bodyguard for the Gremry heiress. Are we seriously waiting for some random devil bodyguard? Shamhazai groaned. Do you mean the demigod you talked about the other day? Barakil said, feeling a bit more at ease. Shamhazai might be Azazel's secretary, coffee maker, paper holder and a lot of other useless things, but Barakil often knew more of the things Azazel had going on than he did. A demigod? Shamhazai asked. Is it that strong to believe? That you got someone, especially a divine being of any kind, to come here of their own choosing. Yes, very strong to believe. Shamhazai commented, not seeing how Azazel almost choked on his own spite, as the secretary had kind of revealed how he got Issei to come. Not on good terms, that was for sure with how Azazel asked him to come. He kept looking out on the horizon, hoping for the two to not dig any deeper. A bit of time passed without anything happening, besides the passing of human world-based fallen angels flying by, dry air winds picking up and the sun slowly ascending, announcing it was nearly midday. I am starting to dash. Don't finish that sentence, Shamhazai. I know he will come. The wind became more pushy. The two in the dark barely noticed this, but Azazel began to chuckle a bit nervously. Sweat drops ran down his back, as the horizon he had been watching for nearly an hour now had become a whirling mess of winds and dust. There he is, Azazel said. The other two looked the same direction he was looking. It took a few seconds for them to notice the turning winds, coming closer bit by bit. Neither said much at the sight for some time, for both were in awe. Winds like this could be seen by most as just medium-high rank air magic, but for beings like them, this was not simply air magic. Even from here the three felt a familiar aura from the power, one they hadn't seen for a long time. Good. Barakil said, stunted by the sight. No. This is different. Shamhazai gazed at it intensely, just as surprised as his brothers at the sight of primal magic for the first time in 100 years. I knew it. What I saw then really was like gods. Hell, it's probably gonna be stronger than even his. Azazel thought to himself as he stepped back and watched the spiraling winds die down and saw Issei step out, looking dazed and exhausted. but pissed. Issei, Azazel. Issei leaped at the first chance he saw to strike down Azazel. Thankfully for him, he had brought Baraquil and Shemhazai, mainly Baraquil. Issei's left fist got blocked by Baraquil's right arm, which he grabbed by his wrist. Then he swung him into the dirt, letting Issei taste the dirt. "What were you thinking?" Baraquil shouted at Azazel. Knowing him as long as he had, he knew this was hardly new, but even so, as the head of security and now the army, he needed to know what new enemies might be going for his boss's head. "Like I said, so I could get some answers. And have gotten them." He got down on one knee, getting direct eye contact with Issei, still fuming under Baraquil's knee. He was exhausted from the use of his power, but yet he was still managing to have Baraquil push himself to keep him down. "Now, why did you try to kill me, Issei? Why do you think, shirt bird? How did you know?" Baraquil almost felt like if he even relaxed the slightest, Issei would throw him off and rip out Azazel's throat. "I suggest not making him more angry," Shemhazai cautioned as he stood a bit away, while preparing a restraining spell. Issei, I'm sorry, but I am not one to let mysterious beings like you stay hidden. I got curious, and that led me to find out secrets I wasn't entirely ready for." For a moment Issei seemed to understand, but it didn't take long for his anger to reignite, because, even if you say that you weren't ready for it, then why did you keep looking into it? Azazel felt shocked by the question, like it had been so obvious to do. It had been obvious, hadn't it? Azazel had a few times thought about quitting, yet he had kept going. "Knowledge is as intoxicating to me as a woman's body or booze. It's my nature dash, it's my last test from God, to seek out knowledge and use it to my benefit," Azazel said so brazenly, as he got back up and seemed to take a second to calm himself. Issei and the two others all watched him in confused silence. Baraquil and Shemhazai had heard his little prepared speech before, but last time he used it was when he got them all to fall with him. They knew something was about to happen. He looked back down at Issei for a moment. He pretended to act coldly as he spoke. "Tartarus." A small tear formed in his eyes, as the ground began to shake violently. Screams of thousands upon thousands of damned souls roared inside the earth, before burgeoning through and opening up to a stairway down into the ground. The shaking turned to rumbling along the stairs, and the screams turned to hundreds of howls and thousands of hisses. In the backyard of the Grigori, Azazel had summoned probably the single biggest herd of creatures anyone had heard of in centuries, as the stairway had an endless line of creatures, beasts and monsters fly out and swarm the four of them. Yet as Issei, Baraquil and Shemhazai seemed to panic and worry, Azazel kept his act together, even when the haunt hand of the god he had summoned touched his left shoulder. "Well done, Azazel." 2,400 years ago, northern Greece, in the shadow of the mountain range of Voros, a young man wandered around his orchids, looking for someone. He was tall, more handsome than most men in the nearby village, and strong like an ox, a set of traits many of those who knew him found strange with his poor background. Stranger yet was how many women he had declined to marry over the years. Even if he was poor, most of the local young ladies and girls wouldn't mind being his wife, for he was also very kind to those he knew and those he didn't. Little did they know the reason he kept declining them was that he had already found himself a woman, but she had asked him to keep quiet about it. Every day, after eating breakfast and feeding the chickens, he would wander the grasslands near his home, calling out to her. And each day she would come, hiding somewhere her family wouldn't easily spot her from afar. Today, it was under the shade of a lone orange tree. "Pythos. Over here." She waved at him, smiling brightly. "I almost thought you wouldn't come." Pythos ran over, hugging her the moment he could. "As if I would, my darling. Especially not when I have a surprise for you," Anna said, as Pythos let go. She was as appealing as a goddess, and it wasn't just something Pythos was saying to be charming. With gray eyes as pale and sparkling as silver, hair of silvery gray locks, and a dress that, while it would look dull on any other woman, seemed to enhance her beauty. "What is it, Anna?" the man asked curiously, always amazed by whatever she brought. This dash, she snapped her fingers sharply, making an owl appear out of the leaves from above. It carried a basket. It descended slowly, letting Anna take the basket from its claws, before showing what was inside. Or rather, who was inside. Isn't he perfect? A small, newly born, baby boy, wrapped in fine cloth, sleeping soundly in the embrace of his mother was all Pythos needed to see for him to cry with pure joy. He let a hand trail across his son's cheek, feeling his soft skin and warmth. Yes. He's our perfect little boy, Anna. The man said, as the two kept watching their little miracle. Descend, ancient wasteland, Tartarus. Wake up. Issei sprang awake, as he got kicked by something across a dusty stone floor. Laughter came from all round, from many hundreds of people. He felt powerless as he kept getting kicked around. Each kick was given more and more force, sending him further away, or making him crash into a wall harder. F-pathic, a weakling. Come and kick him. Kick him more. He tried to stand, getting up bit by supporting himself against the wall, but someone kneed him in the head before he could even catch a glimpse of them. His head went blank for a second, before he managed to ease the fall with his arms. Everything was ringing and wobbly. He could barely focus on a few of the nearby people, who all seemed to spin around and become distorted. They started laughing even more as he looked at them with this dazed look. You broke him. Can't see, little A. How many fingers do I have? He tried to regain focus, but got kicked by two people at once, making him throw up a mixture of BLD and saliva. F half-breeds. He got tapped over by one of the two speaking, rolling him over on his back. The dizziness, feeling of his jaw wanting to open to throw up more, and pain made him look at the man with an unfocused look of anger. He smirked in response, stomped on his stomach strong, and made him throw up another volley of BLD and spit. I can't believe you are supposed to be some big scary monster. You don't even fit your multitudes of impressive titles, hero. The man said. He wore nothing more than a tunic, covering most of his hairy and muscular body. He had yellow eyes with black irises like a frog. 2 earrings on each ear, one was a horn and the other was a small skull. He put a little more pressure into another stomp, but Issei kept himself from throwing up. Annoying. The man said. He got down on one knee and got straight eye contact with him, showing off his nose ring and letting Issei feel his stinky, hot breath touch his bruised face. You should really think about getting a mint, Issei managed to say, gasping for air and trying his best to resist the pain. It seemed to piss off the man, as he gave him a slap so strong it was sure to leave a red mark. PSS Ant? Issei just smirked briefly back, before clasping his teeth together, as someone from behind nearly broke his back with a powerful kick. Says the one, unable to even defend himself. It was another man, with dark skin and a navy blue suit on. Heh, serves you right dash. And you dashed. He grabbed the man by his throat, bringing him to his knees, letting Issei unfortunately get a glance at his crotch. Not a pretty sight. I thought grandfather made it clear to you, to just soften him up, not break him. Issei felt thankful for the short break from his beating. Yet this wasn't much better, as he felt like if the man with the suit left, they would all beat him within an inch of his life. I was just doy dash. His throat briefly was crushed by the man. I swear to you. On our father's name. I was just softening him dash. He was thrown away with ease. You better mean that, Asterian. And for everyone else's sake, I hope Ned won't come here and find him in a worse shape than I did. He emitted a dangerous aura, as he glared at all of the others in the room. He then dusted off his suit, gave Issei a quick discontent glance and left, vanishing down a nearby hallway soundlessly. Asterian, the hairy man, got off the ground, grunting and snorting like an angry animal. His eyes kept staring intensely at the last place the man had been, before he turned around and saw all of the others. They seemed easy to frighten and to turn coat, as the cheering from earlier and looks of respect towards him had vanished just as the man had. What are you all looking at? Asterian growled, as he made himself seem bigger as he raised his arms and shoulders. His body slowly became more bulky and furry, as 2 tip-pointed horns grew out above his head. Issei had already guessed from his looks, But hearing his name, Asturian, that this man was the Minotaur. So to see him halfway transform, confirmed it for him. He had been tricked by Azazel, maybe even by the fates, and had been brought to a den of monsters. The one who had been beating him up, while being cheered on and helped a few times, was one of the most famous monsters in all of Greece. The baby born out of wedlock by Minos's wife, as she was cursed by Poseidon and Oropdite to fall madly in love with a white bull that King Minos had been ordered to sacrifice to Poseidon. It felt almost comical that the one who called him a half-breed was the most famous half-breed in the world. Hypocrite. He groaned as he got half up and sat on the floor, licking his teeth to check if any were missing. His body had halted his transformation, keeping him stuck with the face of a bull and more hairy arms. Issei could see the snort dripping from his black, wet snot, as he kept grunting. But his little moment of peace didn't last, as the beastly creatures around them stifled their breaths as another presence entered the room with a sizzling noise. Like a rattlesnake's tail. Asturian grunted, displeased by the sight of the person, but got off his rump and grabbed Issei's right arm as he went and lifted him by force. The person, a man dressed rather oddly, wearing pajamas, a loose and baggy t-shirt and a multicolored ugly blanket over his shoulders like a half-assed attempt to wear a cap. It was like he had just been sleeping, was woken up by his mom and barely tried to hide how sleepy he was. Asturian pushed Issei forward, letting go of his grasp and straightening his back, letting him tower above the man by a head or four. Ned. You look worse than normal. A few laughed, either from a sense of fear or loyalty. Yeah. I see, he's still alive and you have still not learned what restrain means. Great. Come. Ned, a sickly pale man, motioned for Issei to follow him, as he was already ready to leave. He was not like the others. Calm and unbothered, maybe he just didn't care. These thoughts ran through Issei's head as he took a second, before doing as Ned wanted. Is he really worth all this hassle? Asturian asked, crossing his muscular arms as he watched the two near the exit hallway. Issei turned to look at Ned, who seemed to roll his eyes, not bothering to stop or answer. He kept going with Issei following suit, not wanting to stay here any longer. It wasn't like following this man seemed any better, but if he could get the man in a place alone, he could choke him and escape or maybe at least try to fight his way out. But first, he needed to follow this man and not let catch a whiff of his intent. Some time went by, as they walked in silence, their steps echoing off the jagged rocky walls, into a space so high above them he couldn't even see, before the man filled the space with his voice. I know this might seem like a lie, but I want to help you. Issei felt surprised, then suspicious. His words sounded genuine, but from Issei's own experience, he knew a monster's word was never to be trusted. Yeah, right? He answered. Ned seemed to sigh, frustrated by the conversation he had begun, yet he kept walking. He just kept them walking as he tried again. I am. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so just hear me out. They turned right, down a stairway, spiraling down a tunnel with doors lined along the way. Finely cut marble doors, with jagged and sharp walls of bedrock on their sides. It was a strange sight to Issei. I would dash. Just do it. He sounded angry. You are not going to be able to ignore this any long. Once I deliver you over grandfather, you'll be given your fate by Prometheus whether you want or not. Prometheus. Ned nodded once, leading him further down into the hole. Issei could feel the staring of beings beyond sight, watching him closely. All of the events you have experienced in your life have been the act of powerful individuals wanting to raise a cattle to bring their hunger for revenge to fruition. Ned spoke. His metaphor, while poor in depth, made Issei start to think back on his life. When, at times of great struggle and great success, he felt the presence of others, guiding and helping him from beyond his plane of sight. The whispers in the back of his head, guiding him, teaching him and leading him towards something he couldn't fully see. Typhon. Is he the one who's been doing this? Is he why I am here? Common, you're half right, but if I said more than that, bad things will happen. Issei grabbed him by the shoulder, making him look him in the eyes. What things? Will I die? No. Then what will happen? Issei's grip tightened, threatening to snap Ned's left arm if he added any more pressure. Ned glanced in random directions, before looking back at Issei and whispering. They will kill her. Kamatu. He responded back in whispers. Your nidus, Irina. Issei let go, partly shocked by his words, but also angry. Intensely angry. Enough to slam his right hand into the wall, shaking the whole space. A crack formed at the site of impact, continuing upwards and downwards a bit, before the tremors stopped. We can't dilly-dally any more than this, Issei. Ned, for a moment, seemed to understand his anger, but he had his duties to fulfill and choose to move on. Issei retracted his balled-up fist, looking at it briefly. No bruises, fractures or cuts. His hand had been unaffected by his rage-fueled antics. He could hear Ned slowly get further and further away. He watched the crack he had made, then turned and followed the sound of Ned's footsteps further down. He ran his right hand along the wall, letting his nails scratch the jagged walls and smooth doors. He was calm, but his anger was still there. It had been tamed by something inside him. His eyes wanted to cry, but the same thing inside him kept them back. When he caught up to Ned, he looked at him briefly. Through his eyes, Issei felt he understood what he felt, but was unable to show. They continued in silence down into the darkness. Underworld, Gremory territory, what did you say to him? Irina asked. Rias shook her head, still unsure herself what could cause Issei to walk off. Worse yet, now Rias was the last person in the house to have seen him, since no one had seen him for the last 3 hours. I really don't know. He found me while I was still angry at my dad, then we began talking about our families, then he got weird and left. Rias remembered the strange look he got in his eyes when she had gotten a bit closer. He looked shocked when she apologized. Irina knew Issei's family troubles, concluding Rias probably got a bit too close to learning about his biological dad. Drake felt it was likely as well. She sighed, tired from the worrying and search she and the others had done earlier. Rias and her had gotten lost in the library earlier, that was how this conversation had begun. A slight hope remained that she could still find him somewhere in the house, but knowing Issei, he wasn't one to simply hide. He had talent for being dramatic in the worst ways. I see. What did he say about his family? She wanted to check how much Rias knew. Just that his human parents were strange. Rias recounted the conversation in her head, finding how he spoke about them strange. The look in his eyes was indifferent. The only glimpse at emotion he showed was in the way he spoke about them. He sounded embarrassed, yet happy. That's one way to say it. Irina commented, breaking her buble. I would have used the words loony and overprotective. Irina had never really liked Issei's human parents. They had been strict with her, the few other friends he had, and even her parents. Always ranting and raving about how Issei was precious and had an important future. If not for Irina stubbornly wanting to stay friends with Issei, her parents would have probably kept her away and made her not see him anymore. They had even agreed after they moved to England to spend a weekend with them in Greece, despite how on edge his parents made them feel. The only time they were bearable to be around was right before they died. I guess you didn't like them much. Rias sat down on a nearby sofa, motioning for Irina to join her. That's putting it nicely. She sat down, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over, as the memories of her childhood came back. My dad was an exorcist. A real good one for sure, but he was also pretty strict. But I almost found myself finding his strictness to be comforting, in comparison to theirs. It had been a while since she last thought about her parents. She couldn't help a small tear or two from emerging. They would scold me and other kids for barely doing anything they found annoying. Forced a few of us to give some of our things to Issei, like food, toys and snacks. Our parents got mad and talked with them from time to time, but it never really stopped them from continuing. Comet sounds awful. Irina nodded. Remembering those early years was pretty horrible. Having to relive those moments in small bursts was enraging to some extent. Yeah, it was pretty SHT. At least Issei was never affected by his parents' behavior. He would give back whatever his parents had taken, even more sometimes. But remembering how Issei would react made her unable to hide a smile. Those precious times, she would always remember them fondly. I see. So him wanting to help isn't just him doing as he is ordered to, he really is a good person. Well, maybe not all the time. He has a mischievous side to him, which you have probably seen a few times too many. It took little less than a look from Irina to make Rias remember said times. Is it already if a small part of me doesn't want him to come back? Don't worry, I get it. Irina answered, giving a genuine smile to the heiress. She gave one back. The two got off the sofa, calling the others together to meet with them. Olympus, Hermes' postal office. Another day. Massive stacks of letters and other packages appeared magically on a horseshoe-shaped table, before Hermes, wearing a tunic and his flying sandals. Another $1. If only I got paid for this. The go-happy, always helpful and smiling god of thieves and messages is the one and only god who can't take a break. He works 18-hour shifts each day, for 7 days a week, for 12 months a year. Damned fates. Anyways, what's the biggest stack today? He snapped his fingers, sending the thousands of letters flying around him. Each told him who had sent it and who it was sent to. Letters from all over the supernatural went through his services, as none could deny the safety and speed he had. Odin wants these 300. Hades needs these 35. Cerzex is getting this one. While thousands of letters each day was sent to him and delivered, most of them went to a few specific people. He knew most of these people personally, others were just clients and some complete strangers. But it never stopped him from delivering. It went against his motto, the letter comes before the end of the world. A stupid motto, had some said, but he truly believed in it. A new letter flew by, signed by a name he hadn't seen before. A new customer. It was Mark Abed, sealed with hardened magma and given a pristine outline of snaky creatures. Me likey. Now, pray tell who has sent you my suite. From Typhon to Issei, SHT. The warmonger comes, Ku Academy, 3 days skip, everyone could feel it in the air. Both supernatural and normal students, as the charming second-year student, Kiba, hadn't been anywhere